In most zombie stories, the dead are mindless. But what if I told you that every shambling corpse carries a piece of the person they used to be? Not memories, not consciousness, but sound. Pure, unfiltered audio from their final moments, playing on an eternal loop like a broken radio you can never turn off. This is not your typical zombie audiobook. Tonight, we're diving into a psychological horror where love can literally overwrite death, where a heartbeat becomes a weapon, and where the choice between remembering and forgetting might be the difference between humanity's salvation and its final silent extinction. But before you get comfortable, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Let the Dead Speak. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1, Gunfire in the Ribcage. The bullet doesn't sound like anything. That's what gets me. No crack, no whistle. Just a hot needle threading through cartilage and I'm on asphalt before I register the pain. Someone's dragging me, hands under my armpits, heels scraping pavement, my ears wet. Not blood wet, wetter. We hit something metal, a car door, and the hands let go. I slump against rust-pocked steel and try to breathe through my teeth. The parking lot's spinning. 3 levels of concrete columns and stripped vehicles and that specific smell of engine oil mixed with rot. Stay down. The voice is close. Female. Not asking. I touch my ear. Fingertips come back red, but the blood's wrong. Too thin, almost pink. There's something else in it. Something that catches light. She's crouched beside me now, this woman I've never seen before. Dark hair tied back with what looks like electrical wire. She's got a strip of cloth in one hand and a flask in the other, and she doesn't wait for permission. Just pours. The alcohol hits the wound, and I forget how to make sounds that aren't animal. She clamps the cloth down hard, her other hand's on my shoulder, holding me against the car like I might try to run. Echo chip, she says. Flat statement. Not explaining, just confirming. I know what that means. Everyone knows. The choir's been loading their rounds with them for months now, tracking devices that broadcast on frequencies the infected can hear. You get tagged, you're a dinner bell. You got maybe 6 hours before something homes in on the signal pulsing out of your own blood. How bad? My voice sounds like gravel in a can. She doesn't answer, too busy wrapping my head. The cloth smells like antiseptic and old smoke. Her hands move fast, efficient, practiced. When she ties off the bandage, she pulls hard enough that my vision whites out for a second. I hear it. The shuffle of feet. Multiple sets. Coming from the stairwell on the east side, she hears it too. Goes completely still. Her hand drifts to her hip where a wooden sword, a bakken my brain supplies uselessly, hangs on a frayed belt loop. They're hurting, she whispers. I don't understand until I do. The sniper was trying to take me out. Too clean. Too precise. They wanted me mobile but marked. Wanted me running scared toward the vans parked at the west exit. Harvest transport. I can see the choir's symbols spray painted on the side even from here. 3 throats sewn together in a triangle. We move now or we're spare parts, she says. She doesn't wait for me to agree. Just grabs my collar and hauls me up. My legs remember how to work. Barely. We run low between the cars. She picks the route, staying to shadows, avoiding open sight lines. Every few seconds she glances back at my ear, checking the bandage, checking how much I'm bleeding through. The shuffle sounds getting louder, multiple directions now. They're closing the box. We reach a sedan with 3 flat tires. She drops behind it and I follow, my ears throbbing in time with my pulse. Each beat sends hot wire through my skull. How long, I manage. Before they triangulate? She's checking her bakken, running her thumb along the edge even though wood doesn't have an edge. Old habit. Depends how fresh the blood is. If the chip's still transmitting. Footsteps. Close. We both freeze. A figure stumbles past the car's rear bumper. Male. mid-30s when he died. The choir got to him recently. His throat's been opened and sewn back together with the kind of black thread they use for their speaker arrays. When he breathes, it rattles. When he turns his head toward us, I can see the echo device grafted into his larynx. Little black box nested in dead tissue. He hasn't spotted us yet, still tracking the blood scent in the air. She's looking at me, mouthing something. Stay, like I'm planning to move. The infected takes 3 more steps. Stops, tilts his head like a dog hearing a frequency humans can't catch. Then his mouth opens and someone else's voice comes out. Please, please don't. It's a woman's voice. Terrified, the last thing she said before the infection took her. The echo plays on loop. 90 seconds. Always 90 seconds. The sound bounces off concrete, carries. And somewhere in the stairwell, something answers with a wet clicking noise. She moves before the echo finishes. 1 step forward, Bakken rising. The strike silent, catches the infected at the base of the skull. He drops without a sound and she's already moving back, grabbing my arm. Now, we run. The parking lot opens up ahead, chain link fence with a gap cut in the bottom. She goes through first, fluid. I follow and catch my jacket on wire. Tear-free. Leave fabric behind. Behind us, the shuffle becomes a rush. Multiple contacts. They found the body. They know we're close. We hit street level and she cuts left into an alley. Overturned dumpsters. Broken glass. She's fast. I'm keeping up, but my ears screaming and every step sends fresh heat down my neck. Where? I start. Quiet. We stop at a junction. She's breathing hard but controlled, listening, her hands on my chest, feeling my heartbeat, making sure I'm not about to collapse. The bus terminal, she says. 3 blocks. Can you make it? I nod because saying yes would take air I don't have. She looks at me. Really looks. Dark eyes scanning my face like she's deciding something. Then she reaches up and touches the bandage. Gently. Checking the seal. What's your name? She says. Rowan. She nods once. Doesn't offer hers. Stay close to me, Rowan. The beacon needs to stop bleeding before they get a clean lock. If it clots wrong. She doesn't finish. Doesn't need to. We move again, slower now. She picks paths that avoid open ground, stays to walls. Every time we cross a sight line, she stops, listens, then pulls me through fast. My ear's still wet. I can feel it soaking through the bandage. Pink-tinged blood with those little flecks of metal catching city light. Each step's a countdown. Each heartbeat pumping signal juice through damaged tissue. We reach the terminal. Old building. Glass doors shattered. She leads us inside and immediately goes for the stairs. Up, not down. 3rd floor. There's an overturned bus wedged between support columns like some kind of shipwreck. In, she says. I climb through the emergency exit. She follows and pulls it shut behind us. Darkness. The smell of old rubber and dust and something else. Something sour. She's moving through the bus, checking windows, making sure we're alone. When she's satisfied, she comes back and crouches beside me. Let me see. I tilt my head. She peels the bandage away slowly. Her face doesn't change, but I catch the way her jaw tightens. Still bleeding, she says. Not enough to track immediate, but a sound outside, distant. The wet clicking again. Closer than before. She presses the bandage back down, hard. Then she does something I don't expect. Reaches into her jacket and pulls out a small metal tin. Opens it. Inside there's cotton and a tiny glass vial. This is going to hurt, she says. She doesn't wait for me to ready myself. Just uncaps the vial and pours. The liquid hits the wound and I taste copper. My vision tunnels. She's holding me down, one hand on my shoulder, the other keeping the bandage in place, while the chemical does whatever it's designed to do. The pain peaks, levels, becomes something I can breathe through. Cauterizing agent, she says. Seals the capillaries, should stop the bleeding. Should. She wraps a fresh bandage. This one's tighter, cleaner. When she's done, she sits back. Studies me. I'm shaking. Can't help it. Adrenaline crash mixing with whatever was in that vial. You got a name? I ask. Because if I'm going to die here, I'd like to know. She hesitates. Then she reaches out and taps on the metal wall of the bus. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, short. Morse code. I don't know Morse. She sees my confusion and almost smiles. Doesn't. Just taps again. Same pattern. Then she settles against the opposite wall and pulls the bakken across her lap. Waits. Outside, the clicking's gotten closer. Multiple sources now. They're searching the terminal, checking rooms, getting methodical about it. My ear throbs. The bandage is holding. For now. I look at her. She looks back, and in the dim light filtering through the bus windows, I can see she's young. Maybe my age. Maybe younger. There's a scar on her throat. Old. Deliberate. Like someone tried to take something from her and she survived it. She taps the pattern again. 3 short. 3 long. 3 short. And I realize she's not telling me her name. She's telling me to stay quiet. The clicking stops. Silence fills the terminal like water rising. We both stop breathing, listening. Then, footsteps. Human. Deliberate. The sniper, maybe? Or someone else from the choir. They're on the 2nd floor now. I can hear them checking rooms. Door by door. She's watching the emergency exit. Bakken ready. If they find us, she's gonna fight. I can see it in the set of her shoulders. The way her thumb's positioned on the wood. I reach into my jacket. My hand finds the sealed ammo box. The weight of it's familiar, comforting. I've been carrying it for 11 months, and I've never once opened it. Can't, won't. She sees the box, sees me holding it. Her expression shifts, just barely. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. The footsteps pass our floor. Keep going. Up to the 4th, we wait. 10 minutes, 20, until the terminal goes quiet again and the only sound is wind through broken windows. She stands first, checks the exit. Then she looks back at me. We need to move, she says, before they regroup. I get up. The floor tilts, but I stay upright. The ammo box goes back in my jacket. Where? I say. East. She's already heading for the exit. There's a place. Coast. They call it the Silent Ark. Supposed to be someone there who can... She stops. Changes direction. Doesn't matter. We need to get you away from the beacon range first. The Silent Ark. I've heard the name. Rumors, that's a week's travel minimum. Then we start now. She opens the emergency exit and drops through. I follow. The terminal's empty. No clicking, no footsteps. But my ears still wet under the bandage and I can feel it. That low-frequency hum of the echo chip still broadcasting in my blood, counting down. We move through the terminal and into the street. Night's coming. Shadows pooling in doorways. She keeps to them, keeps me close. My ears stopped bleeding, but the chemicals left a hot ache that pulses with every heartbeat. And I know, we both know, that if the bandage fails before the choir loses our trail, they'll triangulate the beacon, and we'll be dragged into one of their harvest vans, throats opened, sewn into the next speaker array before the infection even finishes taking us. Chapter 2. Ammo Box Confessor. The bus smells like piss and rust. Old transit vehicle wedged between concrete support columns like someone parked it during the evacuation and never came back, which is probably exactly what happened. I'm sitting on the floor near the rear exit. She's at the front, keeping watch through the shattered windshield. We've been here 3 hours, long enough for the adrenaline to metabolize into bone-deep exhaustion. My ear throbs. Dull now. Manageable. The bandage is holding, but I can feel dried blood crusting the edge. I touch it carefully, check for fresh seepage. Nothing. Small mercy. She hasn't said anything since we got here. Just positioned herself at the driver's seat and went still, watching the terminal floor below through spider-webbed glass. Every few minutes her head tilts, listening for something I can't hear. I should thank her, should say something. Instead, I pull out the ammo box. It's military surplus, olive drab, the kind that held 50 rounds of 7.62 before someone emptied it and repurposed it for carrying things that needed to stay sealed. Airtight, protected. The latch is stubborn, always is. I work my thumbnail under the edge and pop it open. The smell hits me first. Preservative chemicals, formaldehyde maybe, something medical and wrong. Then I see her. My sister's head, 11 months dead. mummified by whatever the choir uses when they need to keep throat tissue viable. Her eyes are sewn shut, her mouth's slightly open. I can see the echo device embedded in the back of her throat, little black box grafted to her larynx. I haven't looked at her in 2 weeks. Haven't been able to. "Hey," I whisper, because that's what I always say. Like she's going to answer. She doesn't. I reach in and adjust the cotton padding around her neck, making sure she's secure, protected. The cotton stained yellow where the chemicals have soaked through, but it's holding, keeping her from shifting around inside the box during travel. "We're moving east," I tell her. "There's supposed to be someone. At the coast. They can..." I stop, swallow. "They can fix this." Make it stop. The echo device glints in the dim light. I could trigger it right now. Press on the throat tissue. Make her speak. 90 seconds of whatever she said last before the infection took her. I never have. Can't. Won't. There's a sound from the front of the bus. Metal tapping on metal. Deliberate. Rhythmic. I look up. She's watching me. The woman with no name. She's not looking at the terminal anymore. She's looking at me, holding my sister's head like it's something precious. The tapping continues. 3 short, pause. 3 long, pause. 3 short, pause. Then 7 rapid taps. I don't know Morse, but I know rhythm. Know when someone's sending a message. The pattern's too specific to be random. She sees my confusion. Taps again. Slower this time. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, then 1 long tap. She points at me with the hand that's not holding the bakken. Then taps once more. Single sharp strike against the metal seat frame. I don't understand. She sighs. Silent. Frustrated maybe. Then she mimes something. Hand over her mouth. Head shake. Taps the pattern again. "You can't talk," I say. She nods. "The tapping. That's how you..." Another nod. "What did you just call me?" She hesitates. Then taps again. The 7 tap sequence. Slow. Making sure I catch it. I don't. She gives up. Turns back to the windshield. Dismissed. I look down at my sister. At the ammo box. At the cotton padding that's been her entire world for almost a year. I should help her, I say to the box. To my sister. The woman up front. She pulled me out of the lot. Cauterized the wound. She's offering... what? What is she offering? Alliance, maybe. Partnership. The kind of thing that gets people emptied when one of them makes a mistake, when one of them gets too loud or too slow or just too human at the wrong moment. I can't, I tell my sister. You know I can't. The head doesn't respond, obviously. I close the box, seal the latch. The weight of it settles in my lap like an anchor. From the front, more tapping. Different rhythm this time. Faster, urgent. I look up, she's pointing at the windshield. At something moving on the terminal floor below. I stay low, crawl forward. Join her at the driver's seat. Below us, figures. 3 of them. Small. Moving with that specific shuffle-stop pattern that means infection but recent. Still some muscle memory left. Still dangerous. Whisperers, I say. She nods, points to her ear, then makes a sleeping gesture. Hand to cheek. Right. Whisperers play lullabies. Echo loops of children singing themselves to sleep. The sound's hypnotic, gets into your head, makes you stop thinking about running, makes you want to close your eyes. How long until they... She holds up 5 fingers, opens and closes her hand twice. 10 minutes. Not enough time to clear the terminal. Not quietly. And if we make noise, we'll draw everything else in a 3-block radius. She's looking at me, waiting for me to decide. I should say yes, should agree to move together. Partner up. Watch each other's backs. Standard survival protocol. Instead I say, I work alone. Her expression doesn't change, but something shifts in her posture. Disappointment maybe, or confirmation of something she already suspected. She taps once, hard, on the metal seat frame. I don't need Morse to know what that means. The whispers are getting closer. I can hear it now. Faint singing. Child's voice. Off-key. The kind of lullaby that probably sounded sweet before someone turned it into a death loop. She stands, checks the emergency exit, testing the hinges, making sure it'll open quiet. We could split up. I say, you go left. I go right. Better odds. She looks at me, then taps the pattern again. 7 taps, the one she used before, the one that meant something. Coward, maybe, or stupid, or both. I'm serious, I say. You don't need me. I'm tagged. I'm a liability. The beacon might be sealed, but it's still transmitting. Every hour I'm with you is an hour they can track. She points at the ammo box, then at me, then at herself. What? She repeats the gesture, more emphatic. You think I'm keeping her because... I stop. Reset. This isn't about connection. This is about fixing something, making it right. That's different. She taps once. Flat. Final. Then she's moving toward the exit. Done with the conversation, the lullaby's louder now. 2 voices overlapping, the harmonies are wrong, dissonant, but they pull at something in my chest anyway, make me want to sit down. Just for a minute, just to rest. I shake it off. Follow her to the exit. She's already dropping through. Silent. Practiced. I go after her. Land wrong. My ankle protests but holds. We're on the 3rd floor. The whisperers are 1 floor below, between us and the street exit. She points up. Stairwell. Roof access. I shake my head. That's away from the exit. She taps rapidly. Urgent pattern. I'm not climbing. We go down. Quiet. Avoid them. She grabs my arm, pulls, insistent. I pull back. No. The lullaby shifts. New voice joining. 3-part harmony now, the sounds everywhere, filling the terminal, making my thoughts slow like honey. She's staring at me. Pleading, maybe. Hard to tell in the dark. I should go with her. Should trust. Should... The ammo box is heavy in my jacket. 11 months of carrying. 11 months of refusing to open it anywhere she might hear. Anywhere anyone might hear. I can't, I say again. She lets go. Steps back. And for the first time since we met, I see something in her face. Not anger. Worse. Understanding. She knows. She knows I'm going to ghost her the first chance I get. Knows I'm not capable of this. Partnership. Trust. Any of it. She taps once more. The 7-tap pattern. Slow. Deliberate. Coward. Then she's gone. Up the stairs, taking the high route, leaving me to take the low one. I wait until I can't hear her footsteps anymore. Then I move. The whisperers are clustered near the 2nd floor landing. 3 of them, children, maybe 8 years old when they died. They're standing in a circle, swaying. The lullaby pours out of their mouths on perfect loop. I could fight, could try to slip past, could... I sit down instead just for a second, just to catch my breath. The lullaby gets louder, softer, louder again. The rhythm pulls at my eyelids, makes them heavy. I should move, should run, should... My hand finds the ammo box, holds it against my chest. I'm sorry, I whisper. To my sister. To the woman who just left. To myself. The whisperers start moving toward the 3rd floor, still singing, still swaying. They haven't seen me yet, but they will. Soon. I close my eyes just for a second. Just... Something hits my chest. I jerk awake. The whisperers are 10 feet away. Close enough to see the surgical scars on their throats. Close enough to hear the rattle of their breathing between verses. Another impact. My chest again. I look down. Small stone, someone threw it. I look up. She's on the 4th floor railing, leaning over, watching. She throws another stone. This one hits the floor next to me. Loud. The whisperers stop singing. Turn. They see me. Move. I scramble up, the lullaby cuts off mid-verse, and they rush. Still clumsy but fast. Faster than they should be. I run. She's already running too. Parallel path. 4th floor. She's heading for the far stairwell, the one that leads down to the street exit. The whisperers follow me. All 3. Their footsteps echo wrong. Too synchronized. I hit the 2nd floor. She's dropping down from the 4th. We're going to meet at the street exit. If I can just... One of the whisperers cuts left. Tries to head me off. I dodge. Barely. The Balkan would be useful right now. I've got a knife, but it's dull, and using it means getting close. She's at the exit, holding it open. Gesturing. I put everything into speed. The whisperer on my left is gaining. I can hear it. Wet breathing. The click of teeth. 10 feet from the exit. 5. She's yelling something. No, tapping. Rapid pattern against the door frame. I don't understand, but I trust it. Dive through the exit. She slams it behind me. Something impacts the other side. Hard. Then again. Then the lullaby starts up. Muffled now. Still pulling. We're on the street. Night's fully down. She's already moving, doesn't check if I'm following. I follow. 3 blocks. 4. She cuts into an alley, stops at a dumpster, listens. Nothing behind us. They didn't follow. She looks at me, her chest's heaving. Mine too. She taps once, the 7-tap pattern. Yeah, I say, I know. She holds my gaze for a long moment. Then she points east. Silent question. I touch the ammo box through my jacket, feel the weight. East, I agree. She nods once, starts walking. I let her get ahead. Just a few steps. Enough that I could turn around. Ghost her properly. Disappear into the city and deal with the beacon on my own. Instead, I follow. The ammo box is heavy against my ribs, and my sister's voice is still locked inside. 90 seconds of recorded forgiveness that I'll never let anyone hear. Especially not the mute woman walking ahead of me who just risked the whisperer's lullaby to wake me up when I couldn't wake myself. Chapter 3. The Quiet Ones. Eat last. The dojo's been dead longer than most buildings. 3 stories. Traditional architecture trying to survive modern collapse. The roof's half caved where something heavy, helicopter maybe, came down during the evacuation. Front windows are boarded, but one panel's loose enough to pry. She goes in first. I follow. Inside it smells like old sweat and mildew. The main floor's intact. Training mats stacked against the wall. Wooden practice weapons scattered near what used to be a shrine. Someone looted the bronze offerings, but left the weapons. Too heavy. Too impractical for running. She moves through the space like she's reading it. Checks corners. Tests floorboards. When she's satisfied, she picks up one of the bakken and runs her hand down the length of it. Checking for cracks. You trained here, I say. She glances at me, doesn't confirm or deny, just sets the sword down and picks up another, tests its weight, nods to herself, then she looks at me and points to the floor, to the clean section where mats used to be laid out. What? She mimes, drawing a weapon, then points at me again, at my knife. You want to spar? She nods, with live infected probably still in the building. She holds up 3 fingers, counts down. On 0, she taps the floor. Soft, then harder, then soft again. Rhythm training, right. The bell zombies. I saw them when we circled the building. 20 infected, maybe 30. Each one's got metal rods driven through their collarbones. Post-choir modification. When they move, the rods clang together. Sound carries for blocks. One wrong noise and we're conducting a symphony we can't stop. This is stupid, I say. She hands me a bakken anyway. The wood's lighter than I expected. Balanced. The grip's worn smooth from use. Whoever owned this trained seriously for years. She takes position, feet shoulder width, bakken held low, waiting. I don't know kendo, I say. She taps the floor once, doesn't matter. Then she moves. The strike comes high. I get the bakken up in time, but the impact jars my wrists. She's already flowing into the next strike. Low. I block, barely. She stops, steps back, points at my feet. What about them? She demonstrates, shifts her weight, shows me how her knees bend, how her center of gravity stays low. I try to copy it, get halfway there. She nods, not approval, just acknowledgement. Then she attacks again. We drill for an hour, maybe more. She doesn't speak, can't, but she corrects constantly. Taps my elbow when it drifts, touches my shoulder when I'm too tense. Each adjustment is precise, minimal. Somewhere in the second hour, I stop thinking about the bakken as a weapon and start thinking about it as an extension. The strikes become smoother, quieter. That's when she smiles, just barely. Corner of her mouth. Gone before I'm sure I saw it. She attacks faster, I keep up. The rhythm's there now, I can feel it. Strike, block, counter. Breathe in. Strike, block, counter. Breathe out. She stops mid-strike, holds up one hand. We both freeze. Listening. The bell zombies are moving. I can hear the metal clanging. Irregular rhythm. 3 different sources. They're on the second floor. Pacing. The rods scrape against each other, create this hollow ringing that makes my teeth hurt. She points at the ceiling, then at her ear. Then she taps her chest over her heart. I don't understand. She does it again. More emphatic. Taps her chest, then mine. Heartbeat, I whisper. She nods. Then she takes my hand and places it over her heart. Holds it there. I can feel it. Steady, controlled. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. She points at my chest. I'm breathing too fast. Heart racing. She can probably feel it through my jacket. She presses my hand harder against her chest, doesn't let go, just holds it there until my breathing starts to match hers, until my heart slows, synchronizes. 4 beats. Pause. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. The bell zombies clang again, closer. She squeezes my hand once, then lets go. Takes position. We drill. The Bakken strikes are silent now, perfectly timed. Each block and counter flows into the next without hesitation. I'm not thinking anymore. Just moving, breathing, matching her rhythm. The bell zombies pass overhead. We don't stop. Strike, block, counter, breathe. My muscles burn. Sweat soaks through my shirt. I don't strike, block, counter, breathe. She increases speed. I stay with her. The bell zombies move again. Different room. The clanging fades. We keep drilling. At some point, I don't know when, I laugh. Just a short exhale of air. Not even sound really, but she hears it. Stops, looks at me. I'm grinning. Can't help it. First time in, I don't even know. Months. Since before my sister. She tilts her head. Question. Nothing, I say. Just, this is insane. We're learning sword forms while there's 30 infected upstairs who will absolutely kill us if we make one wrong sound. She nods, like that's obvious. And you're mute, and I don't even know your name. She sets down her Bakken, walks to the wall, picks up a piece of broken plaster, comes back and kneels on the floor, starts writing. The letters are careful, deliberate. M-I-R-A. Mira, I say. She nods. She holds up her hand. Stop. Then she writes again. R-O-W-A-N. How did you? She points at my mouth, pantomimes me speaking. Earlier, in the terminal. Right. I told her my name. I forgot. She stands. Dusts off her hands. Then she points to the stairs. 2nd floor. You want to clear them? She nods. All 30. Another nod. That's... I stop. Look at the Bakken in my hand, at her standing there, completely calm. That's actually possible, isn't it? She smiles. Proper smile this time. Then she picks up her Bakken and heads for the stairs. I follow. The 2nd floor is a disaster. Training equipment scattered everywhere. Heavy bags, weight racks. The bell zombies are using it as a maze. We can hear them. Metal rods scraping against concrete, against each other. Mira moves slow, tests each step before committing weight. I copy her. The first bell zombie's near the window. Male, late 20s. The rods through his collarbones are rusted. Been there for months. When he turns his head, they clang together. Soft, just barely audible. Mira holds up 3 fingers, counts down. On 0, she moves. The strike's perfect. Base of the skull. The zombie drops without a sound. The rods hit the floor, but she's already there. Catching them. Lowering them gentle. Silent. She looks at me, nods to the next room. We clear them one by one. Each kill is precise, controlled. The Bakken strikes are whisper quiet. We don't speak. Don't need to. We've the rhythm now. Both of us. Hearts synchronized. Breathing matched. The 20th bell zombie goes down near the back stairwell. Mira catches the rods before they clang. We wait, listening. Nothing. Building's quiet. Just wind through broken windows. Just our breathing. Mira sets down her Bakken, stretches, rolls her shoulders. Then she looks at me and taps her chest. 4-beat pattern, the same one she taught me. I tap mine back, same rhythm. She smiles. We head downstairs, back to the main floor. She goes to the stacked mats and pulls one down. Gestures for me to help. We lay out a sleeping area, 2 mats, side by side but with space between. She sits on hers, pulls off her boots, sets the Bakken within reach. I sit on mine. The ammo box is still in my jacket. I can feel it. Constant weight. Mira notices, points at my jacket. Question. It's nothing, I say. She doesn't push. Just lays down, closes her eyes. I should do the same, should rest. But I'm still thinking about the training, about the way our hearts synchronized, the way she held my hand over her chest and didn't let go until my pulse matched hers. Mira, I say. She opens one eye. Thank you. For the terminal. For waking me up. She closes the eye, taps the mat once. Doesn't matter, but it does. We both know it does. I lay down, stare at the ceiling. The dojo's quiet. The bell zombies are gone. We're safe. For now. My hand finds the ammo box, holds it. Her name was Lily. I whisper. My sister. She was 16. Mira doesn't respond. Might be asleep already. I left her, I say. When the outbreak started, she was bitten. I ran. I ran. Silence. The last thing she said was, "Don't leave me." And I did. I left her. I wait for judgment, for disgust, for something. Instead, Mira's hand reaches across the space between mats, finds mine, squeezes once, then lets go. I close my eyes. For the first time in 11 months, I sleep without nightmares, the ammo box pressed between my ribs and my sternum, both our heartbeats tapping out the same 4-count rhythm in the darkness, and upstairs the silenced bell zombies wait to prove that mastering quiet isn't the same as mastering silence. You can learn to move without sound, but that doesn't mean you've learned to stop running. Chapter 4, Static on the Wire. The phone lines half buried. Frayed copper threading through rubble where a utility pole came down sometime last winter. Mira found it by accident. Kicked a chunk of concrete and heard the hum. Now we're both crouched in the alley. She's got the wire stripped back, 2 bare ends twisted around her fingers, testing for current. Anything? I ask. She tilts her head, listening. Then nods, hands me one wire end. I touch it to my tongue, get that metallic buzz. Still active. Somewhere on this grid, there's a generator still turning, still pumping electricity through dead infrastructure. Mira pulls out a small device. Looks homemade. Circuit board. Alligator clips. She attaches the clips to the wire ends and flips a switch. Static pours out. White noise, then something underneath. Rhythm. Pattern. That's broadcast, I say. She nods, adjusts the dial, the static clears, and we hear it. Voice. Brothers and sisters in the aggregate, we give thanks for the joining. We give thanks for the chorus. We give thanks. Choir sermon. They run them every night. Loop them through whatever infrastructure still carries signal. Converting, recruiting, broadcasting their ideology to anyone still listening. I should tell her to shut it off, should walk away. But then I hear something else underneath the sermon. Layered, subtle. My voice. Please just listen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. It cuts off. Sermon continues. Then my voice again, different recording. Older. You never think about anyone but yourself. That's not, I start. Stop. Mira's looking at me, question in her eyes. That's me, I say. That's my voice. From, I don't know. Months ago. She adjusts the dial, isolates the underlying audio. More of my voice. Fragments scattered through the sermon like evidence, like proof. Just leave me alone. I can't do this anymore. It's not my fault. Each clip is maybe 5 seconds. Cut from longer recordings, edited, woven into the choir's nightly broadcast to create what? Context, narrative, me as penitent, me as example. They've been recording me, I say, for months, since before the parking lot, since before the sniper. They didn't just tag me yesterday. They've been building a file, collecting audio every time I spoke near an infected with an echo device, every time I raised my voice in anger or fear or grief. They've got recordings of me yelling at Lily. Shut it off, I say. Mira doesn't. Just keeps listening, keeps isolating fragments. This is your fault. That one's recent, maybe 2 weeks ago. I was searching a pharmacy, got cornered, blamed myself aloud. Why did you have to? Older, right after Lily died. I was talking to her corpse, before I cut off the head, before I sealed it in the ammo box. Shut it off, I say. Mira finally kills the broadcast. Silence floods back, just wind, just distant city noise. I'm shaking, can't stop. She puts the device away. Then she taps my arm. 4-beat pattern, the calming rhythm. It doesn't work this time. They've been tracking me for months, I say, not just yesterday. Months. Every conversation. Every. I stop. Touch my ear. The bandage is still there. Still sealed. The chip in my ear isn't the first tracking device. It's just the most recent. Mira nods slowly, understanding, which means the Silent Ark, the rumor about someone who can wipe echoes clean. That's, I laugh, no humor in it. That's probably bullshit, bait, get desperate people to chase a fairy tale while the choir follows and harvests. Mira taps the wire, then points east. insistent. You still want to go, I say. She nods. Why? If it's a trap, she pulls out the piece of plaster from the dojo, the one with our names written on it. She flips it over, writes something new. Mother. Your mother, I say. She's at the Ark. Mira nods, then writes more. Building. She's building it. The Ark. It's real. Another nod. And you know this because... Mira points to her throat, the old scar. Then she writes again. Choirtook. Motherfixed. Right. The choir tried to take her voice. Her mother fixed it somehow, which means her mother's got skills. Medical, technical, enough to matter, enough to build something that could actually wipe echoes clean. Okay, I say. Okay, we go east, but we do it smart. No more exposed wiretaps, no more... Something moves at the alley entrance. We both freeze. Figure, male, mid-40s. He's carrying a coil of copper wire and a set of cutters. Scavenger. He sees us, sees the exposed phone line. That's mine, he says. His voice is rough, too loud for this neighborhood. Mira stands, slow, hands visible, no threat. The scavenger doesn't care. He's already moving, closing distance. The cutters are sharp, functional weapon if he needs it. We're not taking your wire, I say. We're just... You tapped it. That's theft. We'll untap it. Just... He's not listening. Already swinging the cutters at Mira. She doesn't block, just shifts. Lets the cutters pass through the space she occupied. Then she's inside his reach. One hand on his wrist, other hand striking. Palm heel, solar plexus. He goes down gasping. Mira steps back, picks up the cutters, sets them out of reach. The scavenger's on his knees, trying to breathe. When he gets air back, he looks up at us, and I see it. The glaze in his eyes, the slight tremor in his hands. Infected. Early stage. Maybe 24 hours. How long? I say. He coughs. Wet sound. None of your business. Mira's already backing away, pulling me with her. Wait, the scavenger says. Wait, please, I just need the wire. I can trade it. Get medicine. Something to slow... There's no medicine. Nothing slows the infection once it starts. We all know that, but he's still talking, still begging, still... His voice cuts off mid-word, just stops, like someone hit mute. Then a different voice comes out of his mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... My voice. From the broadcast. The scavenger's eyes go wide, confused, terrified. His mouth's moving, but it's not his words, it's mine. The choir's edited fragments of me pouring out of an infected scavenger's throat. You never think about anyone but yourself. Mira's pulling harder now. We need to move. We need to... it's not my fault. The scavenger starts screaming, his own voice, mixed with mine, creating this horrible duet. And from somewhere in the city, something answers, clicking. Multiple sources. The sound carries between buildings, bounces, multiplies. The broadcast infected him with more than just virus. It infected him with my voice, made him a relay, a beacon. Run, I say. We run. Behind us, the scavenger's still screaming, still broadcasting, drawing everything in a 6-block radius. Mira leads. She knows the city, knows which alleys connect, which rooftops are accessible. We climb fire escapes, jump gaps, keep moving. The clicking follows, persistent, patient. We hit the industrial district, old factories, warehouses. Mira heads for the tallest structure, rusted utility pole, 30 feet tall, metal rungs leading up. She climbs. I follow. At the top, there's a small platform, maintenance access for line workers who don't exist anymore. We collapse on it, breathing hard. Below us, movement, shapes in the dark. The infected that heard the broadcast heard my voice, coming to investigate. They circle the pole, clicking, calling to each other, but they don't climb. Can't. Not yet. The infection hasn't progressed enough to override the instinct that says climbing is dangerous. Mira's checking her Bakken, making sure it survived the run. I'm checking the ammo box. Still sealed, still intact. They use my voice, I say. The choir. They weaponized it. Made that scavenger into a... I don't have a word for it. Mira pulls out the plaster. Writes. Beacon. Beacon. Right. Like my ear. Like... I touch the bandage. How many people have they infected with recordings of me? How many beacons are out there broadcasting my voice to every infected in range? She writes again. DOESNTMATERKEPMOVIN. It matters. If they've been collecting audio for months, if they've got enough recordings to... I stop. Look at her. Your mother, at the Ark. She can wipe echoes, clean them, which means she can delete my voice from every infected throat the choir's planted it in. Mira hesitates, then nods. That's why you want me to come east, not just because... I stop. Recalibrate. You need me. Need my sister's head, need the echo device in her throat, because if your mother can wipe a single echo, she can wipe them all. But she needs a control sample, needs one echo that hasn't been edited, hasn't been corrupted. Another nod. And the only unedited echo I have is my sister saying, "Don't leave me," while the infection took her. Mira writes, SORRY. Don't, I say. Don't apologize, you're right. We go east, we find your mother, we give her the head, and maybe, just maybe, she can make this stop. I look down at the infected circling below. They're still clicking, still calling, but the sound's changing, sinking, creating a rhythm. 4 beats. Poor beats. 4 beats. The same rhythm Mira taught me. They're learning, I say. She nods. Taps the platform, same rhythm, confirming. We're stuck here until they disperse, could be hours, could be days. I lean back against the pole, the metal's cold, the sky's starting to lighten. Dawn's maybe an hour away. Tell me about her, I say, your mother. Mira pulls out the plaster, thinks, then writes. STUBBORN. I laugh, actually laugh. Yeah, sounds like someone I know. She doesn't smile, but something in her posture shifts, relaxes. She writes more. SMART, DANGEROUS, LOVSTOMUCH. Loves too much, I repeat. That's what got her involved with the choir. Mira shakes her head. Writes. OPPOSITE, FIGATSTHEM. She's fighting them, at the Ark. Nod, and she needs my sister's echo to win. Another nod. I pull out the ammo box. Look at it. 11 months of carrying. 11 months of refusing to listen. Refusing to let go. Okay, I say. We go to the Ark. We give her the head. But after she wipes the echoes, I want to hear it. One time. My sister's voice. Clean. Unedited. Just once. Mira reaches out, touches my hand, squeezes. Promise. Below us, the infected are still circling, still syncing their rhythm. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. Dawn breaks. Light spills over the warehouse district, and somewhere in the city behind us, the choir's nightly broadcast is ending, leaving only static and my scattered voice fragments hanging in the wire like evidence I can't erase, counting down the hours until every infected throat in the city knows my name and the utility pole's shadow grows shorter as the sun climbs and Mira taps the platform between us, that same 4-beat rhythm, reminding me we still have to reach the coast. Chapter 5. Choir of Car Alarms. The car lot's bigger than I expected. 3 city blocks of vehicles parked bumper to bumper. Most are rusted, some are burned. All of them are rigged. I can see the wires. Thin, nearly invisible unless you know to look. They thread between door handles and hoods. Connect to echo devices grafted into corpses stuffed in trunks and back seats. This is a kill box, I say. Mira nods. Points to the far side of the lot. There's a gap in the fence. Looks clear. Too easy, I say. She shrugs. Writes on her plaster, ONLYWYEAST. There's got to be another route, around the lot. Through. She's already moving. Staying low. Testing the ground before each step. I follow because what else am I going to do? The first car's a sedan. Blue paint faded to gray. The wires attached to the driver's door. Loops through the handle. Continues to the next vehicle. Mira traces the wire with her eyes. Follows it to a van 3 cars down. She points. Warns me. I see it. The van's side door is cracked. Something inside. Movement. Slight. Could be wind. Could be... The wire twitches. We both freeze. Silence. Just our breathing. Just city ambience. Then the van door opens. Slow. Deliberate. And we hear it. Please don't hurt me. Please don't. Echo. Female voice. Terrified. The sound's coming from inside the van, from whatever corpse they rigged in there. The door swings wider. The echo gets louder. I have children. I have... Something responds. Different car, further back. Male voice. It's not my fault. It's not. Then another. Child's voice. Mommy, where are you? The echoes are triggering each other, chain reaction, one voice waking the next. We've got maybe 10 seconds before the entire lot starts screaming. Mira grabs my arm, points to a pickup truck on our left. The bed's empty. No wires visible. We run. The echoes are spreading. 20 voices. 40. They overlap, create this wall of sound. Pleas and apologies and questions and commands all mixing together into one massive broadcast. We reach the pickup, climb into the bed, duck low. The lot's fully awake now. 200 echoes, maybe more. Every rigged vehicle screaming. The sound's physical. Pushes against my eardrums, makes my skull vibrate. Mira's pulling me close. She claps her hands over my ears, hard, trying to muffle it. Doesn't help. The sound's everywhere. In the air, in the metal, in our bones. Why won't you listen? I trusted you. Just 5 more minutes. Behind you, behind you. That last one's close. Right beside the pickup, I look. Infected. 3 of them, standing near a minivan. They're not attacking, just standing there, listening. The echoes are doing something to them, making them docile, trance-like. More infected arrive. They gather around the loudest vehicles, press against doors. Listen. The sound's drawing them, creating congregation. Mira's still covering my ears, but I can see her wince. See the pain. Her damaged hearing from the last car lot, the 200 echo blast, she can't handle this. Too loud. Too much. Blood starts trickling from her nose. We have to move, I yell. Can't hear my own voice. She's not responding. Eyes unfocused. The sound's overwhelming her. I pull her hands away from my ears, immediately regret it. The echoes are worse without her muffling them, but I need her functional. Need her mobile. I take her face in my hands. Make her look at me. Mira. She blinks, sees me, nods. I point to the fence gap, to our exit. She nods again, pulls her bakken, ready. We climb out of the pickup bed. The infected are still congregating, still entranced. They don't notice us, don't care. We move between vehicles, stay low. The echoes are so loud I can't think, can't plan, just react. 10 cars from the exit. 5, almost there. Then my foot catches a wire, I feel it. That moment of tension, of resistance. Then, pop, the wire snaps, triggers something. Every car alarm in the lot activates simultaneously. The sound shifts from human voices to mechanical shrieking. Horns, sirens, klaxons, all at maximum volume, all at once. The infected come out of their trance, start moving, searching for the source, searching for us. Mira grabs my hand, we run. The car alarms follow us, track us. Each vehicle we pass triggers the next. We're creating a wave of sound, broadcasting our location to everything in range. The infected close in from all sides. We're not going to make the fence gap. Mira changes direction. Pulls me toward a SUV. The doors are locked, but the back window's shattered. She boosts me through. Climbs after. We end up in the cargo area, surrounded by garbage and broken glass. Outside, the infected are swarming, pressing against the vehicle, rocking it, the car alarm still screaming. Right above our heads, the sound's impossible. Mira's bleeding from both nostrils now. She pulls me close, wraps her arms around my head, tries to muffle the sound with her body. I can feel her shaking, feel her pulse hammering against my cheek. The SUV tilts, infected on all sides now, pushing, pulling, testing the doors. One of the windows cracks, splits, starts to give. Mira shifts, puts herself between me and the window. Shield. No, I try to say. Can't hear myself. She's not listening. Won't listen. Just holds me tighter. The window shatters. Hands reach through. Grasping. Searching. Mira kicks, breaks fingers, keeps kicking. But there's too many. They're going to get through, going to pull us out, and when they do, when the car alarm finally stops, we'll be the loudest thing in the lot. I pull out the ammo box. Don't think. Just open it. My sister's head, still preserved, still sealed. I reach in, touch her throat, find the collapsed trachea, press. Nothing happens. Press harder. Still nothing. Of course. She needs air, needs pressure from inside, I lift the head to my mouth, press my lips to hers, blow. Air fills the cavity. The trachea expands, the echo device activates, and my sister's voice comes out. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. It's quiet. Barely audible under the car alarms, but it's there, looping. The infected stop. All of them. Simultaneously, like someone hit pause. They're not looking at the SUV anymore. They're looking for the source of the new voice. The one that's different. The one that's not mechanical. Mira stares at me, at the head. Understanding. I climb toward the broken window, still holding my sister, still playing her echo. The infected part. Make space. They're following the voice, tracking it, moving with it. I'm outside the SUV now, standing in the middle of the swarm. They're all around me, but none are attacking, just following, listening. Mira climbs out after me. Slow, silent. I walk. The infected walk. We move through the lot, past the rigged vehicles, past the car alarms, past everything. The fence gap's ahead. My sister's echo is still playing. Don't leave me, don't leave me. We reach the gap, pass through. The infected stop at the fence line. Don't follow, just stand there, listening, waiting for the echo to finish its 90-second loop. When it ends, they'll disperse. Go back to wandering. Mira pulls me away from the fence. We run, 3 blocks, 4. Far enough that the car alarms are just background noise. We stop in an alley, collapse against brick. I'm still holding my sister's head. The echo's finished. Now it's just dead weight. Mira's bleeding from her ears too. Not just her nose, the sound did more damage, made it worse. She's trying to tap, Morse code, but her hands are shaking too hard. Can't maintain rhythm. I put the head back in the ammo box. Seal it. I'm sorry, I say. I shouldn't have used her like that. Mira shakes her head, points at the fence, at the lot we just escaped, saved us. Still, I say, she's not a tool, Mira reaches out, touches my chest. 4-beat pattern, shaky but there. I tap back, same rhythm. We sit in silence, breathing, coming down. Mira pulls out her plaster, tries to write. Her hand's too unsteady, the letters are illegible. She gives up, just leans against me, closes her eyes. I can feel her pulse, still racing, still too fast. We'll rest here, I say. Few hours, then we keep moving. Get you to your mother, she can fix your ears, fix everything. Mira doesn't respond. Might already be asleep or passed out. Hard to tell. I look at the ammo box, at the sealed latch, at 11 months of carrying and refusing, and now I've used her. Used my sister's voice as a weapon, as bait. I'm sorry, Lee, I whisper. I'm so sorry. The alley's quiet, just wind. Just distant car alarms still screaming in the lot, and Mira's breathing, and my heartbeat, and the weight of the box getting heavier and heavier in my lap. I close my eyes, try to sleep, can't. All I hear is my sister's voice looping. Don't leave me, don't leave me, don't leave me. And I know that she forgave me in those final seconds. Know that the echo's incomplete, that there's more, that if I'd just listened earlier, I would have heard it, but I didn't listen. Wouldn't listen. And now we're trapped in an alley 3 blocks from a car lot, still screaming its mechanical choir, and Mira's bleeding from her ears because I couldn't think of another way out, and my sister's voice is the only reason we're still breathing, proving that the dead can save the living if you're willing to use them as currency. But the cost. Remembering that you opened the box, that you pressed your lips to hers and turned her last words into a lure. And tomorrow, when Mira wakes up with permanent hearing damage, she won't blame me, but I'll blame myself, which is exactly what the choir wants. Survivors so consumed by guilt, they forget to keep moving east. Chapter 6. The head that won't stop whispering. The subway tunnel smells like standing water and rust. We've been here 2 hours. Maybe 3. Hard to tell without daylight. The only illumination comes from the glowbacks further down the platform. Infected that got exposed to something chemical during the collapse. Now they strobe. Bioluminescent pulses, blue-green light that makes everything look underwater. Mira's sleeping against the wall. Her breathing's better. The bleeding stopped an hour ago, but her ears are definitely worse. She keeps tilting her head, trying to pop them. Doesn't work. I should sleep too. Can't. The ammo box is on my lap. I've been staring at it, running my thumb over the latch, not opening it, just feeling it. I dream about Lily sometimes, not nightmares. Worse, normal dreams, where she's alive, where the outbreak never happened, where I'm still her older brother and she's still asking me to help with homework and we're arguing about what to watch on TV. Then I wake up, and the box is there. Reminder. I must drift off because suddenly I'm jerking awake, gasping. Something's wrong. The glowbacks are closer, their strobing's faster, agitated, and there's sound. Mira's still asleep, but she's making noise, tapping, her fingers against the concrete, rhythmic, unconscious. That's not what woke me, though. The sound's coming from the box. I lift it, put my ear against the metal, listen. Heartbeat. No, 2 heartbeats, overlapping, synchronized, 4 beats, pause. 4 beats, pause. That's not possible. The box is sealed, has been for 11 months. There's no way. I open the latch. The smell hits. Preservatives, decay, same as always, but the sound's louder now, definitely coming from inside. I reach in, touch my sister's throat, the collapsed trachea, the echo device. It's active. Playing. I don't press it, don't provide air pressure, it's just playing on its own. I lift the head out, hold it up to the strobing light. The echo device pulses, green, in sync with the glowbacks, and the sound keeps coming. 4 beats, pause, 4 beats, pause. That's not my sister's echo, that's not "Don't Leave Me." That's Mira's heartbeat. I look at her, still sleeping, still tapping unconsciously, same rhythm. I look back at the head, the echo's playing Mira's heartbeat, which means the device is recording new input, overwriting old data. The viral memory is being replaced by something else, something recent, something emotional. I stare at Lily's face, at her sewn shut eyes, at her slightly open mouth where the sound's emanating. "How?" I whisper. The glowbacks strobe faster. They're moving now, shambling toward our alcove, attracted by the sound, by the heartbeat. I should wake Mira, should seal the box, should... Instead, I just sit there, holding my sister's head, listening to Mira's heartbeat coming out of dead tissue. The first glowback reaches the alcove. Male, early 20s. His skin pulses with that chemical luminescence, blue-green like deep ocean. He stops at the entrance, tilts his head, listening. The heartbeat continues. 4 beats, pause. 4 beats, pause. The glowback takes 1 step closer, then another. He's not attacking, just drawn, compelled. More glowbacks arrive. They cluster at the entrance, strobing in sync now, creating this pulsing wall of light. I need to move, need to wake Mira, need to... One of the glowbacks collapses, just drops, like someone cut his strings, then another, then 3 more. They're all falling, hitting the platform, going still. The strobing stops. The tunnel goes dark except for emergency lighting 50 feet away. I stare at the bodies, at the now silent glowbacks. "What?" I say aloud. Mira jerks awake, hand going to her bakken. Ready, she sees me, sees the head in my hands. Sees the dead glowbacks, her eyes go wide. I start. They came close and then Mira's on her feet. Checking the bodies, she prods one with her boot, no response. She moves to the next. Same, all dead. She comes back to me, points at the head. Question. "It was playing your heartbeat," I say. "The echo device. It's recording new data, overriding Lily's voice with yours." Mira stares at the head, then at me. She kneels, reaches out, touches the echo device carefully. The heartbeat starts again. 4 beats, pause. 4 beats, pause. The dead glowbacks don't move, but the sound fills the tunnel. Steady, controlled. Mira pulls her hand back. The heartbeat stops. She looks at me. I see it in her face. Understanding. Fear. Something else. "The choir," I say. "They think echoes are permanent. Once a voice is recorded, it can't be erased, only overwritten with new trauma, new death. But this," I look at the head, "this is being overwritten by life. By," Mira taps my chest. 4 beat pattern. By connection," I finish. "By emotion. By," she nods, confirms. Which means if we can replicate this, if we can figure out how to intentionally overwrite echoes with love or whatever this is, we can starve the viral memory, make it useless. Mira pulls out her plaster, writes quickly, "Mothereneestee." "Yeah," I say. "Yeah, she does." I look at the dead glowbacks, at the tunnel, at Lily's head still pulsing faintly in sync with Mira's unconscious tapping. We can't tell anyone, I say. If the choir finds out about this, if they realize emotional memory can overwrite viral memory, they'll weaponize it. They'll find a way to corrupt it, turn it into something worse. Mira nods, writes, SECRET, until we reach your mother, until she can study it properly. Another nod. I put Lily back in the box, seal the latch, the heartbeats muffled now, but still audible, still playing. Mira stands, offers her hand. I take it. Let her pull me up. We need to keep moving. The glowbacks might be dead, but their strobing attracted attention. We need distance. Need footsteps. Both of us freeze. Coming from the tunnel, multiple contacts, human. Running. Mira pulls me behind a support column. We watch. 3 figures emerge from the darkness. Survivors, 2 male, 1 female. They're carrying packs, moving fast, not running from infected, running from something else. They pass our alcove without seeing us. Keep going deeper into the tunnel. Then we hear what they're running from. Choir acolytes. 7 of them, dressed in their signature gray, each one carrying a portable speaker throat grafted to their chest. When they breathe, it amplifies. When they speak, it broadcasts. They're chanting, low, rhythmic. Join the aggregate, silence the static, join the aggregate. They pass our column, following the survivors, hunting. We wait until they're gone. Then we move, opposite direction, away from both groups. The tunnel branches. Mira takes the left path, leads us up a service ladder, emergency exit. We emerge in a basement, some kind of maintenance station, abandoned. The walls are covered in graffiti. Choir symbols mixed with survivor warnings. Stay away. They're listening. Don't use your real name. Mira checks the exits, finds a door that leads to street level. We climb. Outside the sun setting, orange light cutting through building skeletons. The city's quiet. Too quiet. Mira points east, always east. I follow. The ammo box is heavy against my ribs, heavier than before. The heartbeat's still playing, still counting rhythm. And I know that if the choir catches us now, they won't just harvest our throats. They'll take the box, take Lily's head, take the proof that echoes can be overwritten by something other than death, and they'll study it, weaponize it, turn love into the same kind of weapon they've made from fear. We walk for an hour, maybe 2, staying to shadows, avoiding main streets. Eventually we find shelter, old apartment building, 3rd floor, windows intact, good sight lines. Mira checks the rooms, makes sure we're alone. When she's satisfied, she sets up a watch rotation, points at me. First shift. I nod. She lays down near the window, Bakken within reach. Within seconds, she's asleep. I sit against the opposite wall. The ammo box next to me. I put my hand on it, feel the vibration. The heartbeat still playing inside. 4 beats. Pause, 4 beats. Pause. Same rhythm as Mira's breathing. I close my eyes, try to rest. Can't. All I can think about is the glowbacks collapsing. The way they just stopped, like the heartbeat was poison, like affection was antidote. Which means the choir's been wrong about everything. Echoes aren't permanent. They're not fixed. They're vulnerable to what? Love, connection, the exact thing the choir's trying to eliminate. And if we can prove that, if we can show survivors that emotional memory can overwrite viral memory, we could actually win this. I open my eyes, look at Mira sleeping, at the Bakken next to her, at the way her hand stays close to the grip even in sleep. She trusts me, saved me, taught me, and now her heartbeat's trapped in my sister's dead throat, proving that the act of needing someone might not be a liability. It might be the only weapon that actually works. I touch the ammo box again. Feel the rhythm. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. Thank you, Lily, I whisper, for showing me. The apartment's quiet, just wind through broken windows, just Mira's breathing, just the distant sound of the choir's chanting somewhere in the city. Join the aggregate, silence the static. But the static's not the problem. The silence is. And tomorrow we keep moving east. Keep heading toward Mira's mother. Keep carrying the proof that love can starve viral memory. even if it means I have to finally admit that keeping my sister's head wasn't about guilt. It was about refusing to let go, refusing to accept that she's gone. And maybe that refusal is the only thing keeping her voice from being truly lost. As the heartbeat plays on inside the sealed box and Mira shifts in her sleep, tapping unconsciously against the floor, still teaching me rhythm even when she's dreaming, still showing me that synchronization isn't weakness. It's the frequency that makes infected collapse when they hear it, which means we're not just carrying evidence to the Silent Ark, we're carrying a weapon the choir never saw coming, the sound of two people deciding to survive together. Chapter 7, Throat Garden. The greenhouse appears through morning fog like a tumor, glass panels catching weak sunlight. The structure's intact, too intact for a city this dead. Someone's maintaining it. Mira sees it same time I do. Her hand goes to her bokken, stays there. We're half a mile from the coast, can smell salt on the wind. Taste it. This close to the ocean, the infected thin out. Something about the iodine, the moisture, makes the viral tissue deteriorate faster. But the greenhouse is thriving. We approach from downwind, stay low. The glass is fogged from inside. Condensation, heat, growing conditions. What are they growing, I whisper. Mira doesn't answer, just points to the entrance. The door is propped open, deliberate, invitation. We move closer. The smell hits at 20 feet. Sulfur, decay. Something organic and medical mixing into this throat-coating stench that makes my eyes water. Mira stops. Her hand goes to her mouth. She's trying not to gag. I pull my shirt up over my nose. Doesn't help much. We should go around, I say. She shakes her head, points east. The greenhouse is blocking the most direct route to the coast. Going around adds hours, maybe a full day. Then we go fast, in and out. Don't touch anything. She nods. We enter. Inside the temperature spikes. Humid, tropical. The glass panels magnify sunlight, create zones of intense heat between shadowed spaces. And everywhere, there are vines. They hang from the ceiling, coil around support beams, drape across benches. But these aren't normal plants. The stems are wrong, too thick, too textured. Then I see the grafts, sections of human tissue sewn directly into the vines. Neck tissue, throat tissue, still pink, still viable. The choir's been cultivating them. Growing vocal cord matter like crops. Oh God, I say. Mira's already backing toward the door. Her face has gone gray. A vine shifts near my head. I freeze. It's not wind. The vine moved on its own, contracted, like a muscle. I look closer. See the sutures. See where the plant matter has fused with human tissue at the cellular level, creating something hybrid, something that shouldn't exist. The vine pulses. I hear it, feel it, a wet clicking sound emanating from the grafted throat tissue. More vines pulse, creating rhythm, communication. We need to leave, I say, right now. Mira's not moving. She's staring at something deeper in the greenhouse. Her expression has shifted from disgust to horror. I follow her gaze. There's a figure, human, kneeling in the center of the space, tending the vines. He's dressed in choir gray, but modified. The fabric's been cut away at the neck, at the shoulders, exposing scar tissue. Exposing his throat is gone, not removed, extended. Throat vines grow directly from his larynx, branch out, connect to the hanging gardens overhead. He's the source, the root system. He's the caretaker, and he's praying. Silent mouth, moving. No sound, just the vines pulsing in rhythm with his breathing. Mira pulls out her plaster, writes with shaking hands. Burnit. If we burn it, he'll scream, I whisper. The vines will amplify. Everything in a mile will hear. She writes again. Dontcare. I look at the caretaker, at the vines, at the grafted throat tissue cultivating on industrial scale. The choir's not just harvesting voices anymore. They're farming them, growing replacement parts for their speaker arrays. Okay, I say. We burn it, but we do it smart. Cut the vines first, sever his connection, then we ignite. Mira nods. We split up. I go left, she goes right. We move through the greenhouse, looking for the main vine trunks, the ones that feed the network. The smell gets worse deeper in. Not just decay, something else. Something sweet and rotten mixing together. I find a trunk, thick as my arm, pulsing visibly. I pull out my knife. The blade touches the vine and it recoils, like touching something alive. Aware. I cut anyway. The vine splits. Clear fluid spills out, not sap. Too thin. Too pink. The entire greenhouse shudders. The caretaker's head snaps up. He's looking right at me. His eyes are milky. Blind. Blind. But he knows. He can feel the cut through the network. His mouth opens. The vines connected to his throat pulse. And sound pours out, not his voice. Multiple voices. Overlapping. Every echo the vines have recorded, playing simultaneously. Please help. I can't breathe. Where are you? Make it stop. The sound's overwhelming. Fills the greenhouse. Rattles the glass. Mira's cutting too. Her bokken works better than my knife. She severs 3 vines in quick succession. The caretaker lurches to his feet. The vines pull, restrict his movement, but he's trying to reach us, trying to protect his garden. I keep cutting. The fluid's everywhere now, coating my hands, my arms. It burns. Chemical, acidic, more vines sever. The network's collapsing. The voices get louder, more desperate. The caretaker stumbles toward Mira. His hands reach, not attacking, pleading. She doesn't stop, just keeps cutting. He grabs her shoulder. The vines follow his movement, wrap around her arm, her neck, pulling her into the network. Mira. I drop the knife. Pull out the ammo box. Don't think. Just open it. Lily's head, still playing Mira's heartbeat, still pulsing that 4-beat rhythm. I hold it up. Let the sound carry. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. The caretaker stops. The vines stop. Everything stops. They're listening. The heartbeat continues. Steady. Controlled. The vines around Mira's neck loosen. Release. They're retreating. Pulling away from the sound. The caretaker's mouth closes. The overlapping voices fade. Just the heartbeat now. Just that simple rhythm. He sinks back to his knees. The vines cradle him. Gentle. They're dying. The cuts we made are spreading. The network's bleeding out. Mira cuts the last restraining vine. Steps free. She comes to me. Looks at the head. At the heartbeat still playing. Her hand goes to her own throat. Touches the scar there. The one the choir gave her. Then she looks at the caretaker. At the dying vines. She pulls out a lighter, old Zippo, fluid's probably half evaporated, but it sparks. Wait, I say, she looks at me. Question, he's still alive if we burn him, she writes quickly. ALREDYDEAD. I look at the caretaker, at the vines growing from his throat, at the way his chest barely moves. She's right, he's not surviving this. The vines are the only thing keeping him upright. Do it, I say. She flicks the lighter. The flame catches. She touches it to the nearest vine. The fire spreads fast. The fluid's flammable. The entire network ignites. Blue-green flames racing up the vines, consuming the grafted tissue, releasing smoke that smells like burning hair and chemicals. The caretaker doesn't scream, just closes his eyes, accepts it. The greenhouse fills with fire. Glass cracks from the heat, starts to shatter. Out. Ow. We run. The exit's blocked by falling vines. We dodge, weave. Glass rains down. Mira grabs my arm, pulls me through a gap. We tumble outside, hit grass, roll away from the building. Behind us, the greenhouse explodes. Not loud, just a sudden expansion of flame. The structure collapses inward, feeding the fire. We lay in the grass, breathing hard, watching it burn. The smoke rises, black, thick, visible for miles. That's going to draw attention, I say. Mira nods, doesn't care. She sits up, looks at me, at the ammo box still in my hands. She reaches out, touches my throat, gentle. Same place as her scar. What? I say. She taps, 4-beat pattern. On my throat this time, I understand. First time you've touched me, I say. I mean, really touched me, not just tactical. She nods, keeps her hand there, feeling my pulse, my heartbeat, comparing it to the rhythm still playing from the box. They match, synchronized. She smiles, small, real. Then she stands, offers her hand. I take it, let her pull me up. The greenhouse is fully engulfed now. The vines are gone, the throat gardens, the caretaker. All of it burning down to ash. We can't let them rebuild, I say. The choir, if they have other sites like this, Mira writes. THEYDO. How many? She holds up both hands, spreads her fingers. 20, maybe more. Jesus, she writes again. Motherknos, CNSTOP. Your mother knows where the gardens are. Nod. And she's been fighting the choir alone. Another nod. I look at the burning greenhouse, at the smoke signal we just sent, at the ammo box in my hands. Then we better move fast, I say. Because every choir acolyte in the region just saw that smoke. They're coming. Mira's already walking. East. Toward the coast. Toward her mother. I follow. My throat tingles where she touched it. First intimate contact. First time she's acknowledged. Whatever this is between us. The ammo box is lighter now. Not physically, but emotionally. Mira's heartbeat playing inside doesn't feel like violation anymore. Feels like partnership. Like proof we're in this together. Behind us, the greenhouse collapses completely. The fire consumes the last of the vines. The last of the cultivated throat tissue. And ahead the ocean waits. And the Silent Ark, and Mira's mother, who might be able to stop all of it. If we can reach her before the choir figures out what we're carrying, before they realize the ammo box contains proof that their entire ideology is vulnerable to the one thing they've spent years trying to eliminate, the simple act of two people synchronizing their heartbeats and refusing to let go. Chapter 8, Echo Currency. Bartertown's not a town, it's a trauma. 3 city blocks of shanties and stripped vehicles arranged in concentric circles. Guard towers at cardinal points, fires burning in barrels. The smell of unwashed bodies and cooking rat. We arrive at dusk. Mira insisted we wait for darkness, less exposed, easier to ghost if things go wrong. The entrance is a gap in the outer wall, 2 guards, both armed with pry bars. They don't ask questions, just wave us through. Everyone's welcome in Bartertown. Leaving's the hard part. Inside the air's thick with sound, bartering, arguing, the clang of metal on metal, someone's playing music, acoustic guitar, badly. But underneath all of it, underneath the human noise, there's another sound, echoes, playing constantly, looping, the currency of the settlement. Every stall has them, corpse heads, severed throats, full bodies propped up like mannequins, each one preserved, each one rigged with an echo device. Please help me. I know where they keep the medicine, the safe house is at. Information, secrets, last words, all for sale. Mira's jaw tightens. She doesn't like this place. I don't either. But we need supplies, need boat fuel if we're going to reach the coastal islands where the Ark's supposed to be. We move through the market, staying together, not speaking. A merchant calls out, fresh echoes. Recorded this morning, got one that knows where the choir's storing weapons, another that's got a password to a locked pharmacy. I keep walking. Another stall. This one's selling preserved food, canned goods. The merchant's an older woman, face scarred, one eye missing. What are you buying? She asks. Boat fuel, I say. Clean, enough for 2 weeks. She laughs. That'll cost you. What are you paying with? I pull out a handful of bullet casings, old currency. Some settlements still accept them. She waves them off. Brass is worthless here. We deal in echoes. Fresh ones. Got any? No, then you're not getting fuel. Mira tugs my arm, wants to leave. Try another stall. But I'm thinking. Calculating. The ammo box is in my jacket. Lily's head. 11 months preserved. Echo intact. Not just any echo. Her last words. Her forgiveness. The kind of thing that would sell for everything. Boat fuel, weapons, safe passage, whatever we wanted. The woman sees me thinking, sees my hand drift to my jacket. You got something, she says. I can tell. No, I say. Show me. I'll give you a fair price. My hand's on the box now, feeling the weight, the vibration, the heartbeat still playing inside. Rowan, Mira says. Her voice, barely a whisper. She doesn't use her voice. Hasn't since I look at her. She's staring at me, eyes wide, pleading. I'm not. I start. I'm just considering options. She taps my chest, hard, angry. We need the fuel, I say. She shakes her head, violent, grabs my arm, tries to pull me away. I pull back. We can't reach the Ark without it. Without fuel, she hits me. Open palm, across the face, hard enough that my ears ring. The market goes quiet. Everyone's watching now. Mira's breathing hard, glaring at me, her hands on her bakken. I wasn't going to trade it, I lie. She doesn't believe me, taps rapidly. Morse code, too fast to follow, but I get the meaning. Liar, coward, same as before. Mira. She turns, walks away. Pushing through the crowd, I start after her. The merchant grabs my arm. Let her go, the woman says. You want the fuel or not? I look at her missing eye, at the casual cruelty in her expression. She doesn't care about my sister, about Lily, about any of it. She just wants product. No, I say. Her grip tightens. You sure? Because I saw what you're carrying. I can smell it. 11 months preserved. That's quality. I pull free. Shove her back. Not for sale. I find Mira at the edge of the settlement. She's sitting on an overturned crate, face in her hands. I sit next to her. Don't touch. Just sit. I'm sorry, I say. I wasn't going to trade it. I swear. She looks at me. Her eyes are wet. I was just scared, I admit. Scared we won't make it. Scared your mother won't be able to help. Scared this is all for nothing. She wipes her eyes, pulls out the plaster, writes, SHAMEI is not CURENCY. I read it twice. Processing. You're right, I say. She's not something I get to spend. She's not. I stop. Swallow. Reset. She's my sister. And I already left her once. I'm not gonna sell her too. Mira nods. Writes again. THENWEFINANOTERWAY. There is no other way. The fuel, she stands. Points to the center of the market, to a raised platform where a crowd's gathering. What is that? She writes. A UCTION. We push through the crowd, get close enough to see the platform. There's a man standing there. Big, scarred, he's holding a corpse head. Male, young. The echo device is visible. This one's got intel, the man shouts. Recorded yesterday, knows where a choir convoy's heading, knows what they're transporting. Opening bid, 3 weeks of fuel or equivalent. The crowd murmurs. Someone shouts a bid. 4 weeks. 5. The price climbs. I watch Mira. She's watching the auctioneer, calculating something. The head sells for 7 weeks of fuel. The winner takes it. Walks off into the crowd. Next item, a full corpse this time. Female, teenage, her echoes playing on loop. The cash is buried under the... Someone bids immediately. High. The corpse sells fast. The auctioneer's scanning the crowd, looking for the next seller. His eyes land on me. You, he shouts. You got something to sell. I shake my head. I can see it. In your jacket. That's preserved. Quality work. The crowd turns. Everyone's looking at me now. It's not for sale, I say. Everything's for sale. A figure pushes through the crowd. Male, heavily armed. He's got choir symbols tattooed on his neck. Warlord, ex-choir maybe, or current choir operating in neutral territory. I'll buy it, he says. Sight unseen, 10 weeks fuel, 20 if it's what I think it is. It's not for sale, I repeat. He moves closer, his hands on his weapon. Machete, rust stained. I know who you are, he says. Rowan. Rowan. The runner, the one carrying his sister's head. The choir's been looking for you, been broadcasting your voice for months. They want that head, want what's inside it. My blood goes cold. How do you... I listen, I pay attention, and I know that head's worth more than fuel, worth more than anything in this settlement. He smiles, gaps in his teeth. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to sell me that head, or I'm going to tell the choir exactly where you are. They'll be here in an hour. Maybe less. The crowd's gone quiet, watching, waiting. Mira steps forward, puts herself between me and the warlord. He laughs. The mute girl. I heard about you too. Heard the choir wants you back, wants to finish what they started. Mira's hand goes to her bakken. You really want to fight, the warlord says. Here, in front of everyone. You think they'll help you. They won't. They'll watch. They'll scavenge what's left. He's right. The crowd's already forming a circle, anticipating violence. I pull the ammo box. Hold it up. You want it? I say. Fine. But we auction it. Proper. Highest bid wins. The warlord's smile fades. That's not... Unless you're scared someone will outbid you. His jaw tightens. Pride. Ego. I'm counting on it. Fine, he says. We auction. But I'm winning. No one here has more resources than me. The auctioneer waves us up to the platform. We climb. Mira stays close. Opening bid, the auctioneer shouts. This is a full head, 11 months preserved, echo device intact, unknown content but suspected high value. Do I hear 10 weeks fuel? 10, the warlord says immediately. 15, someone else shouts. 20, the price climbs fast. The warlord matches every bid, doesn't hesitate. We hit 30 weeks. 40, 50. The crowd's electric now. This is the biggest auction in months, maybe years. 70 weeks. The competing bidders drop out. Too expensive, too risky. It's just the warlord now. 70 weeks, the auctioneer says. Going once, Mira moves. Fast. Too fast for the warlord to react. She's off the platform. Her Bakken strikes his knee. He drops. She kicks the machete away. Then she's back on the platform. Next to me, the crowd's confused. Stunned. The warlord's on the ground, screaming, his knees shattered. Deal's off, I say. We're leaving. The auctioneer grabs my arm. You can't. Mira's Bakken is at his throat. He lets go. We jump off the platform, start moving through the crowd. They part. No one wants to be next. We reach the exit. The guards are gone, probably watching the auction. We're through. Into darkness, running. Behind us, shouting. The warlord's calling for backup, calling for choir acolytes. They were here, in the settlement, waiting. Faster, I say. We run harder, east, always east. The shouting fades. We don't stop, not for an hour, not until we're miles away and Bartertown's just a glow on the horizon. We collapse in a ditch, breathing hard. Mira's grinning, actually grinning. You broke his knee, I say. She nods, proud, and we didn't get the fuel. She shrugs, writes, D-O-N-N-E-E-D-I-T. We need something. We can't swim to the Ark. She writes again, S-T-A-L-B-O-A. I laugh, can't help it. Steal a boat, right? Simple. She taps my chest. 4-beat pattern. Calm. Steady. I was going to sell her, I admit. Back there. I was actually considering it. Trading my sister for boat fuel. For convenience. Mira writes. B-D-I-D-N-T. Because you stopped me. She shakes her head. Writes. B-E-C-A-U-S-E-Y-O-U-S-T-O-P-E-Y-O-U. I look at the ammo box, at the dents in the metal, at the latch that's been opened and closed 1,000 times. She'd hate me, I say. Lily, if she knew I almost... Mira puts her hand over mine. On the box. Squeezes. You guard my shame, I say, and I guard your silence. She nods. Writes one more word. P-A-R-T-N-E-R-S. Partners, I repeat. She stands. Offers her hand. I take it. We keep walking east. No fuel. No boat. No plan. Just trust and the weight of the ammo box between us and the knowledge that I almost sold my sister's forgiveness for passage across water. But Mira smashed the deal before I could commit the betrayal, proving that partnership isn't about never failing. It's about having someone who won't let you fail alone, who will break a warlord's knee to save you from your own worst instinct. And now we're walking toward the coast with nothing but a stolen boat in our future, and the certainty that whatever's waiting at the Silent Ark, we're going to face it together or not at all. Chapter 9. Boat Made of Voices. The marina's been picked clean. Every vessel that could float is gone, taken during the evacuation or scavenged after. What's left are hulls, skeletons, boats that gave up floating years ago. We walk the docks, checking each slip, looking for something, anything that might survive open water. Mira finds it at the far end, small skiff, maybe 12 feet. The hull's intact. Fiberglass hasn't cracked, but the sails are gone. Rigging stripped. Someone took the useful parts and left the frame. We can't sail without sails, I say. Mira's already climbing aboard. Checking the deck, the cockpit, she finds a locker. Opens it. Inside there's rope, emergency supplies, fishing line, and fabric. She pulls it out, unfolds it. It's not sailcloth, it's tapestry. No, multiple tapestries sewn together. Each piece is covered in writing, handwritten, small, dense. I get closer, read. I loved you, I loved you, I loved. The key is hidden under the tell my daughter I'm sorry. Echo transcripts. Someone's been recording echoes, writing them down word for word, then stitching the transcripts into fabric. This is insane, I say. Mira holds the fabric up to the mast, tests it, nods. You want to use this as a sail. She nods again. It's made of echoes, of people's last words. We can't. she writes. Onlioption. I look at the fabric, at the thousands of words stitched across it, each one a final moment, a death, a loss. Okay, I say, we use it, but we're burning it after. When we reach the Ark, we're not keeping this. She agrees. We spend the next hour rigging the tapestry sails. The fabric's heavier than proper sailcloth, catches wind different, but it works. By midday, we're ready. Supplies loaded, route planned. Mira's got a map, old, water damaged, but it shows the coastal islands, shows where the Ark should be. We push off, the skiff moves slow, the tapestry sails catch wind reluctantly, like they don't want to cooperate, but we're moving. That's what matters. I sit in the stern. Mira takes the bow. She's navigating, watching for reefs, debris. The ocean's quiet, just waves, just wind. After months in the city, the silence is disturbing, too open, too exposed. How far, I ask. Mira holds up fingers. 3 days, maybe 4. And your mother, she's definitely there. Mira doesn't respond immediately, just keeps watching the horizon. Then she pulls out the plaster, writes slowly. DONKNW. What do you mean you don't know? You said, she writes more. LASCONTACTHREMONTS. 3 months. That's a long time. Anything could have happened. The choir could have found her. She could have been infected. She could have... Why didn't you tell me, I say, she writes. YOUNEDDHOPE. I stare at her, at the plaster, at the admission. You've been lying. She shakes her head, writes, NOTLYING, OMITTING. That's the same thing. She doesn't argue, just keeps navigating. I should be angry, should feel betrayed. Instead, I just feel tired. What if she's not there, I say? What if we get to the Ark and it's empty? Or worse, what if the choir got there first? Mira writes, THENWFIGUREITOUT. Figure it out, right? With no plan, no backup. She turns, looks at me, her expression's hard, determined. She writes, WALWAYSFIGURIOU. She's right. We have terminal, dojo, greenhouse, barter town. Every time we've hit an obstacle, we've adapted, survived. Okay, I say. We get to the Ark. We find your mother. If she's not there, if she's gone, we figure out the next step. Mira nods, turns back to navigation. I settle against the stern, watch the tapestry sails ripple. The echoes written across them shift in the wind, creating the illusion of speech, of voices calling out. The sun sets. We keep sailing. At some point I drift off. Not sleep. Just rest. When I wake, it's night. Stars overhead. Mira's still at the bow, still watching. I sit up. My back aches. The skiff rocks with wave motion. You should sleep, I say. She doesn't turn. Just taps the hull. Gentle rhythm. Not Morse. Something else. I listen closer. She's drumming with her fingers. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. Then she adds variation. 2 quick taps. Long pause. 3 slow taps. It's communication. Not Morse. Her own language. What are you saying, I ask. She keeps drumming. Adds more complexity. The rhythm builds. Becomes almost musical. Then she stops. Writes on the hull with her finger. I can't see it in the dark, but I hear the pattern. Your mother, I guess. You're talking about your mother. She nods, keeps drumming. The rhythm shifts, becomes sadder, slower. You miss her. Another nod. How long since you saw her before the outbreak? She holds up fingers. I count them in the starlight. 2. Then adds more. 7, 9. 9 years. You were, what? 13. Nod. What happened? She stops drumming, sits very still. Then she pulls out the plaster, writes in the darkness. I can barely make it out. SHELEFT. She left you. Nod. Why? No answer. Mira just puts the plaster away, goes back to watching the horizon. I don't push. Just sit with the information. Process it. Her mother left 9 years ago. Mira was 13, which means whatever happened at the Silent Ark, whatever her mother's building, it's not just about stopping the choir. It's personal. It's about making up for leaving. The skiff rocks. Water slaps against the hull. The tapestry sails whisper with written echoes. She's trying to fix it, I say. Your mother. She left, but now she's trying to make it right. By building the Ark. By fighting the choir. Mira doesn't confirm or deny. Just keeps watching. And you're doing the same thing, I continue. Coming all this way. Dragging me along. You're trying to fix what broke 9 years ago. She finally turns, looks at me. Her eyes catch starlight. She writes, IES. Just that. Nothing else. Okay, I say. Then we fix it. We find her. We give her the head. We stop the choir. And we make it right. All of it. Mira almost smiles. Then she goes back to drumming. The rhythm's different now. Lighter. More hopeful. I close my eyes. Listen. The drum rhythm. The waves. The wind in the tapestry sails. Sleep comes easier this time. I dream of Lily, but it's not a nightmare, just a memory. Her laugh, her voice, the way she used to hum while doing homework. When I wake, there's light on the horizon, dawn coming, and there's sound. Singing. I sit up fast, Mira's already alert, bakken in hand. The singing's coming from the water. Multiple sources surrounding us. Mayday, mayday, this is vessel taking water, need immediate. Coordinates are North 43 SOS recordings, shipwreck echoes, the siren swimmers. I see them now. Shapes in the water, human shapes, moving with purpose. They're swimming toward us, fast. How many, I say. Mira doesn't answer. Too many to count. The singing gets louder, more desperate. The echoes overlap, create this pleading chorus that pulls at something in my chest, makes me want to help, to answer, to jump in. I shake my head. Clear it. Don't listen. It's just recordings. It's not real. But Mira's already moving, adjusting the sail, trying to catch more wind. The skiff picks up speed. Not enough. The swimmers are closing. One surfaces near the bow. Female. Bloated. Her mouth opens and someone else's voice pours out. Please respond. We're taking water. The sound's hypnotic, compelling. I can feel it. Feel my body wanting to respond. To dive in. To save. The ammo box. I grab it, open it, pull out Lily's head. What are you doing? Mira mouths. I press Lily's throat. Activate the echo. The heartbeat plays. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. Pause. The siren swimmers stop singing. They're listening. Confused. This isn't drowning. This isn't distress. This is calm. This is peace. They start to sink. Diving. Retreating. The heartbeat continues. Steady. Relentless. More swimmers retreat until there's just open water. Just waves. I keep playing the echo until I'm sure they're gone. Then I stop. Put Lily back in the box. Mira's staring at me. At the box. It works on everything, I say. The heartbeat. It doesn't just kill them. It confuses them. Makes them retreat, she writes. WEAPON. Yeah, a weapon. The only one that actually works. I look at the tapestry sails. At the written echoes catching wind. At the ocean stretching endlessly ahead. Your mother needs to see this, I say. Needs to understand what we're carrying. Because if she can replicate it, if she can broadcast this heartbeat on a wide scale, Mira's already nodding, already thinking the same thing. We could win, actually win. Not just survive, not just run. We could stop the choir, stop the echoes, stop all of it. If we reach the Ark, if her mother's still alive, if... The sun rises fully, light spills across the water, and ahead I see them. Islands, dark shapes on the horizon. Is that? Mira nods, points to the largest island, to a structure rising from the rock. Metal, tall, wind turbines, the Silent Ark. We've made it, and the tapestry sails flutter behind us like prayers made from testimony, each stitch a voice we're carrying toward salvation or judgment, and Mira drums the hull one final time. 4 beats, pause, 4 beats, confirming that her mother's last known location is just ahead, and the ammo box sits between us heavier than ever, because we both know that once we hand over Lily's head, once her mother studies the heartbeat echo, there's no going back. My sister becomes data, becomes weapon, becomes the thing that might save everyone or doom us all if the choir learns the secret first. And the siren swimmers are circling beneath the hull even now, retreating but not defeated, waiting for the heartbeat to fade so they can sing their shipwreck songs again and pull us down into the same cold silence they're trapped in. So we sail faster, harder, racing the sun toward the turbines where Mira's mother either waits with answers or where we'll find another empty promise, another ruin, another reason to keep running east until there's nowhere left to run. Chapter 10. Point of No Return Lighthouse. The lighthouse is abandoned. That's obvious from 100 yards out. Windows broken, door hanging off hinges. The tower itself leans slightly like foundation's giving up, but the beacon's intact. I can see it. The lens assembly at the top. Cracked but functional. That's our signal, I say. We light it. Let the Ark know we're coming. Mira nods. She's been quiet since we landed, since we saw the islands, since she realized her mother might actually be close. We beach the skiff, hide it in rocks. The tapestry sails get folded, stored, we might need them again. The island's small, rocky, nothing grows here, just bare stone and tide pools. The lighthouse is the only structure. We approach carefully, checking for infected, for choir scouts, for anything. Nothing. Inside the lighthouse smells like salt and rot. The ground floor's flooded, 6 inches of standing water, dead fish, seaweed. We wade through. The stairs are metal, spiral, they ring with each step, echo through the tower. We climb. First landing, second, third. The tower's taller than it looked from outside. 7 stories, maybe 8. Halfway up, Mira stops, points to the wall. There's writing, carved into the metal with something sharp. They're listening. Don't trust the towers. The Ark is a lie. Survivor warnings. Old ones. The metal's rusted around the carved letters. Been here for months. We keep climbing. The beacon room's at the top. Circular space. Glass walls. Most broken. The lens assembly sits in the center. Massive. Crystalline. The kind of precision engineering that doesn't exist anymore. And next to it, fuel canisters. Emergency reserves. Still sealed. Someone maintained this, I say, recently. Mira's checking the canisters, testing weight. They're full. We can do this. Actually light the beacon. Send a signal visible for, 50 miles. Maybe more, but that means every infected in range will see it. Every choir patrol. Everyone. Once we light this, we're committed, I say. No hiding, no running. We announce ourselves and deal with whatever comes. Mira writes, Good. Good. Right. Because you want them to know. Want your mother to see. She nods. Then writes more. ANDCHOIR. You want the choir to see too. Another nod. That's insane. They'll send everything, every acolyte, She points at the ammo box. At me. At herself. You think we can fight them? She shrugs. Writes. DONTNEE Tito. JUSDNED Ark. Just need to reach the Ark, with the choir chasing us. I stop. Actually, think about it. She's right. The beacon announces us. The choir responds. We run for the Ark with them following. And when we get there, when we deliver the head, Mira's mother has everything she needs. The proof, the weapon, and the choir right there to test it on. You've been planning this, I say, since the beginning, since the parking lot. You've been hurting me, hurting the choir, setting up this confrontation. She doesn't deny it, just looks at me. Steady, unapologetic. And if your mother's not there, if the Ark's empty, she writes, THENWDITRYNG. I should be angry, should feel used, manipulated. Instead, I just laugh. You're completely insane, I say. You know that. She almost smiles, writes, why, yes. Okay, we do it. We light the beacon, we run for the Ark, and we finish this. I pull out the ammo box, set it down carefully, then I kneel beside it. I need to hear it, I say. Before we do this, before we use her as a weapon, I need to hear what she actually said. The full echo. Not just the heartbeat, not just I need to hear her. Mira kneels beside me, nods, I open the box, Lily's face, still preserved, still 13, still my sister. I lift her head carefully, hold it like it's fragile, like it might break. I'm sorry, I whisper, for everything, for leaving, for keeping you in a box, for all of it. I press my lips to hers, blow air, inflate the trachea, the echo device activates, and my sister's voice fills the beacon room. Don't leave me. I know this part. Heard it before, the plea, the fear. This is where I always stopped listening, where I couldn't bear to hear more. But I don't stop now, I let it play. Don't leave me, it's okay. Wait, it's okay, I forgive you. My chest seizes. Can't breathe. I forgive you, I love you. The echo continues. 90 seconds. She said more. She kept talking after the bite, after the infection started. She used her last moments to tell Mom I love her, tell Dad. to leave messages, to forgive, to you're a good brother, the echo ends, loops back to the beginning. Don't leave me. I'm crying. Didn't realize I was crying. Can't stop. Mira's hand is on my shoulder. Steady. Grounding. She forgave me, I say. She knew I had to run. She wanted me to run. She was trying to tell me it was okay, but I didn't listen. I just ran. The echo plays again, the full 90 seconds, her voice, her forgiveness, her love. I've been carrying this for 11 months. I say, carrying the guilt, the shame, and the whole time she was trying to tell me it was okay, that she understood, I can't finish. Just hold her. Let the echo loop. Let her voice fill the space. Mira's crying too, silent, but I can see it, feel it. After the third loop, I stop, put Lily back in the box. Seal it. Okay, I say, now we can do that. We can use her, because she'd want this. She'd want her voice to matter, to save people. Mira squeezes my shoulder, writes, SHEWOUBPROU'd. Yeah, maybe. We stand, wipe our eyes, get to work. The fuel canisters connect to the beacon. Old system, manual ignition. We prime it, check connections, make sure everything's aligned. Ready, I say. Mira nods. I strike the igniter. The beacon catches, roars to life. The lens focuses the flame, amplifies it, sends it spinning. Light floods the ocean, sweeps across islands, across water, visible for miles. For the mainland answers, fires, multiple sources, the choir's watchtowers, they've seen us, they're mobilizing. How long until they get here, I say. Mira writes, HOUR, 1 hour, that's not enough time to reach the Ark. We'd need footsteps, below us, in the tower, climbing. We both freeze, the footsteps are fast, multiple contacts, human. They're coming for the beacon. Choir acolytes, they were already here, already on the island. Waiting. The staircase, I say. We hold it. Slow them down. Mira pulls her Bakken, takes position at the stair entrance. I grab a fuel canister, unseal it. Splash fuel down the stairs. Create a barrier. The footsteps get closer. Second floor. Third. They start singing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Overlapping apologies. Echo recordings played from portable speakers. The sounds designed to distract, to hypnotize, to make us hesitate. I light the fuel, fire races down the stairs, creates a wall, the singing stops, replaced by screaming. But they don't retreat, they push through. Burning. Still climbing. 3 of them reach the beacon room. On fire. Clothes melting, skin charring, they don't care, just keep coming. Mira takes the first one. Bakken strike to the temple, he drops. I kick the second, he stumbles back, falls down the stairs. The third grabs Mira, pulls her close. Trying to ignite her clothes with his own burning body. I grab the fuel canister, swing it, connect with his head. He releases Mira, falls. More footsteps below. More coming. We can't hold this, I say. Mira writes quickly, DONTNEET2. She points through the broken windows, to the ocean, to a boat coming from the direction of the Ark. Fast. Military vessel. Armed. Is that? She nods. Writes, MOTHER, the boat's closing fast, 2 minutes, maybe less. But the choir acolytes are here now. 5 more reach the beacon room, then 10. Then, too many. They swarm. Mira and I back against the beacon, surrounded. The singing starts again, louder, all their portable speakers at once. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to. It's all my fault. The sound's overwhelming. I can feel my resolve weakening, my grip loosening. The apologies they're mine. They're everyone's. They're universal. Mira grabs my hand, squeezes. 4 beats. Her pulse against my palm. I squeeze back. Same rhythm. The apologies continue, but they don't matter anymore. We've got our own frequency, our own signal. The boat's almost here. I can see figures on deck, armed, ready. The acolytes surge forward. Final push. Trying to reach the beacon, to destroy it, The staircase collapses, just fails. The metal gives. The entire spiral drops. The acolytes fall with it. Screaming, burning, crashing down through 7 stories. Mira and I are still in the beacon room, still holding hands, still alive. But we're trapped. No stairs. No way down. The boat pulls alongside the lighthouse. Someone's shouting orders. A rope ladder unrolls, hits the beacon room wall. Go, I yell at Mira. She doesn't argue. Just climbs, fast, practiced. I grab the ammo box, follow the beacons still burning above us, still sending light across the ocean, still announcing our location to everyone. I reach the boat, hands pull me aboard, someone takes the ammo box, someone else wraps a blanket around my shoulders. I look up, there's a woman, mid-50s, gray hair, lab coat over tactical gear. She's got Mira's eyes, Mira's jaw, Dr. Busuyima, Mira's mother. She's staring at Mira. At her daughter she hasn't seen in 9 years. Mira's staring back, neither speaks. Then Dr. Busujima looks at me, at the ammo box in her assistant's hands. "Is that it?" she asks. Her voice is clinical, cold. "Is that the echo specimen?" "Yes," I say. "Good. Bring it to the lab. We have work to do." She turns, walks away, doesn't embrace Mira, doesn't acknowledge anything. Mira's face doesn't change, but I see it. The hurt. The disappointment. The 9 years, and her mother couldn't spare a hug. A word. Anything. I reach for Mira's hand. She pulls away, walks to the opposite side of the boat, stares at the ocean. The boat pulls away from the lighthouse. The beacon still burning behind us, still visible. And on the mainland, dozens of fires. The choir's mobilizing, coming for us, coming for the Ark. Dr. Busujima sees them too. She's on the radio, giving orders, preparing defenses. We're heading into war, and the lighthouse beacon burns behind us like a declaration. I can't take back 50 miles of visibility, announcing to every infected throat and choir acolyte that we're running, done hiding, and ahead, the Silent Ark rises from the water, massive wind turbines spinning in the salt air, while Mira stands at the rail with her back to her mother, both of them too proud or too broken to close the gap. And I'm holding the railing with white knuckles because my sister's head is already in Dr. Busujima's lab, being cracked open like a textbook. Her forgiveness dissected into frequency and amplitude. And I realized that lighting the beacon wasn't the point of no return. It was the moment I handed Lily over to someone who sees her not as my sister, but as data, as weapon, as the thing that might save us all, if we're willing to sacrifice every last piece of privacy and grief on the altar of survival. And the choir's boats are already visible on the horizon, racing toward us, and Dr. Busujima is smiling. Chapter 11, Salt in the Lung. The fog comes in low, not the clean kind, the kind that scrapes your throat when you breathe it. Mira stops walking first, one hand up, her head cocked. I'm about to ask what she's hearing when I taste it. Copper. Salt. Something else underneath that makes my teeth ache. She taps my chest. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The pattern we agreed on for wrong. Yeah, I say. I smell it too. The tidal flats stretch out flat and gray, pools of standing water reflecting nothing but more gray. We've been crossing them since dawn, heading toward the Silent Ark rig that's supposed to be somewhere past the next ridge. The ammo box weighs heavy in my pack. Every few steps I hear the faint rhythm of Mira's heartbeat coming from inside it. My sister's head somehow playing back the one sound it wasn't supposed to record. The fog thickens. My eyes water. Mira grabs my wrist. Her fingers are cold. She's staring at the mist rolling past us, watching it move wrong. Too thick. Too slow. It clings to the rocks like it's alive, pooling in the low spots, reaching. I open my mouth to say something, and she slaps her hand over it. Hard. Her other hand goes to her own mouth, and she shakes her head, eyes wide. Then she pulls her hand away and starts making this low, continuous hum. Not loud, just steady. A vibration I can feel more than hear. It takes me a second to understand. Then my throat goes dry. The fog isn't fog, it's droplets. Infected blood, suspended in the air, fine enough to breathe in. And if we breathe it wrong, if we let our vocal cords go still, it'll settle. It'll record whatever sound comes next. Turn us into walking tape decks from the inside out. Mira's still humming. She taps my chest again, harder this time. I get it. I start humming too. The sound feels stupid coming out of my throat, like I'm pretending to be an engine, but I keep it going. My vocal cords vibrate. The droplets stay suspended, can't settle, can't record. We start walking again. Slower now. Every step deliberate. The hum rattles in my chest, and I'm already running out of breath, but I can't stop. Can't even pause. Mira's watching me out of the corner of her eye, matching her rhythm to mine. When I start to falter, she reaches over and presses her palm flat against my ribs, keeping time. The pressure helps, grounds me. I focus on the feeling of her hand and keep the sound going. My throat's starting to burn. The mist is everywhere now, so thick I can barely see 10 feet ahead. Mira's shape next to me is the only solid thing. She's still humming, but I can hear the strain in it. Her damaged hearing means she can't tell if her pitch is steady. She's relying on the vibration in her chest, the feeling of it, and I wonder how long she can keep that up. I try to think about anything else. The rig, the engineer who's supposed to know how to wipe echoes clean. Mira's mother, who might be the same person, but my mind keeps circling back to the ammo box. To what happens if I stop humming long enough to take a real breath? Mira stumbles. Her hand leaves my chest, and the humming cuts out for half a second. I hear her gasp, trying to catch herself, and then she clamps her mouth shut so hard I hear her teeth click. She stays frozen, 1 foot forward, waiting to see if the droplets got in. Nothing happens. She starts humming again, quieter now, shaking. I want to tell her it's okay, that we're almost through this. But talking means stopping the hum, and stopping means breathing wrong, and breathing wrong means, so I just reach over and put my hand where hers was, against her ribs, feel the vibration there and match mine to it. We stand like that for a few seconds, synced up before we start walking again. The tide's coming in. I can hear it behind us, a slow, patient sound like the world swallowing itself. We're running out of flat ground. Ahead, the land rises into rocky outcrops, and if we can just reach those, we might be above the mist line. My vision's starting to blur at the edges. Not enough oxygen. Too much humming. I'm getting lightheaded, and my thoughts are scattering, and I realize I'm about to pass out if I don't take a real breath soon. Mira must see it on my face because she grabs my jaw and turns my head to look at her. She shakes her head. Don't stop. Her eyes are bloodshot and desperate, and I know she's as close to breaking as I am. I nod. Keep humming. My legs feel like they're moving through concrete. The thing is, the hum's not enough. It's keeping the droplets out, but my lungs are screaming and my throat feels like I swallowed glass, and I can hear my pulse in my ears getting slower, thicker. I need to breathe. Need to stop. Mira's hand moves from my jaw to the back of my neck and pulls me forward until our foreheads are touching. The humming's louder now. Both of us. Resonating. She's forcing me to focus on the sound instead of the panic. I close my eyes, match her rhythm, feel her hand on my neck and her breath on my face and the vibration in both our chests. It's the only thing keeping me upright. And then I'm talking. Not humming, talking. The words just come out between one breath and the next, spilling over the hum like I can't hold them in anymore. I'm terrified of being known. Mira doesn't stop humming, doesn't pull away. Just keeps her hand on my neck and her forehead pressed to mine and lets me keep going. I'm terrified someone's going to see me and know exactly what I am, and I won't be able to hide it anymore. I'm terrified of people staying. I'm terrified of people leaving. I'm terrified that my sister died knowing I was a coward and that Mira's going to figure it out too, and I won't even be able to blame her because it's true. It's all... My voice cracks. The humming cuts out completely. I'm just standing there gasping, waiting for the droplets to settle into my lungs and start recording my death rattle. Mira's hand tightens on my neck. She starts humming again, louder, and after a second, I realize she's doing it for both of us. Covering the gap. Her other hand is on my chest now, tapping out the rhythm, and I can feel my vocal cords trying to catch up. I start again. Quieter. The hum comes back, shaky but there. We keep walking. My throat's raw. Every word I said is still hanging in the mist around us, but Mira's not letting go and I'm not falling, and somehow we're still moving. The rocks are closer now. 20 feet, 15. The mist is thinning at the edges, pulled back by the higher ground. I can see the tide line behind us, dark water creeping over the flats we just crossed, 10 feet. Mira's humming is barely audible now. More breath than sound. She's running on nothing. 5 feet. We hit the rocks and scramble up, hands and knees, still trying to keep the hum going. The mist doesn't follow. It stays low, pooling in the flats below us, and after a few more seconds, we're high enough to breathe clean air. I stop humming. Mira collapses next to me, one hand still pressed to her own chest like she doesn't trust her lungs to work without the reminder. We just sit there for a minute, breathing hard, not looking at each other. My throat tastes like blood. I spit and it comes out red. Mira's hand is still on my chest. I don't know if she forgot it's there or if she's checking to make sure I'm still breathing. Either way, I don't move it. Below us, the tide finishes swallowing the flats. The mist hangs over the water like a low cloud, patient, waiting for the next person stupid enough to cross. I can still feel the words I said trapped somewhere in my throat, too big to swallow back down. Mira finally looks at me. Her face is pale and streaked with salt, and her eyes are doing that thing where she's trying to decide if she's angry or just exhausted. She taps my chest once. A question. I'm okay, I lie. She doesn't believe me. I can tell by the way she pulls her hand back slow, like she's not sure I won't fall apart the second she lets go. But she does let go. Sits back against the rocks. Closes her eyes. I look out at the water and the mist and the gray line of the horizon where the rig is supposed to be. My voice is still hoarse. I can hear every word I said echoing back in my head, louder than the hum ever was. Mira's breathing has evened out next to me, but her hand is still curled against her own ribs, keeping time with something only she can feel. Chapter 12. Mother's Static. The rig appears at dusk. Metal scaffolding rising out of the water like a skeleton, turbines spinning slow against the red sky. It's bigger than I expected. Loud, too. The kind of industrial hum that rattles your teeth even from a distance. Mira stops walking when she sees it, one hand shading her eyes, and I watch her face do something complicated. That's it, I say. She nods, doesn't move. We've been walking for hours since the tidal flats. My throat still feels raw and every breath tastes metallic. The ammo box in my pack has gone quiet. No more heartbeat playback. And I'm trying not to think about what that means. Mira hasn't tapped out a single message since we hit dry land. Just walked. I kept expecting her to stop, to ask what the hell I meant by everything I said in the mist, but she didn't. Maybe she already knows. The approach to the rig is a narrow catwalk, suspended 20 feet above the water. Chain link fence on both sides. No cover. Anyone inside will see us coming a mile out. Mira goes first. She moves careful, testing each step like the metal might give out, but I think it's something else. Nerves. She hasn't seen her mother in 2 years? 3? I don't even know if the woman knows Mira's alive. Halfway across the catwalk, a speaker crackles to life above us. Stop! We stop. The voice is female. Flat. Clinical. Who are you? Not a question. A demand. I'm about to answer when Mira steps forward. She opens her mouth like she's going to try to speak, which she hasn't done since the choir took her voice, but nothing comes out, just breath. She tries again, forcing it, and I can see her throat working, but it's like the words are stuck somewhere too deep to reach. The speaker crackles again. I'll ask once more. Who are you? Mira's hands curl into fists. She looks at me, furious and helpless, and I realize she's trying to say her own name, trying to tell her mother it's her, but the voice won't come. We're survivors, I call up. We heard you might be able to help. Silence. Then, help what? Echoes. The virus. I heard you figured out how to wipe them. Another pause. Longer this time. I hear something mechanical shifting on the rig above us. Maybe a camera, maybe a gun. Hard to tell. Come up, the voice says finally. Slowly. Keep your hands visible. The catwalk leads to a cargo lift. We step on and it jerks upward, cables groaning. Mira's staring straight ahead, jaw tight. I want to say something, but I don't know what. Your mom sounds nice, probably, isn't it? The lift stops at a platform. Harsh floodlights. A woman is waiting, clipboard in hand, lab coat over tactical gear. Mid-40s, maybe. Dark hair pulled back. She looks at us the way you'd look at data points. Her eyes pass over me, stop on Mira. I see something flicker there. Recognition, maybe, or surprise, but it's gone before I can read it. Mira, the woman says. Mira doesn't move, doesn't even blink. The woman, Dr. Busujima, I assume, sets the clipboard down. You're alive, she says it like she's confirming a hypothesis, not greeting her daughter. That's good. Unexpected, but good. Mira's hands are shaking now. She's still trying to speak and still failing, and I can see her starting to fracture. Dr. Busujima notices. The choir took your voice. Not a question. She sighs. Unfortunate, but workable. She picks the clipboard back up, makes a note. You're still functional otherwise? I feel something cold settle in my gut. The way she's talking, like Mira's a tool that needs assessment, not a person she hasn't seen in years, it's wrong. All of it. We need your help, I say again, because someone needs to say something and Mira's too busy trying not to fall apart. I was told you've figured out how to erase echoes, wipe them clean. Dr. Busujima looks at me now, really looks. Her eyes drop to my pack. You're carrying one, she says. My hand goes to the strap without thinking. It's personal. Everything here is personal. She steps closer. Let me see it. No. She doesn't react, just watches me. You came here for help, to erase an echo, but you won't let me examine the specimen. That's counterproductive. It's my sister, I say, and my voice comes out harder than I meant. It's not a specimen. Dr. Busujima tilts her head slightly. Your sister is an echo, a virus-preserved auditory memory. The distinction you're making is emotional, not factual. If you want my help, I need to see what I'm working with. I feel Mira's hand on my arm, a warning, or maybe solidarity. Either way, I don't move. Dr. Busujima sighs again. Fine. Follow me. We'll start with the intake assessment. She turns and walks toward a metal door without checking to see if we're following. If you pass, I'll consider your request. If you don't, you'll be escorted off the rig. The assessment turns out to be a catwalk. Narrow. High up. Speakers mounted every few feet. Dr. Busujima stops at the entrance and gestures for us to go first. Walk to the other end, she says. Don't stop. Don't look down. What's the test? I ask. Emotional stability. The speakers will play echoes, loved ones mostly. We need to ensure you can function under auditory stress without becoming a liability. Mira's already moving. She steps onto the catwalk before I can say anything. Head down, hands loose at her sides. I follow. The first speaker activates 10 steps in. A man's voice. Older. Proud of you, sweetheart. So proud. You're going to do amazing things. Mira's shoulders tense, but she doesn't stop walking. The next speaker is a child. Daddy, please, I don't want to go to bed yet. Just 5 more minutes, please. I feel my stomach twist. Not my memory, not my kid, but it still hits. The third speaker is my sister. Don't leave me. Don't leave me, don't leave me. I stop walking. Can't help it. My legs just stop. Mira looks back. She's halfway across. Her face says, keep moving, but my feet aren't listening. My sister's voice is looping, that same 3 words over and over, and it's not even the real echo from the ammo box, but it still sounds like her, and I can't. Mira comes back, grabs my arm, pulls. I start walking again, 1 foot in front of the other. The voice keeps looping behind us, and I focus on Mira's hand on my arm and the sound of our footsteps on metal and nothing else. We reach the other side. Dr. Busujima is waiting with the clipboard. Pass, she says, making another note. Then she looks at Mira. You did well, better than most, with full auditory function. A pause. I'm glad you're here, truly. Your skill set will be useful. Useful. Mira's face goes blank. I've seen her do that before, when something's too much to process, so she just shuts down, stores it for later. But this is different. This is her realizing that her mother sees her as an asset, not a daughter. Dr. Busujima is already walking again. Come, I'll show you the primary research bay. You'll understand the work better once you see it. The research bay is all white tile and steel. Sterile, cold, bodies on tables, infected ones, I think, until I look closer and realize they're partially dissected. Throats opened, vocal cords exposed, wires running from the cords to machines I don't recognize. In the center of the room is a chair, restraints, speakers surrounding it. Dr. Busujima stops next to the chair and rests one hand on the back. The echo virus preserves auditory memory by encoding it directly into the vocal cord tissue. Standard deletion attempts fail because the virus regenerates the encoding faster than we can erase it. But I've found a workaround. She picks up a remote, presses a button. The speakers around the chair activate. A sound, low, droning, wrong, fills the room. It's not a voice, not music. It's something in between. A frequency that makes my teeth ache and my vision blur. A wipe tone, Dr. Busujima says over the noise. Specifically calibrated to disrupt viral encoding at the cellular level. It works. I've tested it. She turns the sound off. The silence after is somehow louder. There's a drawback, she continues. The wipe tone doesn't erase the echo. It overwrites it, with itself. The subject stops playing their original memory and starts playing the wipe tone instead. On loop. Forever. I stare at her. That's not a cure. That's just replacing one echo with another. Correct. She doesn't sound bothered by this, but it's progress. And with the right specimen, something with a clean slate, an echo that's already degraded or corrupted, I believe I can refine the process. Make it permanent. Her eyes go to my pack again. Your sister's echo, how long has it been preserved? My hand goes to the strap again. Long enough. If it's showing signs of degradation, it would be ideal for the final trial. I need... No. Dr. Busujima stops, looks at me, really looks, the way she looked at Mira earlier, like I'm a variable that needs to be recalculated. You came here for help, she says slowly. I'm offering it. You're offering to use my sister's head as a lab rat. I'm offering to advance research could save thousands of lives. Your sister is already beyond saving. The echo is all that remains. Letting it serve a purpose is the only meaningful outcome at this point. I feel Mira's hand on my arm again, tighter this time. I can't tell if she's agreeing with her mother or telling me to keep my mouth shut. Think about it, Dr. Busujima says, turning back to the machines. You have until tomorrow morning. After that, I move forward with less optimal specimens and your window closes. She dismisses us with a wave. A guard appears to escort us to sleeping quarters. Mira doesn't look back at her mother, doesn't try to tap out a message or make contact. Just walks. We're given a small room, 2 bunks, a sink. The door locks from the outside. Mira sits on the lower bunk and puts her head in her hands. I sit across from her and don't say anything because I don't know what to say. Her mother just treated her like a stranger, treated her like cargo. And Mira didn't fight it, didn't even try to make her mother see her as human. After a minute, she looks up. Her eyes are dry, but there's something raw in them. Something that wasn't there before. She taps my chest. 1 beat, then another. Then she stops, stares at her own hand like she's forgotten what she was trying to say. I take her hand. Don't let go. Outside, the rig hums. The wipe tone is still echoing somewhere in my head, that wrong frequency that makes my teeth ache. I think about my sister's echo, about what Dr. Busujima said. Beyond saving, the only meaningful outcome. Mira squeezes my hand once and then pulls away, lies down on the bunk facing the wall. I sit there and listen to the sound of turbines spinning and think about the woman who was supposed to help us and how she just turned my sister into a bargaining chip without even blinking. The ammo box is still in my pack, pressed against the foot of my bunk where I can see it. Chapter 13. The wipe that echoes back morning comes with the sound of footsteps, heavy boots on metal grating. A guard unlocks the door and gestures for us to follow. Mira's already awake. Not sure she slept at all. Her eyes are bloodshot and her hands won't stop moving, tapping rhythms against her thigh that I can't decode. Dr. Busujima is waiting in the research bay. She's got a choir prisoner strapped into the chair. Male, maybe 30. Throat exposed. His mouth is moving, but no sound is coming out. Someone's already played his echo through so many times it's worn thin, just shapes without volume. Good timing, Dr. Busujima says without looking at us. She's adjusting dials on a machine connected to the prisoner's neck. I'm running the final trial today. You'll want to see this. I don't want to see this. I want to grab Mira and get back on that catwalk and forget we ever came here. But Mira's moving forward, drawn in despite herself, and I follow because leaving her alone with her mother feels worse than staying. Dr. Busujima steps back from the machine. The subject is a low-level choir operative. His echo is 12 days old, recent enough to be stable, ideal conditions. She picks up the remote. Watch carefully. If this works, your sister's echo becomes unnecessary. I can apply the technique to any specimen. She presses the button. The wipe tone starts. That same wrong frequency from yesterday, but louder now, focused directly into the prisoner's throat through the wires. The prisoner's mouth stretches open, not by choice, I don't think, just a reflex. And the sound pours out of him like he's a speaker someone turned up too high. It lasts 90 seconds, exactly 90 seconds. The same length as an echo. Dr. Busujima turns it off. The silence is immediate and total. The prisoner's mouth stays open. He's breathing hard, eyes wide, but he's not making any sound. No echo, no voice, nothing. Success, Dr. Busujima says, making notes on her clipboard. The original echo is fully overwritten, no residual encoding, no viral regeneration. He's clean. She moves closer to the prisoner, checking his vitals. I watch his face. He looks wrong, not in pain exactly, but wrong, like something's missing. Then his mouth moves, no sound at first, just lips shaping words no one can hear, then a whisper, then louder. The wipe tone. He's playing it back, 90 seconds of that droning, wrong frequency pouring out of his throat like a recording. Dr. Busujima stops writing, frowns. The prisoner keeps going. The wipe tone loops once, twice. On the third loop, it gets louder. On the fourth loop, his voice cracks, but the sound doesn't stop. It's coming from deeper now, from his chest, like his whole body's turned into a speaker. Impossible, Dr. Busujima mutters. She's checking the machines, flipping switches. The encoding was fully disrupted. There's no viral presence. The echo should be. The prisoner starts screaming. Not words, just the wipe tone, louder and louder, modulated through a human throat in a way that makes my ears ring. Blood starts coming from his nose, his eyes. But he doesn't stop. Dr. Busujima hits a button and the restraints release. The prisoner falls forward onto the floor, still screaming that sound, and 2 guards rush in with tranquilizers. They hit him twice before he finally goes quiet. The room is silent except for the hum of machines and my own breathing. Mira is standing next to me, frozen, one hand pressed to her own throat like she's checking to make sure her voice is still gone. Dr. Busujima is staring at the prisoner on the floor. Her face hasn't changed, still clinical, still detached, but I can see her mind working behind her eyes, recalculating. Recursive encoding, she says finally. The wipe tone itself became the echo. It fed back into the viral structure and locked in as permanent memory. She makes another note. Fascinating. This changes the parameters significantly. Fascinating, I repeat. My voice sounds hollow. He's screaming a sound that makes him bleed, and you're calling it fascinating. Dr. Busujima looks at me. He's choir. He would have been executed anyway. This way his condition provides valuable data. She sets the clipboard down. The recursion effect is stronger than anticipated, but it's manageable. With the right calibration, you're going to keep testing this. Of course, the potential applications are enormous. A recursive silence that grows louder, that spreads through vocal replication. It could neutralize the choir's entire infrastructure, force them to hear their own silence until it consumes them. I feel something cold crawl up my spine. You want to weaponize it. I want to end the war. She picks up the remote again, studying it. Your sister's echo could still serve that purpose. A clean slate, uncontaminated by choir encoding. It would allow me to test whether recursive silence can be contained, directed, made into something controlled. She's not a weapon. She's a corpse. The echo is viral memory. You're making emotional distinctions that don't exist in material reality. Dr. Busujima looks at Mira now, and her voice softens just slightly. Mira understands this, don't you? Mira doesn't move, doesn't react. I can see her shutting down again, that same blank expression from yesterday, and I realize Dr. Busujima has been doing this to her for years, reducing her to utility, function, usefulness. We're leaving, I say. Dr. Busujima raises an eyebrow. You haven't seen the full scope of the project. There are other trials, other specimens. If you just... We're leaving. I grab Mira's arm. She doesn't resist, but she doesn't help either. Just lets me pull her toward the door while Dr. Busujima watches with that same clinical detachment. You'll be back, Dr. Busujima calls after us. When you realize deletion was never the answer. When you realize the only way to stop an echo is to drown it in something louder. The guard at the door blocks us. I'm about to argue when I hear footsteps behind us. Mira's moved. Fast. She's crossed the room, and she's standing in front of her mother, and her hand is raised like she's going to hit her or hug her. I genuinely can't tell. Dr. Busujima doesn't flinch, just looks at her daughter and waits. Mira's hand drops. She taps out a rhythm on her own chest, fast, sharp, angry, and then she turns and walks past me toward the door. The guard moves aside. We leave. The hallway is long and white and sterile, and the sound of the prisoner screaming that wipe tone is still echoing in my head, even though we're 3 corridors away now. Mira stops walking when we reach the cargo lift. She turns and looks back the way we came, and I think she's going to go back to try to talk to her mother again, or at least get some kind of closure. But she doesn't, just stands there staring at nothing until I press the button and the lift starts to descend. On the catwalk back, she finally taps out a message on my arm. I don't understand most of it, but I catch one word repeated 3 times. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Yeah, I think. That about covers it. We're halfway across when the rig's loudspeakers crackle to life. Dr. Busujima's voice, amplified and clinical. All personnel, containment breach in Research Bay 3. The recursive subject is awake. Seal all interior corridors and await further instructions. I look back. The rig is huge and far away, but I swear I can hear it, that wipe tone, screaming. Mira grabs my hand and we run. Chapter 14. Heartbeat in a Bottle. We don't go far, just to an old service dock 2 miles down the coast where the rig's floodlights don't reach. There's a beached cargo container here, rusted through, and we climb inside to wait out the night. Mira's hands are still shaking. She keeps tapping patterns on the metal walls, nervous energy or maybe trying to self-soothe. Hard to tell. I dig through my pack and find the ammo box, set it between us. Mira looks at it and then at me, and I can see the question forming. I'm not giving it to her, I say. I don't care what she says it could do. I stop. Try again. My sister's not a weapon. She's not data. She's mine. The word sits in my throat. Too small and too big at the same time. Mira taps the ammo box once. A question mark in rhythm. I don't know, I admit. I came here to erase her, to delete the echo. But your mother's right, deletion just makes it worse, turns it into something recursive, something that screams. I pick up the box, feel the weight of it. So now I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Keep carrying it forever? Bury it, throw it in the ocean and hope I never hear it again? Mira's looking at me with that expression she gets when she's trying to figure out if I'm going to crack or hold. I honestly don't know which way I'm leaning. Then she reaches over and opens the box. My hand moves to stop her. Instinct, panic. But she's faster. The lid comes off and there it is. My sister's head, mummified, wrapped in cloth that's coming undone in places. The mouth is partially open, and I can see the gray of her tongue, and I have to look away before I start seeing her face instead of just dead tissue. Mira pulls out the head, holds it like it's delicate, important, then she presses it to her own chest, right over her heart, and closes her eyes. What are you? She holds up one finger. Wait. I wait. She sits there for maybe a minute, head pressed to her chest, breathing slow. Then she opens her eyes and sets the head down between us, looks at me, taps the box, then taps her chest, then mine. I don't understand. She does it again. Box. Her chest. My chest. You wanna? I'm trying to follow her logic. Record something? Into the head? She nods, taps her chest again. Mine again. Our heartbeats. Another nod. Sharper this time. Yes, I think about what happened in chapter 6. How the head somehow started playing Mira's heartbeat even though it was sealed. Emotional memory overwriting viral memory. Love distorting the physics of the virus. The one thing Dr. Busujima's cold clinical experiments couldn't account for. You think if we record our heartbeats together, I say slowly, it'll overwrite the echo. Not delete it. Overwrite it. Replace my sister's voice with us. Mira's already moving. She picks up the head again and presses it to my chest. I feel her hand over mine, guiding it to hold the head in place. Then she moves closer. Too close, we're sitting with our knees touching, and her face is inches from mine, and puts her other hand on her own chest. Now? I ask. She nods. So we sit there, holding my sister's head between us, like some kind of grotesque ritual. My heart is beating too fast, nerves and proximity and the weight of what we're doing, and I try to slow it down, match it to Mira's rhythm the way we did in the tidal flats. She must be trying to do the same because after a few seconds I feel it. The sync. Our heartbeats falling into the same pattern, steady and deliberate. 90 seconds. That's how long an echo lasts. We have to hold this for 90 seconds. I count in my head. Try to stay focused on the rhythm and not on how close Mira is or how her hand feels on mine or how I can smell salt and sweat and something else underneath that's just her. Not on how this is the most intimate thing I've done with another person since the world ended. Not on how I'm terrified it won't work and even more terrified it will. 60 seconds. Mira's eyes are closed. Her breathing has evened out completely. I wonder if she's thinking about her mother, about the rig, about the wipe tone that turned a man into a screaming speaker. 70 seconds. My sister's head is warm from our combined body heat. I can feel the preserved tissue under the cloth, can imagine the vocal cords inside waiting to play back whatever sound settles in them next. I want this to work. Need it to work. Need to prove that connection doesn't corrupt, it heals. 80 seconds. Mira opens her eyes, looks at me. Doesn't break rhythm. 90 seconds. The head goes quiet, not silent, quieter, like something inside it has settled. Mira lifts it away from my chest and holds it between us. We wait. Nothing happens for a moment. Then I hear it. Faint. 2 heartbeats, slightly out of sync, then gradually finding each other. The same pattern we just created. Playing back. It lasts exactly 90 seconds. Then the head goes completely still and collapses in on itself. Not violently, just a slow deflation like air leaving a balloon. The preserved tissue turns gray, then darker, then crumbles into dust in Mira's hands. She's staring at the dust. I'm staring at her. Neither of us moves. It worked, I say finally. The heartbeat, it starved the virus. Overrode it completely. The echo's gone. Mira looks up at me. Her expression is complicated, relief and grief and something else I can't name. She brushes the dust off her hands and then reaches for me. I don't resist. She pulls me forward and I think she's going to tap out a message on my chest, but instead she just rests her forehead against mine, the same way she did in the tidal flats when I was running out of air. Her hand finds mine and squeezes once. We sit like that until my legs go numb and the container starts to get cold. Eventually she pulls back, looks at the empty ammo box, then at me. She taps my chest. Not a message, just contact. Then she leans in and kisses me. It's not graceful. We're both exhausted and filthy, and her lips are chapped, and I'm pretty sure I taste like blood. But it's real. She's here, and I'm here, and my sister's echo is finally gone, and for the first time since the outbreak started, I feel like I might actually survive this. When she pulls back, her eyes are wet. She taps my chest again. Once, then twice. Then she spells out something in that Morse-like rhythm of hers, and this time I understand it. Home. I don't know if she means me or this moment or something bigger. Don't know if I'm ready to be someone's home when I've spent so long believing I'm poison to anyone who gets close. But I nod anyway. Put my hand over hers where it rests on my chest. Yeah, I say. Home. We fall asleep like that. Curled up in the cargo container with the empty ammo box between us and dust on our hands and the sound of waves outside. I dream about my sister, but for once, it's not a nightmare. Just her voice saying my name, forgiving me, letting go. When I wake up, it's still dark, but Mira's sitting up, alert. She's staring at the container entrance and her hand is on her knife. I hear it a second later, footsteps on gravel, multiple sets, moving fast. Rig security. They tracked us. Mira looks at me and taps out one word, run. We grab our packs and bolt out the back of the container into the rocks, staying low. Behind us, I hear shouting, orders. Someone saying, Doctor, Busujima wants us back on the rig immediately. Wants the specimen secured, but there is no specimen, not anymore. My sister's head is dust, and the ammo box is empty, and we just proved that love can kill the virus. That's when I realized what we actually did. We didn't just erase an echo, we found a weapon. The one thing Dr. Busujima has been searching for, a way to overwrite viral memory permanently. And we did it through connection, through two heartbeats finding each other. If the choir knew about this, they'd hunt us down and dissect us to figure out how it works. If Dr. Busujima knew, she'd lock us in that research bay and turn us into test subjects. The only safe option is to keep this secret. Keep moving. Keep each other alive long enough to figure out what comes next. Mira grabs my hand as we run. I squeeze back. The footsteps behind us are getting closer, but ahead I can see the coastline opening up. Deeper water. A dock with boats. If we can reach one before they catch us, a camera flash. No, not a flash. A floodlight, sweeping across the rocks. They're using portable searchlights now, hunting us like animals. Mira pulls me down behind an outcropping and we freeze. The light passes over us twice. On the third pass it stops, lingers. There, someone shouts. We run again. My lungs are burning and my legs feel like concrete, but I keep moving because Mira's still ahead of me and I'm not losing her. Not after everything. Not when I just figured out what home feels like. The dock is closer now. 50 feet, 30. I can see a small boat tied up, fishing vessel, maybe, or supply transport. If we can get the engine started, gunfire. Not close, but close enough. A warning shot. Someone's yelling for us to stop, to surrender. Mira doesn't stop. She hits the dock at a full sprint and jumps into the boat. I'm right behind her. She's already cutting the mooring line with her knife while I fumble with the engine controls. I don't know boats. Don't know if this thing even has fuel. But the key's in the ignition, and when I turn it, the engine coughs once, twice, then catches. The boat lurches forward. Mira falls into me and we both go down hard on the deck. Behind us, the guards have reached the dock. More gunfire, bullets hitting water. One clips the side of the boat and I hear metal tear. But we're moving. Out into open water. Away from the rig and its floodlights and Dr. Busujima's cold clinical voice. I sit up. Mira's already on her feet, checking the boat for damage. The bullet hole is above the waterline. We're okay. For now. I look back at the rig. It's smaller already, turbines spinning slow in the dark. I think about the prisoner screaming the wipe tone, about Dr. Busujima calling my sister a specimen, about how close we came to becoming part of her experiments. Mira sits down next to me. She's breathing hard, but she's smiling. Actually smiling. I've never seen her smile before. She taps my chest once, then pulls out a small object from her pocket. It's a data drive, labeled in neat handwriting, wipe tone trials, primary research. I stare at it. At her. You stole her research. Mira nods, taps out a rhythm I don't need translation for. Evidence. Right, evidence. Proof that Dr. Busujima isn't trying to cure the virus. She's trying to weaponize silence itself. That she's willing to sacrifice anyone, including her own daughter, to build a bomb that screams forever. We need to destroy this, I say. Mira shakes her head, taps my chest, hers. Then points at the drive. I think I understand. You want to use it. Figure out how the heartbeat weapon works. Make it something we can teach people instead of something locked in a lab. She nods. I look at the drive. Think about what it could do in the right hands or the wrong ones. Think about how my sister's echo is gone now, but the knowledge of how we erased it is sitting right here in Mira's palm. Okay, I say finally, but we keep it secret. No rig, no choir, just us. Mira squeezes my hand. Agreement. We sit there as the boat cuts through dark water, heading away from the rig, and I realize I'm not carrying my sister's head anymore. The ammo box is empty, and my pack feels lighter, and for the first time in months, I'm not dragging a corpse behind me. But I'm not alone either. Mira leans against my shoulder, and I wrap one arm around her, and we watch the rig disappear into the distance. Its turbines spinning, its floodlights searching for two people who are already gone. The security camera footage in Dr. Busujima's lab caught the whole experiment. Our synchronized heartbeats, the head collapsing the moment we kissed. She's reviewing it now, making calculations, planning her next move. We don't know that yet, but we will. Chapter 15. The choir answers. The boat has fuel for maybe 3 more hours. After that, we're drifting or swimming. Mira's found a map in the cabin, old, water-stained but readable, and she's tracing routes along the coast with one finger. Looking for somewhere to land that isn't rig territory or choir-controlled. I'm at the wheel, keeping us steady when I see it. A ship, big one, maybe half a mile out, running dark. No lights, no radio signal. Just a massive shadow cutting through the water on an intercept course. Mira. She looks up, sees it. Her face goes pale. The ship gets closer and I can make out details now. Loudspeakers mounted on the hull. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. All pointing outward like weapons. And strung between them. I can't see clearly in the dark, but I swear I see bodies. Infected. Throats connected by cables and wires, forming some kind of massive living array. A choir dreadnought. Mira's already moving. She grabs the data drive from her pocket and shoves it into a waterproof pouch, then ties the pouch to her belt. Her hands are working fast, checking weapons, counting bullets, looking for anything we can use. We can't fight that, I say. She knows. Of course she knows. But she's not panicking, just preparing. She pulls out one of the cadavers we took from the rig, an empty one used for testing, throat intact, and starts wrapping it in netting from the boat's storage. What are you doing? She doesn't answer, just keeps working. After a minute, I get it. She's making a decoy, something to lure the dreadnought close, something we can use. I help her rig the cadaver with the heartbeat amplifier we stole from the research bay. It's a prototype, barely functional, but if we can sync our heartbeats into it the same way we did with my sister's head, we might be able to create the same overwrite effect. Might be able to implode every speaker throat on that ship. Might. Mira finishes tying the cadaver to a flotation device. She looks at me, taps my chest, then hers, then the cadaver. Now? I ask. While they're still coming at us? She nods. No time to argue, no time to second guess. We sit, press our hands to the cadaver's chest, find the rhythm. Our heartbeats are already synchronized, muscle memory from earlier, and it only takes a few seconds before I feel it lock in. The cadaver starts to hum, faint at first, then louder. A double pulse, 2 hearts finding each other. 90 seconds. We have to hold it for 90 seconds. The dreadnought is closer now. Close enough that I can see figures on the deck. Choir acolytes in surgical masks standing at control panels. close enough that I can hear the echoes starting to activate, overlapping voices, screaming and singing and pleading all at once. 30 seconds left. The cadaver's hum is getting louder, resonating. I can feel it vibrating against my palms. 60 seconds. The dreadnought speakers are fully active now. The sound is overwhelming. Hundreds of voices layered into something that's not music or language, but pure noise. My ears are ringing. My vision's starting to blur. Mira's grip on my hand tightens. Keep going. 80 seconds. The cadaver's starting to glow. Not literally, just the tissue is getting hot. Too hot. The viral encoding is reacting to the heartbeat frequency, trying to overwrite itself, and the heat is a byproduct. If it gets too hot, it'll just burn up before we finish. 90 seconds. The cadaver implodes, not collapses, implodes, folds in on itself with a wet sound, and then detonates outward in a pulse I can feel more than hear. A frequency. A wave. Our combined heartbeat amplified and weaponized. It hits the dreadnought. Every speaker throat on the ship screams at once. Not the echoes they were playing, just raw sound, static. The cables connecting them start to smoke, then spark, then catch fire. The acolytes on deck are scrambling. Someone's trying to shut down the array, but it's too late. The frequency is tearing through the ship's entire system, imploding every throat in sequence. Bodies are collapsing off the rigging. Speakers are exploding. The whole ship is burning from the inside out. Mira grabs the wheel and guns the engine. We veer hard to port, away from the dreadnought as it starts to list. I can still hear the screaming, can still see the fire spreading across the deck. We're maybe 200 yards out when the ship's main array goes critical. There's a sound, not an explosion, something worse, and then silence. Complete silence, the kind that makes your ears hurt. When I look back, the dreadnought's dead in the water. Smoking. Sinking. No echoes. No voices, just the crackle of fire and the groan of metal tearing itself apart. Mira cuts the engine. We drift for a minute, both of us staring at what we just did. We won, I say. The words sound hollow. Mira doesn't respond. She's looking at the sinking ship with an expression I can't read. Then she reaches up and touches her own throat, opens her mouth. Mom. It's barely a whisper. Hoarse. Wrong. But it's her voice. The first word she's spoken since the choir took it. I stare at her. How? She touches her throat again, confused, disbelieving. Then she tries again. Louder this time. Mom? The heartbeat frequency. It must have done something. Overwritten whatever the choir did to her vocal cords, given her back what they stole. She starts laughing or crying, maybe both. Her hands are shaking and she's making sounds, syllables, fragments, testing her range. And I realize this is the first time she's heard her own voice in years. I pull her into a hug and she's still making sounds against my shoulder. Nonsense words and half-formed sentences and laughter that turns into sobbing. I hold on and let her work through it. When she finally pulls back, her eyes are red, but she's smiling. Actually smiling. We did it, she says. Her voice is rough, but it's hers. We won. I look at the burning dreadnought. Think about the choir acolytes who just went down with it. The infected throats that got incinerated. The fact that we just created a weapon that can kill hundreds of people in 90 seconds. Yeah, I say. We won. Mira doesn't notice the edge in my voice. She's too busy talking, rambling really, like she's making up for lost time. Telling me about her mother, about growing up on the rig, about how she used to sing before the choir found her, how she thought she'd never sing again. I listen and nod and try to focus on her instead of the bodies floating in the water behind us. Eventually she notices I'm not saying much. She stops mid-sentence and looks at me. What's wrong? Nothing, I lie. I'm just processing. She studies my face. You're worried we made it worse. The weapon. Didn't we? We just proved that love can kill. That's exactly what the choir wants. Proof that connection is destructive. That individual voices are dangerous. We gave them ammunition. Mira shakes her head. We proved connection is stronger than their arrays. That two people caring about each other can break their entire system. That's not ammunition. That's hope. I want to believe her, but I keep seeing that ship implode, keep hearing those speakers scream. What if it spreads, I ask? What if they figure out how we did it and turn it into something worse? Then we stop them. Mira's voice is steady now, certain. We find others, teach them, build something they can't control. She reaches into the waterproof pouch and pulls out the data drive, your mother's research. We use it, figure out exactly how the heartbeat frequency works, make it something people can replicate without us. I look at the drive, at her. You really think we can do that? I think we have to try. She's right, I know she's right, but the weight of it, the responsibility of carrying a weapon this powerful, it's almost worse than carrying my sister's head. At least the head was just my burden. This affects everyone. Mira must see it on my face because she takes my hand. We'll figure it out. Together. Together. The word still feels foreign, but I nod anyway. She squeezes my hand once and then goes back to the wheel. Steers us away from the burning dreadnought toward the coast. Behind us, the ship is still sinking. Ahead, the sky is starting to lighten. Dawn's coming. We need to find land. Need to board the dreadnought before it goes under completely and steal their navigational charts. Need to figure out where the choir's cathedral is and what they're planning next. But for now, we just sail. Mira's humming something under her breath, a melody I don't recognize, but it sounds like relief, and I'm watching the horizon and trying not to think about how everything just changed. My sister's echo is gone. Mira has her voice back. We've proven that love can overwrite death itself. And somewhere out there, Dr. Busujima is watching security footage of us creating that weapon and calculating exactly how to replicate it. The war isn't over. It's just starting. Mira looks back at the dreadnought one more time. Her expression is complicated, triumph and grief and something harder. Then she speaks again, testing her voice. We're going to need a bigger boat. Despite everything, I laugh. It's not funny. Nothing about this is funny. But she said it in her voice, with her timing, and for a second everything feels almost normal. We reach the sinking dreadnought just as the sun breaks the horizon, yet the burning wreckage silhouetted against the dawn like a promise or a threat, and Mira squeezes my hand one more time before we climb aboard to search for maps that will lead us straight into the heart of the choir's cathedral. Chapter 16, Cathedral of Shared Mouths. The dreadnought's charts are in the captain's quarters, or what's left of them. The room is half submerged, furniture floating, and there's a body strapped to the bed. A choir priest, I think, throat cut so deep I can see spine. Someone wanted him quiet. Mira wades in first. The water's up to her knees and the ship is listing hard to starboard. We don't have long before the whole thing goes under. She finds a waterproof case bolted to the wall and rips it open. Inside, maps, coordinates, manifests, all written in that cramped handwriting the choir uses. All tracking movements and supply routes and, "Here," Mira says, holding up a large chart. Her voice is still rough but getting stronger. This is their network. Every outpost. Every cell. I move closer. The map shows the entire eastern seaboard covered in marks. Red dots for active sites, black dots for abandoned ones. And right in the center, circled 3 times in what looks like blood, a location marked Cathedral Prime, Convergence Point. That's where they're heading, I say. Mira nods. She's tracing the routes with one finger. Look at this. All the supply lines, all the movements, they're not just heading there, they're gathering. Every choir cell within 500 miles is converging on that location. For what? An attack? She doesn't answer right away, just keeps studying the map. Then she flips to another page. A manifest, lists of equipment being transported, medical supplies, surgical tools, audio equipment, and at the bottom underlined twice, subject delivery, Dr. A. Busujima, priority 1. My stomach drops. Your mother's working with them. No. Mira's voice is tight. She invited them. Look at the dates. This was planned 3 weeks ago, before we even reached the rig. I grab the manifest, read it closer. The equipment lists match what I saw in Dr. Busujima's research bay. The surgical tools, the speakers, the wipe tone generators, everything she'd need to scale up her experiments. She's not trying to stop the choir, I say slowly. She's trying to merge with them, combine her silence research with their collective voice, create something. Permanent, Mira finishes, a hybrid, deletion and aggregation at the same time. Erase individual memory while preserving the collective echo. We look at each other. The implications are hitting both of us at the same time. If Dr. Busujima succeeds, if she merges the wipe tone with the choir's vocal arrays, she'll create a signal that overwrites every personal memory on the continent. People won't die. They'll just stop being individuals, stop being themselves, become part of one massive collective echo that drowns out everything else. The Silent Ark was never meant to help survivors, I say. It was bait. Draw in people like us, test subjects, specimens to refine the technique. Mira's hands are shaking. She crumples the manifest. She knew I was alive. She knew I'd come looking for her. Her voice cracks, she wanted me to be part of it, her daughter, the final test subject. The ship groans, water's rising faster now. We need to move. Mira grabs the maps and shoves them into her pack. I'm about to follow her out when I see something else, a smaller chart, folded, hidden under the main manifest. I open it. It's a route map, but not for the choir, for the rig, showing Dr. Busujima's intended path from the Silent Ark to Cathedral Prime, except it's marked return route. Like she's planning to go back to the rig after the convergence, with test subjects, with specimens, with her daughter. Mira. She turns. I show her the map. Her face goes blank. That same shutdown expression from the rig. She thinks I'm coming back. Thinks I'll choose her over. She stops. Can't finish the sentence. The ship lurches. We're out of time. We climb back onto our boat and cut the mooring line just as the dreadnought starts its final descent. The last thing I see before it goes under is that captain's quarters window, the body strapped to the bed, mouth open in a silent scream that will never become an echo. Mira guns the engine. We're heading away from the rig now, away from Dr. Busujima, toward Cathedral Prime and whatever convergence is about to happen there. We have to stop her, Mira says. Her voice is steady again, resolved. We have to reach the cathedral before she does. Warn people. Or, she pauses, or do what we did to the dreadnought. Implode the entire system before she can merge with it. That'll kill everyone there. Choir, civilians, anyone caught in range. I know. The weight of what she's saying hits me. We're not talking about survival anymore. We're talking about genocide. Wiping out an entire cult to prevent a worse outcome. There has to be another way, I say. Name it. I can't. We both know I can't. If Dr. Busujima succeeds, if she broadcasts that hybrid signal, it's over. Not just for the choir, for everyone, every survivor, every person clinging to their own voice. Gone, overwritten, silenced. How long do we have? I ask. Mira checks the map. Based on the convergence date, 4 days. Maybe 5 if the weather slows them down. 4 days to cross hostile territory, to either destroy it or find a way to sabotage Dr. Busujima's plan without destroying ourselves in the process. I look at Mira. She's staring at the horizon with that expression she gets when she's calculating impossible odds. Her hand drifts to the waterproof pouch on her belt. The data drive. Dr. Busujima's research. The one thing that might give us an edge. We need to study this, she says, tapping the pouch. Figure out exactly how the wipe tone works. Find a weakness, something we can exploit. And if there isn't one, she doesn't answer, just revs the engine harder and we cut through the water toward shore. Behind us, the dreadnought is gone. Ahead, the coast is a dark line against gray sky. Somewhere beyond that line is the cathedral. And Dr. Busujima. And a convergence that will either save the world or erase it. Mira starts talking, planning out loud. We land at the next harbor, steal supplies, find a vehicle. The cathedral's inland, 200 miles according to the map. We'll need to move fast. Avoid choir patrols, maybe find other survivors who can help. I'm barely listening. I'm thinking about the security footage Dr. Busujima has, of us creating the heartbeat weapon, of us kissing in that cargo container, of every moment we thought was private being recorded, analyzed, weaponized. She knows everything. Our connection, our method, the exact frequency that can implode a choir array. And she's taking that knowledge straight to the cathedral to merge it with their collective voice. We're not racing to stop a convergence. We're racing to stop ourselves, or rather to stop the twisted version of ourselves that Dr. Busujima is going to create. The boat's engine starts to sputter. Fuel's running low. We're maybe half a mile from shore, but that's going to have to be enough. Mira cuts the engine and we drift. The silence is immediate and total except for the sound of waves against the hull. I'm sorry, she says suddenly. I look at her. For what? For bringing you to the rig, for trusting her, for thinking my mother was still... She stops, swallows. She's not my mother anymore. Maybe she never was. Maybe I just wanted her to be. I don't know what to say to that, don't know how to comfort someone whose parent turned them into a test subject. So I just reach over and take her hand. She squeezes back. Hard. We're going to stop her, I say. Not a question. A promise, Mira nods. Yeah. We are. The boat drifts the last 100 yards to shore, and we climb out into shallow water, soaked and exhausted, and carrying stolen maps that lead straight into the heart of a cult that wants to erase the world. Mira looks back at the rig one last time. It's just a silhouette on the horizon now, turbines spinning, speakers broadcasting, her mother inside calculating our next move before we've even made it. Then she turns toward the cathedral and starts walking, and I follow, because that's what we do now. We follow each other into impossible situations and hope we come out the other side still recognizable. The shore is rocky and cold, and behind us I can hear the boat's hull scraping against stones, but ahead, somewhere in those dark trees and hostile territory, is the cathedral, and Dr. Busujima, and the convergence that will decide whether individual voices survive or get drowned out forever. Mira breaks into a run, and I'm right behind her, both of us soaked and armed and carrying the one weapon that might save everyone or kill them all, and above us the sky is gray and endless and doesn't care either way. Chapter 17, Betrayal in B-flat. The rig appears again 2 days later. We've been moving inland, following back roads and abandoned highways, trying to put distance between us and the coast. But the rig's loudspeakers reach farther than I thought. We hear Dr. Busujima's voice before we see the structure. Mira, Rowan, I know you're listening. The broadcast is coming from a relay tower, old cellular infrastructure that the choir must have retrofitted. Dr. Busujima's voice is calm, clinical, like she's reading lab results. The convergence begins in 72 hours. I've analyzed the security footage from your escape, the heartbeat frequency, the cadaver collapse. Remarkable work. Truly, you've stumbled onto something even more elegant than my wipe tone. Mira stops walking. Her hand goes to the gun at her hip. I'm willing to negotiate, Dr. Busujima continues. Return to the rig, bring the research data you stole. In exchange, I'll ensure you're both placed in non-invasive roles during the convergence. You'll retain your individual consciousness, your bond, everything you're trying to protect. I look at Mira. Her face is stone. 24 hours to decide, Dr. Busujima says. After that, I classify you as hostile assets and deploy countermeasures. The choir has already been notified of your location. They're very interested in acquiring specimens who can generate the heartbeat frequency organically. The broadcast cuts out. Static. Then silence. She's bluffing, I say. She doesn't know where we are. Mira shakes her head, pulls out the data drive. She tagged it. Has to be. Some kind of locator beacon. That's how she... Gunfire. Close. 3 shots in quick succession. We drop behind a rusted car. More gunfire. I can see the muzzle flashes now, coming from the tree line 50 yards out. At least 4 shooters. Maybe more. Choir? I ask. Mira peers over the car, shakes her head. Rig security. Look at the gear. She's right. The shooters are wearing rig uniforms, tactical vests, night vision. They're not trying to kill us, they're hurting us. Every shot is landing just behind or beside us, never at us. They want us alive, I say, for now. Another burst of gunfire. This time it's ahead of us, cutting off our escape route. We're boxed in. 50 yards from the tree line on 3 sides, open highway behind us. Mira's eyes are scanning, looking for an opening, for anything we can use. But there's nothing. We're in the open, and they have the high ground, and a van screeches to a stop on the highway behind us. Back doors open. More rig security. They're not even pointing guns. Just standing there, waiting. One of them raises a megaphone. Dr. Busujima requests your presence. You will not be harmed if you comply. And if we don't, Mira shouts back. Sedation darts, restraints, transport, the outcome is the same, but compliance results in better long-term conditions. I look at Mira. She's calculating. I can see it in her eyes. The odds of fighting, of running, of surviving either option. We can't go back, I say quietly. If she gets us on that rig, I know. She'll turn us into test subjects, or worse. She'll separate us, use our connection as experimental data. I know. But Mira's still not moving, still weighing options. And I realize with a sick feeling that she's considering it. Considering surrender. Because the alternative, fighting our way out against trained security with automatic weapons, is suicide. Mira. She looks at me. Her eyes are wet. She's my mother, Mira says quietly. What if she's telling the truth? What if she really does have a place for us in the new world? What if she doesn't? You don't know that. Yes, I do. And so do you. You saw the manifests, the charts, the experiments. She's not building a world where we get to stay together. She's building a world where individual bonds don't exist. Mira's hands are shaking. Then what do we do? I don't have an answer. The security team is advancing now, moving in from 3 sides, tightening the circle. We have maybe 30 seconds before they're close enough to deploy whatever non-lethal weapons they're carrying. Then I see it. The relay tower Dr. Busujima used for the broadcast. It's 50 yards to our left, old construction, rusted support beams, and at the base, propane tanks, I say, pointing. Mira follows my gaze, sees them. You want to blow the tower? I want them to think we're desperate enough to try. She gets it immediately, grabs a flare from her pack. This is insane. I know. She lights the flare, throws it at the tower base. It lands in the dry grass near the propane tanks and starts to burn. The security team sees it. Someone shouts. They start moving faster, toward us, toward the tower, confusion breaking their formation. We run, not toward the tower, away from it. Into the tree line they just abandoned. Behind us I hear shouting, orders. Then a small explosion as one of the propane tanks goes up. Not enough to bring down the tower, but enough to create smoke and chaos. We're in the trees now, running blind. Branches whipping my face. Mira's ahead of me, faster, and I'm trying to keep up, but my lungs are burning, and she grabs my arm, pulls me down behind a fallen log. We wait, listen. The shouting is getting more distant. They're still at the tower, probably trying to secure the area, probably calling for backup. Mira looks at me. Her face is streaked with soot and tears. I almost went back, almost believed her. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be. She's your mother. Of course you wanted to believe her. Mira shakes her head. She stopped being my mother the day she chose research over people. I just didn't want to accept it. We hear vehicles moving on the highway, more security, reinforcements. We need to keep moving. Mira stands, offers me her hand. I take it. No more looking back, she says. We stop her. Whatever it takes. We move deeper into the forest. Behind us, the relay tower's smoke rises black against gray sky. Behind us, the rig's loudspeakers are probably broadcasting another message, another negotiation attempt, but we're done negotiating. Done hoping Dr. Busujima will somehow remember that her daughter is human, that love matters, that individual voices are worth preserving. We're going to reach the cathedral first. We're going to hijack the convergence, and we're going to prove that connection is stronger than silence, even if it kills us. Mira squeezes my hand once, and we disappear into the trees, leaving behind the burning tower and the sound of Dr. Busujima's voice still echoing from speakers we can no longer hear. Chapter 18. Sea of Static Ice. The raft's been drifting for 6 hours, maybe more. Hard to tell when the sky never changes color. Gray water, gray ice, gray air. Mira and I got separated during the escape. I told her to run while I doubled back to lose the security team. And now I'm alone on a piece of debris that used to be a dock floating through what looks like a frozen junkyard. Metal everywhere. Old boats, cargo containers, shopping carts. All of it locked in ice that reflects sound wrong. Every footstep I made 20 minutes ago is still bouncing around somewhere. Every breath, every word. It's the echoes. They're trapped here, preserved in the cold and the metal, and they just keep playing, looping. An infinite choir of past regrets. I hear my sister's voice, not from the ammo box that's empty now, just rust and hinges, but from somewhere in the ice field. That same whisper, don't leave me bouncing between containers. It's not real. Can't be real. The head collapsed. The echo's gone. But it sounds real. I'm holding the empty ammo box anyway, clutching it against my chest like it still matters, like the weight of it is the only thing keeping me anchored. The cold is getting worse. I need to move. Need to find something to burn. Something to eat. Something that proves I'm still alive and not just another echo waiting to be frozen into the metal. I see a cargo container ahead, partially submerged, but the door is above water. I paddle toward it using my hands. The water's so cold it feels like knives. Inside the container, nothing useful, just empty shelves and ice and my sister, standing in the corner. Not real. I know she's not real, but she looks real. Same clothes she was wearing when the outbreak started. Same expression on her face. That mix of fear and trust that I can't ever forget. You left me, she says. You're not here. I called for you. You heard me calling and you ran anyway. My hands are numb. I'm shaking. Can't tell if it's the cold or something else. I'm sorry, I say. To the hallucination, to the ghost, to whatever part of my brain is too frozen to distinguish memory from reality. I was scared. I thought if I stopped, you'd die. I know. You chose yourself. Yes. The hallucination nods, smiles. It's the same smile she used to give me when I was being honest about something hard, before the world ended, before I became the kind of person who leaves people behind. I forgave you, she says. I told you in the echo. You heard me say it. I know. So why are you still carrying this? She gestures to the ammo box in my hands. I look at it, the empty, rusted thing that used to hold her head. Used to hold my guilt. Used to be the only thing I had left of her. I don't know how to let go, I say. Yes, you do. You already did. With Mira. You let yourself be known. You let yourself care. You're just scared it won't last. The hallucination starts to fade. Or maybe I'm warming up enough that my brain is starting to work again. Hard to tell. I look at the ammo box. Think about smashing it, throwing it into the water, leaving it here to rust with all the other junk. Instead, I open it, stare at the empty space inside. My sister's echo played back 90 seconds of her voice, her forgiveness, her love. And then it collapsed into dust, because that's what happens when you overwrite death with something stronger. I close the box, set it down gently in the corner of the container. Goodbye, I say. The hallucination is gone now. Just me and the cold and the sound of echoes bouncing forever through frozen metal. I climb out of the container. My raft is still floating nearby. I pull myself back onto it and keep paddling. Away from the junk field, away from the voices, away from the ammo box I finally let go of. The ice starts to crack under me, not breaking, just shifting, making sounds that almost form words. I ignore them. Ahead I see open water. And beyond that, lights. Not rig lights, not choir lights, just campfires. Small settlements, people. And maybe, if I'm lucky, Mira. looking for me the same way I've been looking for her. I paddle faster, my hands are bleeding now, frostbite probably, but I keep moving because stopping means freezing, and freezing means becoming another echo trapped in this field forever. The water's getting warmer, the ice is thinning. Behind me, the junk field fades into gray distance, and the voices finally start to quiet. I hear my sister one more time. Not the whispered plea, not the guilt, just her saying my name, clear and whole and finished. Then nothing. Just the sound of my paddle hitting water and the distant promise of firelight and the knowledge that I left the ammo box behind and I'm still here, and maybe that's enough. Chapter 19. Mira's Countersong. She finds me 3 miles from shore. I'm hypothermic and barely conscious and drifting in circles when I hear it. Singing, not echoes, not recordings. A living voice. Mira's voice. It's the lullaby from her childhood, the one her mother used to sing. But Mira's changing it, adding verses, making it hers, and she's using it like sonar, singing a note, waiting for the ice to reflect it back, tracking the distortion to locate me. I try to call out, but my voice won't work. Just watch as she appears through the fog on a stolen snowmobile, engine muted, gliding across the ice like she's done this 100 times. She sees me, cuts the engine, slides off the snowmobile and runs. Rowan. Her hands are on my face, checking my eyes, my pulse. She's saying something, but I can't focus on the words. Just the fact that she's here, that she came back. Need to get you warm. Can you stand? I try. Can't. My legs aren't working right. Mira doesn't hesitate. Just hooks her arms under mine and drags me toward the snowmobile. She's strong, years of kendo training, but I'm dead weight, and it takes her 3 tries to get me onto the seat. She climbs on behind me, wraps her arms around my chest, starts the engine. Hold on, she says into my ear. We move. Fast. The wind cuts through me, but Mira's body heat at my back keeps me conscious. Barely. She's still singing. Not the lullaby now, just wordless sounds. Keeping herself warm through vibration. Keeping me warm through proximity. I don't know how long we ride. Could be minutes. Could be hours. Eventually we stop at a structure, abandoned fishing outpost maybe, and Mira hauls me inside. She strips my wet clothes off, wraps me in blankets, starts a fire using alcohol gel and driftwood. Then she sits with me, pulls me against her chest, shares body heat the way we shared heartbeats. I thought you were dead, she says. Her voice is shaking. The security team said they lost you in the junk field. Said you probably froze. I didn't. I couldn't. I'm okay. You're not okay. You're hypothermic and delusional and you left without me. I thought it would give you time to get away. To what? Survive alone? I don't want to survive alone. I want... She stops, breathes. I want you. The words hit harder than the cold did. I stole my mother's research, she continues. The original files, not the copies we took. The originals. Everything she's been building toward. And I ran. Not to save myself, to find you. I look at her. Really look. She's exhausted. Frostbitten. Her voice is raw from singing. But she's here. Your mother's going to come after you, I say. I know. The convergence is still happening. In what, 48 hours? Less? 40 hours, I check the manifests. We can't stop it alone, even with the research data, even with the heartbeat frequency. It's too big. Mira nods. I know that too. We sit in silence. The fire crackles. Outside the wind is picking up. Storm coming. I heard you singing, I say finally. The lullaby, it's how I knew I wasn't dead. Because you sounded alive. She smiles. Small. Tired. My mother used to sing it every night, before she decided research was more important than being human. I haven't sung it since I was 7. It's yours now. Yeah, it is. She reaches into her pack, pulls out the stolen research files, spreads them on the floor between us. We need a plan, she says. The cathedral's 40 miles east. The convergence happens at dawn. We have maybe 36 hours to figure out how to stop it or sabotage it or join it. She looks at me sharply. What? Your mother wants specimens who can generate the heartbeat frequency. What if we give her what she wants? Go to the cathedral, volunteer, get inside the convergence ceremony, and then detonate the frequency from within. Mira stares. That'll kill everyone there, including us. Not if we calibrate it right. Not if we use the research to target only the choir arrays. Leave the survivors intact. You're talking about walking into the cathedral and triggering a controlled implosion from inselective echo ceremony while my mother watches, while she tries to merge with the choir's vocal network. While... Yes. Mira looks at the research files, at the fire, at me. It's suicide. It's the only option that doesn't end with everyone on the continent losing their voice. She knows I'm right. I can see it on her face. Can see her running the calculations, the odds, the cost. If we do this, she says slowly, we don't come back. Even if we survive the implosion, the choir will hunt us forever. So will the rig. We become the enemy of both sides. Better than becoming nothing. She laughs. Short, sharp. You're insane. Probably. She leans forward, kisses me, hard, desperate, like she's trying to memorize the feeling before it's gone. When she pulls back, her eyes are wet. Okay, she says. We go to the cathedral. We stop the convergence. And if we die together. She nods, starts gathering the research files. We need to move. Now, the storm's going to hit in a few hours, and if we're still out here when it does, we're dead anyway. I stand. My legs are working again. Barely, but working. Mira hands me dry clothes. A gun. The data drive with her mother's research. Thank you, I say, for coming back. She looks at me. I told you, I'm not surviving this alone, not anymore. We leave the outpost and climb back onto the snowmobile. The storm is visible on the horizon now. Dark clouds, lightning, the kind of weather that erases everything. Mira guns the engine and we race toward it. Toward the cathedral, toward the convergence that will either save the world or silence it forever. Behind us, the junk field fades. Behind us, the ammo box sits empty in a container no one will ever find. Behind us is everything we used to be. Ahead is everything we might become if we survive the next 40 hours. Chapter 20, Reunion in a Dead Channel. The storm catches us 10 miles from the cathedral. Ice rain, wind that strips skin. Visibility drops to nothing, and Mira has to stop the snowmobile before we drive off a cliff or into a ravine. We take shelter in what used to be a radio station. The tower's collapsed, but the building is intact. Inside, broken equipment, moldy furniture, and dozens of bodies. Not infected, just dead, frozen in place like they were waiting for something that never came. Mira checks them while I try to start a fire. Survivors, she says. They must have come here looking for rescue signals. Died waiting. The fire catches, barely. More smoke than heat, but it's something. Mira sits next to me. We're both shivering, both too exhausted to talk. Outside, the storm is getting worse. The sound of wind and ice hitting metal sounds almost like voices. I need to tell you something, Mira says after a while. I look at her. When I went to find you in the junk field, when I thought you were dead. She stops, breathes. I was going to go back to the rig, to my mother. Not because I believed her, because I didn't want to do this alone. But you didn't. No, because I realized being alone isn't the same as being without you. I'd rather die trying to stop her than live in a world where I gave up. I don't know what to say to that, so I just take her hand. I left the ammo box behind, I say, in the junk field. I couldn't carry it anymore, couldn't keep pretending it was her. Good. I'm terrified she won't forgive me for that, for letting her go. She already did. You heard it. I know, but I'm still terrified. Mira squeezes my hand. That's how you know you're still human, still capable of caring about something more than survival. We sit like that until the fire dies, until the storm outside reaches its peak and the building starts to shake. Then the echo cadaver we planted at the junk field, the one we used to implode the choir dreadnought, somehow activates. I don't know how. Don't know if it's the storm or the proximity to the cathedral or something else, but I hear it, our heartbeats, playing back. Faint but unmistakable. Mira hears it too. She stands, follows the sound to a broken radio console in the corner. The console is flickering, picking up a signal, and the signal is our experiment, Mira whispers. The cadaver. It's still broadcasting. Somehow it survived the dreadnought sinking, and now the signal grows louder. Not just our heartbeats anymore. Other sounds mixed in. Voices, screams, laughter. All the echoes we've encountered layered together into something that's not quite music, but close. And underneath it all, Dr. Busujima's voice. Fascinating, she's saying. The recursive amplification is beyond my initial models. If this can be replicated at Cathedral Prime, the results will... The signal cuts out. The console sparks. Dies. Mira and I look at each other. She knows about the cadaver, I say. She's using it, studying it. She's going to amplify the heartbeat frequency and merge it with the choir's collective. Create a signal that erases and preserves at the same time, Mira finishes. Individual memories overwritten by collective pulse. Everyone becomes us, or rather, everyone becomes nobody. My stomach drops. We gave her the weapon by creating the cadaver, by proving it works. We need to get to the cathedral, now. The storm, I don't care. If we wait until it passes, she'll have completed the merge. We'll be too late. Mira's already moving, gathering supplies, checking weapons. Her face is set in that expression I've learned means she's made a choice and nothing's going to change her mind. I stand. My legs protest, but I force them to work. If we go out there, we'll die, I say. If we stay here, everyone else will. She hands me a gun, a flashlight, the data drive. Together, she says, whatever happens. We do this together. I nod. Take her hand. We leave the radio station. The storm is a wall of ice and wind and sound. I can't see 5 feet ahead, can't hear anything except the roar. But Mira's hand is in mine, and that's enough. We walk into the storm like we walked into every other impossible situation. One step at a time. Holding on to each other because letting go means becoming another frozen body waiting for rescue that won't come. The storm tries to separate us. Wind pulls, ice blinds, but we don't let go. After what feels like hours, could be minutes, could be days, we see light, not natural light. Spotlights, floodlights, and beyond them, the cathedral. It's massive. Converted factory or warehouse, choir banners everywhere, speakers mounted on every surface, and in the center, a platform, a stage, where Dr. Busujima stands with her arms raised like she's conducting an orchestra. Around her, hundreds of infected, throats connected by cables, all singing the same note, building towards something. The convergence has already started. Mira squeezes my hand once, then pulls out the stolen research data drive. We need to get this to the control center, upload it into their system, overwrite the collective frequency with our heartbeat before she completes the merge. Where's the control center, she points. Top floor, guard tower, maybe 100 yards away through open ground covered by choir sentries. This is insane, I say. I know. We look at each other, exhausted, frozen, outnumbered, but still here. On 3? I ask. Mira nods. 1. We check our weapons. 2. We sync our breathing, find the rhythm, the pulse. 3. We run. Chapter 21. The choir arrives. The wind screams across open water, carrying smoke and something worse, voices layered so thick they blur into static. Mira's grip tightens on the debris we're clinging to, her knuckles bone white against waterlogged wood. My ears are still ringing from the explosion, but even through the high-pitched whine I can hear it, the rig burning, and underneath that, the choir singing. Not singing. Broadcasting. We have to go back, Mira says. Her voice is hoarse from the lullaby she sang across the ice, from screaming my name when the methane ignited. It's the first full sentence she's spoken since we were kids, and she wastes it on the worst idea either of us has ever had. I look at her. Really look. There's soot smeared across her temple, her hair plastered to her face with seawater and sweat. The damaged hearing from the car lot massacre makes her tilt her head when she listens, like she's trying to catch sound from an angle it can't escape. She's staring at the rig, half a mile of burning steel and cultist doctrine, like it's something we can fix. Your mother chose this, I say. I know. She merged willingly. I know. Mira shifts, testing the stability of the wood beneath us. It groans. Everything out here groans. That's why we have to go back. The logic doesn't track, but I can see it in her eyes, the same look she had when she smashed the auction deal to save my sister's head. This isn't about logic. It's about the things she told me in the flotilla, tapping Morse against my ribs while we froze. I'm not losing anyone else to silence. The rig's central turbine is still intact. I can see it through the smoke, this massive column of steel crowned with speaker throats, the choir grafted on like tumors. Dr. Busujima wanted to amplify echoes. The choir wanted to aggregate voices. Put them together and you get the prime mouth, a broadcast array powerful enough to drown every personal memory on the continent in collective noise. 24 hours, the charts said. After that, nobody remembers their own name. We don't have a plan, I say. Mira taps her chest. 2 beats. Pause. 2 beats. Our heartbeat. The frequency that imploded the Dreadnought speaker array when we played it through a corpse. She thinks we can do it again. Bigger. Turn the rig into one giant heartbeat bomb and collapse the whole merger from inside. We'd need amplifiers, I say. Planted in every speaker throat on that turbine, and a living core to activate them. She looks at me. Doesn't blink. The ammo box is gone. We left it in the terminal back when I thought sacrifice meant offering it up as a seed. Turns out sacrifice is more complicated. It's swimming toward a burning rig with a mute ex-kendo prodigy who just learned to speak again, betting everything on a frequency we tested exactly once. The sister's head is already in the system, I say, working it through. If we can get to the control room, we can tune it, Mira finishes. Her voice cracks on the last word. She's not used to talking. Neither am I. Not like this. Not planning things together, like we're the kind of people who survive long enough to have plans. A swell lifts us, then drops. When we crest again, I see movement on the rig, figures climbing the exterior, choir acolytes in their stitched throat robes. They move in sync, which would be impressive if it wasn't so deeply wrong. Each one carries a piece of someone else's voice in their chest, threaded through surgical tubing. When they speak, it's never just them. How do we get past that? Mira says. I don't have an answer. The debris under us groans again, louder this time, and I realize it's not the wood, it's the water. Something's moving underneath, something big enough to displace current. Mira, she's already seen it. A dark shape gliding just below the surface, trailing bubbles. Then another. Then 6 more. Siren swimmers, the infected that sing shipwreck recordings to lure people onto reefs. Except we're not near any reefs. We're in open water, and they're herding us, toward the rig. They want us to board, I say. I know, Mira says again. She's gripping a piece of rebar she pulled from the debris, holding it like the Bakken she used to teach me silence. They've been following us since the flotilla. Why didn't you? Because, she cuts me off. If I told you there was something hunting us, you would have tried to fight it alone. She's right. I would have. That's the wound talking, the part of me that still thinks attachment is a liability. But my sister's forgiveness is copied into millions of infected throats now, broadcast across the continent in my own voice. If I'm going to live with that, with being heard by everyone, I might as well be honest. I'm scared, I say. Mira looks at me. Her expression doesn't change, but she reaches across the gap between our pieces of debris and takes my hand. Her palm is rough with calluses, cold from the water. She squeezes once. Good, she says. Means you're still listening. The siren swimmers circle tighter. One breaks the surface, close enough that I can see the barnacles crusted on its shoulders, the way its jaw hangs loose and dripping. It opens its mouth and an SOS recording plays. Some sailor from decades ago screaming coordinates into a radio that stopped working before the echo virus even existed. The sound makes my teeth ache. Mira winces, tilts her head to catch it with her good ear. Then she does something I don't expect. She hums. Not the heartbeat. Something else. Her childhood lullaby, the one she stole from her mother's research reel before abandoning the rig to find me. The siren swimmer stops circling. "What are you doing?" I say. "Overwriting," Mira says. She hums louder, projects it across the water. The lullaby is simple. 4 notes repeating, gentle enough to put a kid to sleep, strange enough to cut through the SOS loop. The swimmer tilts its head, mimicking the motion Mira makes when she listens. Then it dives. The others follow. "That won't last," Mira says, already moving. She shifts her weight, tests the distance to the next piece of debris. Lullaby only holds for 90 seconds. After that, they'll default back to the SOS. "How do you—" "Because I've been testing it on them for 2 days. She jumps, lands hard, keeps moving. "While you were cradling your guilt in the flotilla." I follow. The debris field is dense enough to hop across if you don't think too hard about the drop. Infected water below, burning cultist stronghold ahead. Somewhere in between, a plan that requires us to plant amplifiers while the entire choir hunts us down. We're maybe 100 yards from the rig when the humming stops working. The siren swimmers surface again, all at once, mouths opening in unison. This time it's not an SOS. It's the choir's nightly sermon, the one I heard weeks ago on the frayed phone line. My own voice screaming at my sister, woven into religious doctrine. Mira staggers. Her damaged ear can't handle the volume. I grab her before she falls, pull her close, and clap my hands over her ears the way I did in the car lot. It doesn't help. The sound is everywhere, vibrating through the water, through the debris, through our bones. Only the aggregate survives, the sermon loops. The individual is static, my voice, my shame, broadcast back at me like a weapon. Mira's shaking, not from fear, from rage. She shoves me away, grabs the rebar and swings it into the water. Hits nothing. The swimmers dive again, but the sermon keeps playing. It's coming from the rig now, amplified through the prime mouth. Dr. Busujima's work and the choir's ideology merged into something that makes my skin crawl. "We have to move," I say. Mira nods. Her nose is bleeding, pressure damage from the volume, but she's already jumping to the next piece of debris. We hopscotch our way across the field, the sermon chasing us, until we're close enough to see the rig's legs rising out of the water like rusted monuments. Choir acolytes cluster at the base, speaking in hypnotic rounds. Their voices overlap and phase, creating harmonics that make it hard to focus. Surrender the self. Embrace the aggregate. Only the collective remembers. Mira grabs my wrist, presses her thumb against my pulse. Counts. She's checking if our heartbeats are still synced. They are. Barely. The sermon is trying to pull us into its rhythm, make us breathe in time with the choir's doctrine. "Don't listen to the words," she says. "Listen to the gaps between them." I do. In the spaces where one acolyte's voice ends and another begins, there's silence. Not the recursive kind that grows louder. Real silence. Human silence. The kind you can only hear if you're paying attention to the wrong thing on purpose. That's how we're going to survive this. By listening wrong. We reach the rig's ladder. It's slick with algae and something else, organic matter, threaded through with surgical tubing. The choir has been grafting throats directly onto the infrastructure. I can see them pulsing as we climb, each one playing a different fragment of recorded voice. Together they make a sound like breathing, if breathing could remember things. Mira climbs first. Her grip is sure despite the blood still dripping from her nose. I follow, trying not to think about how many voices are trapped in the metal under my hands. How many people the choir harvested to build this place. Halfway up, an acolyte leans over the edge, sees us, opens its mouth. Mira throws the rebar. It goes straight through the acolyte's throat, cutting the voice mid-sermon. The body collapses backward, taking the rebar with it. We keep climbing. At the top, the platform is worse. The floor is sticky with something that used to be adhesive but has mixed with enough organic matter to become something new. Surgical tubing runs everywhere like veins, connecting speaker throats in series. Some are still attached to bodies. Most aren't. The control room is at the center, beneath the turbine. Between us and it, maybe 30 acolytes, all speaking in rounds, all moving toward us with synchronized steps. The individual is static. Only the aggregate survives. Mira looks at me, taps her chest twice. Our heartbeat. She wants to sing it now, right here. Use our frequency to scramble their coordination before we even reach the control room. We'll give away the plan, I say. We'll die if we don't. She's right again. She's been right about everything since we reconciled in the flotilla, and I'm tired of being the one who hesitates. So I start humming. Not the lullaby, the heartbeat. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The rhythm we recorded into a cadaver back when we still thought love was something you could test in a lab. Mira joins in. Her voice is rough but steady, harmonizing a third above mine. The sound cuts through the sermon, not by being louder, but by being simpler, more human. The acolytes stumble, their synchronized steps fall apart. One of them clutches its chest like it's trying to remember what a heartbeat feels like when it's not aggregated. We run. The control room door is open. Inside, Dr. Busujima stands at the central console, her body half melted into the equipment. Surgical tubing runs from her throat to the prime mouth above, carrying her voice up to be amplified and scattered across the continent. She turns when we enter, and I see that her eyes are still her own, still aware. Rowan, she says. Her voice echoes wrong, like it's coming from multiple throats at once. You brought the weapon. I don't know what she means until I realize she's not looking at me. She's looking at Mira, at the girl who carries the only voice pure enough to overwrite the collective. The girl whose heartbeat, when recorded inside a corpse, makes choir arrays implode. Mom, Mira says. Dr. Busujima smiles. It's gentle, maternal, completely at odds with the monster she's become. The merger is already complete, she says. In 23 hours, every personal memory on the continent will be overwritten by the collective voice. The only way to stop it is to plant amplifiers in every speaker throat, I finish. Use my sister's head as the core. Tune the heartbeat frequency until it implodes the whole array. Dr. Busujima's smile widens. Yes, she says. Exactly that. She steps aside, revealing the amplifiers already waiting on the console. Neat stacks of them, pre-programmed, ready to install. And beside them, the ammo box. Sealed. The terminal hasn't activated it yet. You planned this? Mira says. I invited it. Dr. Busujima corrects. The choir needed someone to complete them. I needed someone to destroy what I completed. The role of the mother. Her voice glitches, stutters between her own and the aggregates, is to build something strong enough to be dismantled by her children. Mira steps forward. For a moment, I think she's going to embrace her mother. Instead, she picks up the amplifiers and hands half of them to me. You're going to help us plant these, she tells Dr. Busujima. No, Dr. Busujima says. I'm going to hold the acolytes off while you do. When you're finished, she looks at me, and for a second her eyes are just human eyes, tired and sad. You'll activate the array, and I'll burn with it. Mira's jaw tightens. Mom, this is the gift, Dr. Busujima says. The knowledge that you were strong enough to let me go. She turns and walks out of the control room. The door seals behind her. Through the reinforced glass, I can see her standing at the top of the platform, arms spread, as the choir acolytes converge. She starts speaking, not in rounds, not in sermon, but in her own voice, telling them about Mira, about the heartbeat frequency, about how beautiful it is when love distorts physics. The acolytes mob her. Their hypnotic rounds collapse into chaos as they try to drown out her words with volume. It buys us maybe 5 minutes. Move, Mira says. We grab the amplifiers and run toward the turbine base. The speaker throats are arranged in a spiral, each one grafted at a slightly different height. We have to climb while planting, working our way up the column, while the choir's sermon plays louder and louder, trying to pull us into its rhythm. I plant the first amplifier between two throats that are broadcasting my own voice. The irony isn't lost on me. Mira plants the second on the opposite side, moving with the same efficient silence she used to clear the dojo. We work in parallel spirals, meeting at each level to confirm sync. At the third level, an acolyte finds us. It grabs my ankle, starts to pull. I kick backward, feel something crunch. The acolyte's voice cuts off mid-sermon. I keep climbing. At the seventh level, Mira's grip slips. She catches herself on a piece of surgical tubing which tears free from the wall with a wet sound. The speaker throat it was connected to starts playing her mother's childhood lullaby on loop, distorted and wrong. Mira freezes. "Don't listen to the words," I say, echoing what she told me in the water. "Listen to the gaps." She blinks, nods, keeps climbing. At the 15th level, we run out of amplifiers. The turbine keeps going up. There are at least 30 more levels, but we're out of equipment. Below us, the acolytes are overwhelming Dr. Busujima. I can hear her voice getting quieter, swallowed by the aggregate. "It's not enough," I say. Mira looks up at the remaining speaker throats, then down at the control room, at the ammo box waiting inside, at the terminal that can tune the heartbeat frequency and turn the rig into one giant implosion. "It has to be," she says. We climb down. Fast. The acolytes are everywhere now, speaking in perfect unison again. Dr. Busujima is gone, merged, erased, aggregated. The prime mouth above us hums with 1,000 voices layered into one continuous tone, and underneath it all I can still hear the sermon. My voice. My shame. Broadcast at a volume that makes the whole rig shake. We hit the platform running. The control room door opens automatically. Dr. Busujima must have programmed it before she left. Inside, the terminal is waiting. The ammo box sits on the console exactly where she placed it, and I know without opening it that my sister's head is ready. Preserved in that final 90-second loop of Mira's heartbeat, we recorded back when we thought we could test love in a laboratory. Mira seals the door behind us. Through the glass, acolytes press their faces against the reinforced pane, mouths moving in sermon rounds. Their coordination is perfect now. Unbreakable. The merger is complete. "How long do we have?" I say. Mira checks the terminal readout. 22 hours and 16 minutes until continent-wide broadcast. I open the ammo box. My sister's head stares up at me, the skin preserved by whatever process the choir used when they first infected her. The wound where I severed her neck is clean. Professional, I did that. Chose to keep this piece of her because I couldn't let go. "I need to speak into the array," I say. The words taste wrong. The system needs a vocal cord to tune the frequency. It has to be personal. Has to be... "Your sister's last words," Mira finishes. "Spoken by you, in your own voice, so everyone hears it." I nod. That's the choice. That's always been the choice. Delete the echo and erase the guilt, or speak it aloud and turn shame into signal. Forgive myself publicly, knowing millions of infected throats will copy it forever. Connection or isolation, strength or liability. The terminal beeps. The acolytes have found the manual override. They're opening the door. Mira grabs my hand, squeezes once, then she picks up the rebar she dropped earlier, still slick with the first acolyte's blood, and positions herself between me and the entrance. "Do it," she says. I place my sister's head into the terminal cradle. The system activates, connecting to the 15 amplifiers we planted. Not enough to collapse the whole array, but maybe enough to start the cascade. The terminal screen flashes, "Vocal core required." The door opens. Acolytes flood in, speaking their hypnotic rounds, harmonics designed to make us forget ourselves and join the collective. Mira swings the rebar. Connects. One goes down, then another. But there are too many, and she's already tired, already bleeding from a dozen places I didn't notice. I lean into the terminal microphone and speak the words my sister said before I left her to die. "Don't leave me." My voice echoes through the system, through the amplifiers, through every speaker throat we planted. It plays at the exact volume I heard it, a whisper, which means it's barely audible over the sermon. but the frequency is right. The heartbeat underneath the words matches Mira's pulse, and together they create the distortion that makes choir arrays collapse. 15 speaker throats implode. The sound is wet and sharp, like surgical tubing snapping under tension. The sermon stutters, glitches. For a moment, there's actual silence, the humankind, and in that silence I hear Dr. Busujima's voice, just hers, extracted from the aggregate for half a second, saying, "Thank you." Then the acolytes reach me, hands on my throat, pulling me away from the terminal. I see Mira trying to fight her way to me, see her go down under 3 of them. The terminal screen still flashes. Vocal core incomplete. It needs more. Needs the full 90 seconds. Needs me to speak every word my sister said, not just the first 3. But I'm being dragged backward, and the prime mouth above us is starting to hum again, stitching the sermon back together with sheer volume. In another 30 seconds, the broadcast will stabilize. The merger will hold. Personal memory will start erasing across the continent. Mira's hand finds mine across the floor. Her grip is weak but deliberate. She taps once against my palm. Morse code. The rhythm for now. I don't know what she means until I hear it, the sound of her voice singing. Not the lullaby. Not the heartbeat. Something new. A tone I've never heard her make. Raw and unprocessed, and so purely her that it cuts through every layer of the choir's harmony like a blade through speaker fabric. The acolytes holding me freeze. Their hands go slack. One by one they start to scream. Not in unison, not in rounds, but individually. Like they're remembering what it sounds like to have a voice that's only theirs. I crawl back to the terminal, lean in, and speak the rest. Don't leave me, please. I forgive you. My sister never said that last part. I'm adding it, changing the echo, overwriting viral memory with human choice. The terminal locks the frequency. All 15 amplifiers surge. The remaining speaker throats across the rig start to implode in sequence. Not explosions, but collapses. Implosions. The sound of love distorting physics until physics gives up and breaks. The prime mouth above us screams. Dr. Busujima's merged voice separates into its component parts, 1,000 individual throats crying out at once. Then the turbine itself starts to crack, metal groaning under the strain of a frequency it was never designed to contain. Mira grabs my arm. Run. We don't make it to the door. The floor buckles. The terminal sparks. I see the acolytes, the ones still standing, looking at each other with expressions I don't recognize until I realize they're confused, lost. The sermon is gone and they don't remember who they were before the choir took their voices. Something massive breaks above us. The turbine. Mira pulls me toward the window. It's reinforced glass, 2 inches thick, but she hits it with the rebar anyway. Once, twice. The glass spiderwebs. On the 3rd strike, it shatters outward and we jump. The fall is maybe 30 feet into black water. I hit hard, go under, feel Mira's hand still locked around my wrist. We surface together, gasping, as the entire rig groans and tilts. The speaker throats are imploding faster now, cascading up the turbine in a wave of collapsing frequency. When the wave hits the prime mouth at the top, the sound is like every voice in the world screaming backward into silence. Then the turbine collapses, not into the water, into itself. The metal folds inward, drawn by the same physics distortion that makes our heartbeat frequency work. It happens slowly, seconds that feel like hours, until the whole structure is just a compressed sphere of steel and surgical tubing and aggregate voice hovering in midair before it drops. The impact when it hits the water sends a wave that carries us maybe 100 yards. I lose my grip on Mira. Go under. Surface. Can't find her. Mira? A hand grabs my shoulder. She's behind me, treading water, her face pale but alive. We float there watching the rig burn in reverse. Flames sucking inward, smoke condensing, until there's nothing left but disturbed water and debris. And silence. Real silence. The kind you only hear after every speaker throat on the continent has imploded at once. Mira coughs, spits seawater. Then she starts to laugh, This raw, exhausted sound that I've never heard from her before. "We did it," she says. I want to agree. Want to believe it's over. But I'm staring at the water where the rig used to be, seeing debris float to the surface, and all I can think is, Dr. Busujima is down there, the woman who built this, who invited the merger just so we'd have something strong enough to destroy. Mira follows my gaze. Her laugh dies. "She chose this," I say, echoing the words I used in the debris field. Except this time, I'm not saying it to justify leaving. I'm saying it to honor the choice. "I know," Mira says. She's quiet for a long moment. Then, "My mom always said the role of the mother is to build something her children can dismantle." I didn't understand what she meant until now. We float. Around us, distant sounds, radio chatter, voices that aren't looped or aggregated, just human. Someone laughing, someone calling a name. The continent waking up from a broadcast that never finished. Mira taps my shoulder, points. In the distance, land. Just a smudge on the horizon, but definitely land. And on the water between us and it, something floating. Not debris. A life raft, the same one I stole when I tried to flee the rig alone. It must have drifted during the chaos. "Think you can make it?" Mira asks. I look at her. At the woman who chased me across frozen water, who sang her childhood lullaby to find me, who just lost her mother to the same aggregate voice we spent weeks trying to destroy. She's treading water like it's easy, like we didn't just collapse a turbine with our heartbeat. "Yeah," I say. "I can make it." We swim toward the raft together, and behind us the colossal, multi-throated sound of the prime mouth hums faintly from within the wreckage of the collapsed rig, fading into nothing at all. Chapter 22. Siege of the Silent Ark. The raft smells like rust and old fear. We've been drifting for maybe 6 hours, taking turns sleeping, taking turns watching the horizon. Mira's curled against the sidewall, her breathing still too shallow from whatever her mother's voice did to her back on the rig. I'm trying not to think about the way Dr. Busujima's eyes looked when she stepped aside to let us work. Aware, deliberate, already gone. "We're not done," Mira says without opening her eyes. I know. The amplifiers we planted, 15 out of 200 throats? We collapsed a fraction of the array. The rest is still out there. I look toward land. The smudge has resolved into actual coastline now, maybe 3 miles off. Smoke rises from multiple points inland. Not wildfire smoke, the dark chemical kind that comes from burning infrastructure. The choir's ground operations, probably. Harvesting throats in preparation for the next phase of the merger. "How long until the broadcast resumes?" I say. Mira sits up, winces. Checks the waterproof watch she took off a corpse back in Bartertown. 19 hours, give or take. The implosion bought us time, but the prime mouth is designed to self-repair, unless we finish what we started. "Everyone forgets their name by tomorrow afternoon." She nods. Her hair is still wet, plastered to her skull in a way that makes her look younger, more like the kendo prodigy she used to be before the choir stole her voice. Except now she has her voice back, and she's using it to plan the next impossible thing. "We need more amplifiers," I say, "and a way to reach the rest of the speaker throats before the array stabilizes." The control room is underwater. Yeah. We drift in silence. The current is pulling us towards shore at an angle that'll dump us maybe 5 miles south of the rig's original position. If we're lucky, we'll hit a stretch of beach that isn't swarming with choir ground forces. If we're not lucky, we'll swim straight into a harvest operation. Mira taps my arm. Morse code. 3 beats, pause, 2 beats. Not our heartbeat rhythm. Something else. When I don't respond, she sighs and just says it aloud. "Your ear. The tracker. Is it still active?" I reach up, feel the scabbed mess where the sniper's echo chip bullet grazed me weeks ago. The wound has mostly closed, but there's a hard ridge under the skin, the chip itself embedded. The choir can triangulate it. That's how they've been following us this whole time. "Probably," I say. "Cut it out." "With what?" Mira reaches into her boot, still somehow on her foot despite everything, and pulls out a folding knife. The blade is maybe 2 inches long, serrated on one edge. She flips it open and hands it to me. "You do it," I say. My hands are shaking. I look. She's right. The adrenaline crash is hitting her harder than me, probably because she was conscious for the entire turbine collapse while I was halfway to drowning. Her fingers tremble against the raft's rubber sidewall. "Fine," I say, "but if I pass out, I'll drag you to shore and leave you there until you wake up," Mira finishes. She almost smiles. "Like old times." I press the blade against the ridge behind my ear and cut. Not deep, just enough to split the scar tissue. Blood runs warm down my neck, mixing with seawater. I can feel the chip shifting under the incision, a tiny piece of foreign metal trying to migrate deeper. I dig it out with the knife tip, drop it over the side of the raft. It sinks without ceremony. Mira tears a strip from her already shredded shirt and wraps it around my head. The bandage is too tight, but I don't tell her that. She's humming while she works. Not the lullaby, not the heartbeat, just some random melody. It's the first time I've heard her hum without purpose, and I realize this is what her voice sounds like when she's not using it as a weapon. "What is that?" I say. "Song my mom used to play when I practiced kendo." Her hands still mid-knot. She'd stand in the doorway and hum it while I did drills. I thought she was bored. Turns out she was recording me, building a reference file of what my voice sounded like before the choir took it. That's how she recognized your frequency. "Yeah." Mira finishes the knot, sits back. "That's how she knew my heartbeat could overwrite theirs." She was studying me the whole time, preparing for this. There's no anger in her voice, just exhaustion. The same exhaustion I feel when I think about my sister's head sitting in that terminal cradle, still playing the 90-second loop we recorded weeks ago. Emotional memory overriding viral memory. Love distorting physics. We're using her research, I say. Even now, the heartbeat frequency, the amplifiers, that's all her work. I know, doesn't that feel like she's still controlling things? Mira looks at me. Her eyes are red-rimmed, salt-crusted. "Yeah, it does, but she built it knowing we'd dismantle it. That was the whole point. She didn't want the merger to succeed. She wanted us to have the tools to stop it. By becoming part of it first, by becoming the thing we had to destroy." Mira's voice cracks. She made herself the center, the prime mouth. So when we collapsed the array, we'd collapse her too. That was the gift. The permission to... She doesn't finish. Turns away, shoulders shaking. Not crying, exactly. Something beyond crying. The sound you make when you realize your mother loved you enough to turn herself into a target. I don't touch her. Just sit there watching the coastline get closer until she stops shaking and wipes her face with both hands. "Okay," she says. I'm okay. She's not okay. Neither of us is. But we're moving, which is close enough. The raft hits something underwater, not reef, softer. A body. I lean over the side and see a choir acolyte floating face down, surgical tubing trailing from its throat like seaweed. The implosion must have killed some of them. Not enough, never enough, but some. "How many do you think survived?" Mira asks. "The merger, hard to say. The ground forces are still operational. We saw the smoke." I point inland. "But the acolytes on the rig, the ones who were part of the prime mouth, they're gone. We heard them scream. That was their voices separating. Doesn't mean they died. No, but it means they're confused, disoriented. They don't know who they are anymore." Mira nods slowly. "So we're fighting people who just lost their identity. That's worse," I say. "Yeah." The raft scrapes against sand. We've hit shore. The beach is narrow, hemmed in by cliffs on both sides. No obvious choir presence, but that doesn't mean much. They could be anywhere. The smoke inland is closer now, maybe 2 miles. We can see the source, a compound built around what used to be a water treatment plant. Choir banners hang from the towers, each one embroidered with throat diagrams. "That's a processing center," Mira says. "They're grafting there." "You can tell from here?" "I can tell from the smell." She's right. Even from the beach I can catch it. Formaldehyde? Infection, something organic rotting in chlorinated water. That's where they store the harvested throats, before and after grafting. So that's where the amplifiers would be. Mira looks at me. You want to raid a choir processing center for spare parts. Unless you have a better idea. She doesn't. We both know we don't. The amplifiers we planted on the rig were pre-programmed by Dr. Busujima, tuned to the exact frequency that makes speaker throats implode when our heartbeat plays through them. We can't just build new ones. We need choir equipment, their own tools turned against them. They'll be guarding it, Mira says. Everything's guarded. I mean heavily. That's a core facility. They'll have, I don't know, dozens of acolytes, maybe 100, all speaking in hypnotic rounds. Then we don't fight them head on. I scan the compound looking for weak points. For Nestel, the water treatment plant architecture gives it blind spots. Catwalks, drainage pipes, ventilation shafts. We go in quiet, steal what we need, get out before they realize we're there. And if they realize, we improvise. Mira stares at me for a long moment, then she laughs. That same raw, exhausted sound from the water. You know what? Fine. Let's go steal military hardware from a cult compound. What's the worst that could happen? We die, and they graft our throats into the next array. Oh, good. I was worried it might be something serious. We pull the raft up the beach and hide it under driftwood. Mira keeps the knife. I keep the bandage around my head, which is already soaking through with blood from where I dug out the tracker chip. We look like disaster survivors, which I guess we are. The walk to the compound takes 40 minutes. We stick to drainage ditches and service roads, avoiding the main approach. Twice we see choir patrols, pairs of acolytes walking in perfect sync, speaking sermon fragments to each other. Each time we freeze, let them pass, keep moving. The compound fence is chain link topped with concertina wire. Mira points to a section where the wire has been cut. Recent, the edges still bright. Someone else tried to break in, or out. We slip through. Inside, the compound is worse than I imagined. Rows of surgical tents, each one lit from within by harsh fluorescence. Through the canvas I can see silhouettes, bodies on tables, hands working with precise movements. The smell is overwhelming this close. Formaldehyde and rot and something else. Something almost sweet. Like the choir is trying to perfume the horror. Equipment shed, Mira whispers. She points to a corrugated metal structure near the center of the compound. That's where they'd store the amplifiers, along with the other broadcast gear. How do you know? Because that's where my mom would have stored them. She designed this place, before the merger. I look at her. Your mom built processing centers? She built the prototype. Taught the choir how to harvest efficiently, before she decided the whole project was, Mira's voice catches, before she decided to destroy it from the inside. We move toward the shed. The compound is busy. Acolytes moving between tents, carrying trays of surgical instruments, speaking in rounds that make my teeth hurt. Nobody looks at us. We're just two more disaster survivors covered in blood and seawater. We fit right in. The shed door is locked. Mira checks for guards, sees none, and kicks it in. The metal buckles with a sound like a gunshot. Everyone in the compound stops moving. Go, Mira hisses. We dive inside. The shed is crammed with equipment. Speakers, amplifiers, coiled surgical tubing, jars of preservative fluid. And in the back corner, exactly what we need. A crate of pre-programmed amplifiers, identical to the ones Dr. Busujima gave us on the rig. Maybe 100 units, more than enough to collapse the remaining speaker throats. I grab the crate. It's heavier than I expected. Each amplifier is lead-lined to protect the circuitry. Mira grabs a second crate, smaller, filled with connector cables. Then she freezes. Rowan? Outside the shed, voices. Not sermon rounds. Actual speech. Confused, disoriented questions. The acolytes we saw moving in sync are clustering around the broken door, and they're asking each other what happened, who we are, why they're here. They don't remember, Mira says. The implosion, it affected them. One of the acolytes peers inside the shed, sees us, opens its mouth, but instead of a sermon, what comes out is, "Where am I?" The voice is raw, unused, like someone learning to speak for the first time. Mira steps forward. "You're in a choir processing center. You've been harvesting throats for the aggregate." The acolyte blinks. I don't remember that. Because the aggregate is gone. The prime mouth collapsed. Mira's voice softens. "You're yourself again, whoever you were before they took you." More acolytes crowd the doorway, all of them asking variations of the same question. Who am I? What is this place? Why does my throat hurt? "We don't have time for this," I say. Mira ignores me. She's looking at the acolytes, really looking, and I see something shift in her expression. Recognition. Not of individuals, of the state. She was mute for years because the choir stole her voice. She knows what it's like to lose yourself and find only silence where your words used to be. "Listen," she tells them. "The choir used you, grafted throats into your bodies, made you speak in rounds. But that's over now. The broadcast failed. You're free." "Free to what?" one asks. Mira doesn't have an answer. I can see it in her face. She wants to tell them something hopeful, something that makes the years of harvesting and aggregation mean something. But there's nothing. They're free, but freedom after that kind of violation is just a different kind of silence. An alarm starts blaring. Not from the shed, from the central building, the one with the choir banners. Lights flood the compound. Someone realized we broke in. "We need to move," I say again. This time, Mira listens. She grabs her creative equipment, nods to the acolytes. To the acolytes, a gesture that might be apology or permission or goodbye. And the compound erupts behind us. Not organized resistance. Chaos. The confused acolytes are colliding with the ones who still remember their purpose, and nobody can agree on what the choir's doctrine even says anymore. I hear fighting, screaming, the sound of people remembering and forgetting in real time. We make it to the fence, through the cut section, back into the drainage ditch. Behind us, the compound is burning now. Someone must have knocked over a surgical lamp. Flames spread across the canvas tents, and the smell of burning formaldehyde chases us as we run. "Think they'll follow," Mira gasps. "No, they're too busy fighting each other." We run until the compound is out of sight, then we collapse in a dry stream bed, gasping, surrounded by stolen choir equipment and the sound of our own breathing. Mira's hands are shaking again, mine too. "You tried to help them," I say. "I know. Stupid." Not stupid, just, I search for the word. Human. Mira looks at me. In the moonlight, her face is pale, exhausted, streaked with someone else's blood. But her eyes are steady, clear. She's here, present, using her voice because she chose to reclaim it, not because anyone gave her permission. "The amplifiers," she says, tapping the crate. "How do we use them?" "Same as before. Plant them in every remaining speaker throat. Use the heartbeat frequency to collapse the array." "Where are the throats?" That's the question. The rig is gone. The prime mouth collapsed. But the choir has ground operations across the entire coastline, and each one probably has its own local array. Smaller scale, easier to target. "We find the nearest concentration," I say. "Plant the amplifiers. Activate them remotely." "And the vocal core? The terminal needed your voice to tune the frequency." I don't answer. Because the truth is, we don't have a terminal anymore. We don't have Dr. Busujima's controlled environment. All we have is 100 amplifiers, some connector cables, and the knowledge that our heartbeat, when recorded inside a corpse, makes choir arrays collapse. "We do it live," Mira says, reading my silence. "Find a speaker throat, record the heartbeat directly, play it through the amplifiers in real time." That's insane, yeah, but we're out of options. She stands, brushes dirt off her legs. "The broadcast resumes in 16 hours. We need to move." I want to argue, want to tell her we should rest, plan, think this through. But she's right. We're out of time, out of options. The only thing we have left is momentum, and if we stop now, we'll never start again. So I stand, grab the crate of amplifiers, and follow Mira inland toward the smoke, toward the next impossible thing. The coastline is dotted with choir outposts, small operations, 10 or 15 acolytes each, maintaining local speaker arrays. We pass 3 of them before we find one that's deserted. The acolytes are gone, probably recalled to the main compound during the chaos. All that's left is the equipment. A broadcast tower, speaker throats grafted to the scaffolding in clusters, cables running into a generator shed. This one, Mira says. We plant the amplifiers while the generator hums. It takes 2 hours, working in silence, connecting each unit to the power grid. By the time we finish, dawn is breaking. The sky is gray, heavy with smoke from the burning compound. My hands won't stop shaking. Now what? I say. Mira pulls out a portable recorder, something she found in the equipment shed, probably used by the choir to log harvest data. She turns it on, checks the settings. We record the heartbeat, she says. Here, now, then play it through the amplifiers. We need a corpse. No, we don't. She holds up the recorder. We just need to sync our pulses. Record them directly. The amplifiers will handle the rest. I stare at her. That's not how it works. The frequency requires love, Mira interrupts. Emotional memory strong enough to overwrite viral memory. That's what your sister's head proved. That's what we proved on the Dreadnought. We don't need a corpse, we just need each other. She's wrong. Has to be wrong. The science doesn't work that way. But then I remember Dr. Busujima's last words. The role of the mother is to build something her children can dismantle, and I realized the science was never the point. The point was permission. Permission to believe love could distort physics. Permission to try. Okay, I say. Let's try. Mira positions the recorder between us, presses record. Then she takes my hand, places it over her heart. I can feel it beating, fast, unsteady, alive. She places her other hand over mine. Sync, she says. We breathe together. Once. Twice. On the third breath, our pulses lock. I can feel it through her chest, through my palm, through the space between us. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The rhythm we've been carrying since the dojo, since the flotilla, since the moment we decided to stop running from each other. The recorder captures it. 90 seconds of synchronized heartbeat, raw and unprocessed. When it stops, Mira plays it back through the amplifiers. The sound is quiet at first, almost inaudible. Then it catches, amplifies, starts to resonate through the speaker throats grafted to the tower. The throats begin to vibrate. Crack. One by one they implode. Not explosions, implosions. The sound of love distorting physics until physics gives up and breaks. The tower sways, tilts, collapses inward on itself, drawn by the same frequency that destroyed the rig. When it hits the ground, the impact sends up a cloud of dust and surgical tubing and broken voices. And then silence. Real silence. Mira looks at me. Her eyes are wide. It worked. It worked. I echo. I'm shaking. We both are. How many more outposts, she asks. I think about the smoke we saw inland, the dozens of local arrays scattered across the coastline. Too many. We can't hit them all before the broadcast resumes. Then we don't hit them all. Mira grabs the recorder, the amplifiers, the connector cables. We find the central hub, the place where all the ground operations report to. If we collapse that, the whole network goes down. Right. She's already moving, heading inland toward the densest concentration of smoke. I follow, carrying the crate of amplifiers, trying not to think about the fact that we're walking straight into the heart of choir territory with nothing but a portable recorder and the belief that our heartbeat can save the world. 16 hours until the broadcast resumes. 15 until we're out of time. Mira looks back at me, her face set with the same determination she had when she taught me to fight in silence, when she chased me across frozen water, when she chose to sing her name aloud instead of staying safe in the quiet. We're going to make it, she says. I don't believe her, but I nod anyway. And we keep walking toward the smoke, toward the central hub, toward the place where the choir keeps their last remaining speaker throats waiting to broadcast the aggregate across the continent. Behind us, the collapsed tower burns, and in the flames I can almost hear the echo of our heartbeat, still playing, still distorting physics, still refusing to let the world forget what it sounds like when two people choose connection over isolation. Chapter 23: The Impossible Choice. The central hub is a converted stadium. We can see it from 2 miles out, massive concrete structure rising from flat industrial wasteland, choir banners hanging from every entrance. The speaker throats are bigger here, grafted to the stadium's exterior in clusters that look like tumors. Each cluster hums with aggregated voice, creating harmonics that make the air shimmer. That's at least 500 throats, Mira says. She's crouched beside me on a service road overpass, using a cracked pair of binoculars she found in the equipment shed. Maybe more, all networked to the same central array. Can we collapse them all at once? If we get close enough to plant the amplifiers. She lowers the binoculars, hands them to me. But look at the ground forces. I look. The stadium is surrounded by choir acolytes, not the confused, identity-stripped ones from the compound. These are organized, moving in formation, speaking in perfect rounds that make my ears ring even from this distance. They're guarding the perimeter with military precision. How many? I ask. 100, maybe more. And those are just the ones we can see. I scan the stadium, looking for entry points. The main gates are blocked. Service entrances are guarded. But there's a drainage pipe on the east side, half hidden by debris, big enough to crawl through if we're willing to get wet. There, I point. Drainage system. Probably connects to the interior. Mira follows my finger, nods. That's our way in. Question is, do we have enough amplifiers to cover 500 throats? I look at the crates we've been hauling for the past 6 hours. We used 15 units on the rig, another 12 on the coastal outpost. That leaves maybe 70. Not enough. Not even close. We'll have to cluster them, I say. Find the nexus points where multiple throats connect. Collapse those and the whole network should cascade. Should. Yeah. Mira is quiet for a long moment. Then, if this doesn't work, if we plant the amplifiers and nothing happens, they'll know we're here. They'll hunt us down, graft us into the next array. We won't get a second chance. I know. So we need to be sure. She taps the portable recorder, still clipped to her belt. The heartbeat frequency. We need to make it stronger, more personal. How? By using the words. She looks at me. Your sister's last words, the ones you spoke into the terminal, that's what tuned the frequency. Porsche my fresh, that's what made it work. I feel something cold settle in my chest. You want me to speak them again. Not want. Need. Mira's voice is steady, but I can see the strain around her eyes. The terminal isn't here. We don't have Dr. Busujima's lab. All we have is the recorder and the knowledge that vocal input affects the frequency. If you speak while we record the heartbeat, if you layer your voice into the pulse, it might make the difference between collapsing 500 throats and collapsing 5. Might. It's the best plan we have. She's right. I know she's right. But the thought of speaking those words again, don't leave me, please, I forgive you, while the choir hunts us through the stadium, while acolytes speak their hypnotic rounds, while everything falls apart around us. I'll do it, I say, but not until we plant the amplifiers. We record the heartbeat first, layer in the vocals when we activate. Mira nods. That works. Gives us time to position everything. We wait until dusk. The acolytes don't rotate shifts. They just stand there, speaking in rounds, never resting. But as the light fades, they start to cluster near the main gates, drawn together by something we can't see. Choir doctrine, probably. Some ritual that requires physical proximity. Now, Mira whispers. We move down the overpass across 200 yards of open ground to the drainage pipe. It's half filled with black water that smells like chemical runoff. We wade in, holding the equipment crates above our heads. The pipe is narrow, barely wide enough for shoulders, and the water gets deeper as we go. By the time we reach the interior grate, it's up to our chests. Mira picks the lock with a serrated knife. The grate swings open with a sound like tearing metal. We freeze. Wait. No alarm. No response. Just the distant harmonics of the speaker throats still humming their aggregate song. Inside, the stadium is worse than the compound. The field has been converted into a surgical theater. Rows of tables, each one occupied by a body in various states of harvesting. Some are still alive. I can see their chests rising and falling, see the tubes running from their throats to collection tanks. The choir is storing voices, building inventory for the next phase of the broadcast. Don't look, Mira says. But she's looking too. We both are. Can't help it. We stick to the shadows under the stands. The stadium's interior is a maze of concrete walkways and maintenance corridors, most of them unguarded. The acolytes are focused on the surgical theater, moving between tables with practiced efficiency. They're grafting in real time, weaving fresh throats into the existing arrays. Nexus points, I whisper. Where are they? Mira points up. The speaker throats are clustered on the stadium's upper ring, connected by cables that run through the support structure. Each cluster has a junction box, small metal housings where the power grid intersects with the broadcast network. That's where we plant the amplifiers. We climb. The access ladder is rusted, slick with condensation. Each rung feels like it might give way. Halfway up, an acolyte passes below us, speaking sermon fragments to itself. We freeze, pressed flat against the concrete until it moves on. At the top, the junction boxes are exactly where Mira predicted. We open the first one, start installing amplifiers. The process is simple. Connect the unit to the power line, sync it with the others via master frequency chip. Repeat 68 more times. It takes 3 hours. By the time we finish, my hands are cramping and Mira's breathing is labored from damaged lungs. But all 68 units are installed, networked, ready to activate. Recording, Mira says. She pulls out the portable recorder, checks the battery. Half charge. Enough for maybe 2 playbacks. Not yet. I'm scanning the stadium floor looking for the control center. Every broadcast array has one, a central terminal where the prime mouth's signal originates. If we can find it, we can amplify the heartbeat frequency directly into the network. Make the implosion immediate. There, Mira points. Southwest corner. That structure with the antenna array. I see it. A mobile command center, probably moved here after the rig collapsed. Choir banners hang from its sides, and acolytes cluster around the entrance, speaking in rounds. That's where we need to record, I say. Inside that terminal. Maximum amplification. And maximum visibility. The second we step in there, every acolyte in the stadium will see us. Then we'll have to be fast. Mira laughs, sharp, humorless. Fast, right, because everything we've done so far has been so carefully planned. We climb down. The stadium is louder now. More acolytes moving in formation, more voices overlapping in sermon rounds. The broadcast must be close to resuming. I can feel it in the air, the way the harmonics are getting stronger, more synchronized. We reach the command center just as the main gates open. A procession enters. 15 new acolytes, freshly grafted, throats wrapped in surgical gauze. They're being brought to the surgical theater, added to inventory. The choir is restocking. They're preparing for full-scale broadcast, Mira whispers. We're out of time. I nod. Pull the crate of amplifiers closer. We're not planting anymore, we're activating. But first we need to record. The command center door is unlocked. Right. We slip inside. The interior is cramped, filled with equipment we don't understand. Oscilloscopes, signal processors, terminals displaying waveforms, and at the center, a master console, identical to the one Dr. Busujima used on the rig. It's connected to every speaker throat in the stadium, ready to broadcast the aggregate voice across the continent. Mira sets up the recorder beside the console. Ready? I place my hand over her heart again. Feel the beat, fast, unsteady, terrified. She places her hand over mine and we sync. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The recorder captures it, but this time, before Mira plays it back, she looks at me. The words, she says. Now. I lean toward the recorder's microphone, open my mouth, and the door bursts open. Acolytes flood in, maybe 20 of them, speaking in perfect hypnotic rounds. The harmonics hit like a physical force, making my vision blur. Mira swings the knife, catches one in the throat. It goes down, but the others keep coming, keep speaking, their voices layering until I can't think, can't breathe, can't remember why we're here. "Rowan," Mira shouts, but her voice is distant, muffled. The rounds are drowning her out. I look at the recorder, still recording. The heartbeat is there, playing on loop, but it's not enough. Not without the vocal core. Not without the words that make it personal, that turn physics into permission. An acolyte grabs my arm, starts pulling me toward the door. I can see the surgical theater through the entrance, see the tables waiting, see exactly what happens next if I don't. I grab the recorder, yank it free from the console, and speak directly into the microphone, loud enough to cut through the hypnotic rounds. "Don't leave me. Please, I forgive you." My sister's last words, except I'm not speaking them to her anymore. I'm speaking them to myself. Forgiving the part of me that ran, that isolated, that believed attachment was weakness, the part that thought love was a liability instead of the thing that makes collapse possible. The recorder captures it, layers it into the heartbeat frequency. And when Mira hits the playback button, routing it through the master console, the sound that emerges isn't just our pulse. It's everything. Every moment we've synced, every time we chose connection over safety, every second we've been learning how to be heard. The speaker throats around the stadium start to crack. Not immediately, slowly at first. A hairline fracture in one throat, then another, then 12 more. The implosion cascade we triggered on the rig is happening here, except this time we're inside it. The acolytes stop speaking mid-sermon, clutch their throats. The surgical tubing grafted into their bodies starts to vibrate, harmonizing with the frequency in ways that make their eyes go wide. "It's working," Mira shouts. She's holding off 3 more acolytes with just the knife and momentum. Blood on her hands, her face, everywhere. "Rowan, it's working." An acolyte lunges at me. I dodge, barely, and feel something sharp against my ribs. Not a knife, a needle. The acolyte is trying to inject me with something, sedative probably. Standard choir protocol for new harvests. I grab its wrist, twist. The needle drops. Behind me, the console is starting to smoke. The heartbeat frequency is overloading the system, feeding back through every speaker throat in the network. The implosion cascade is accelerating, spreading across the stadium faster than I thought possible. The acolyte grabs me again, stronger this time. Its hands close around my throat and I can feel the surgical tubing under its skin, vibrating in time with our recorded heartbeat. It's trying to speak, trying to activate its hypnotic rounds, but the only sound that comes out is our pulse. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. Then it collapses, just stops. The tubing in its throat splits open, spraying preservative fluid. Dead weight on top of me. I shove it off. Look for Mira. She's across the room, surrounded, still fighting with the knife. 4 acolytes down, 6 more closing in. Her nose is bleeding again, pressure damage from the speaker throat harmonics. "Mira." I scramble toward her, but another acolyte blocks me. This one is bigger, fresher. It speaks in a voice I recognize, Dr. Busujima's voice, extracted from the prime mouth and replayed through a different throat. The choir saved pieces of her, redistributed them. "Rowan," it says in her voice, "the aggregate survives, the individual is static." I freeze, because it sounds exactly like her. The cadence, the inflection, even the slight rasp from years of speaking into laboratory microphones. The choir took everything she was and made it reproducible, turned love into inventory. "She chose this," I say, trying to convince myself. "She chose completion," the acolyte replies, still using Dr. Busujima's voice. "As will you." It lunges. I don't have a weapon. All I have is the console behind me, smoking and failing, and the knowledge that if I die now, the heartbeat frequency will destabilize. The implosion will stop halfway. The broadcast will resume. So I don't die. I grab the acolyte's throat and hold on, feeling the surgical tubing pulse under my fingers. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. Our frequency copied into its body. I squeeze until the tubing splits, until Dr. Buzusujima's stolen voice gurgles into silence. The acolyte drops. Across the room, Mira is down. 3 acolytes on top of her, pinning her arms, forcing a needle toward her neck. I can see her fighting, twisting, but she's exhausted. No strength left. The needle gets closer. A gunshot. The acolyte holding the needle jerks backward. Falls. Mira scrambles free, looks toward the entrance. Dr. Busujima stands there. Not an acolyte wearing her voice. Her. Actually her. Half melted from the rig implosion, surgical tubing trailing from her throat, but alive. Conscious. She's holding a choir-issue pistol, the kind they use for euthanizing failed grafts. Mom? Mira's voice breaks. Dr. Busujima fires again. Another acolyte drops, then another. She's methodical, precise, the same way she was in the lab. When all 6 are down, she limps into the room and closes the door behind her. The frequency is destabilizing, she says. Her voice glitches between her own and the aggregates, making each word sound doubled. The console can't handle the feedback. You need to reroute through the master terminal before it fails completely. You're alive, I say. Stupid thing to say, but I can't process this. Can't understand how she survived the turbine collapse. Partially. Dr. Busujima touches the tubing at her throat. The merger preserved the parts the choir needed. The rest is, she glitches again, harder, complicated. Mira is staring at her mother like she's seeing a ghost, which maybe she is. How do we reroute? I ask. Dr. Busujima crosses to the console, starts adjusting settings with hands that shake from partial nervous system failure. The master terminal is underground, beneath the surgical theater. That's where the prime mouth's core signal originates. If you can get the heartbeat frequency into that terminal, layer it directly into the aggregate's foundation, the implosion will be total. Every speaker throat on the continent will collapse simultaneously. And if we can't, then the cascade stops here. The broadcast resumes in 4 hours. The merger completes. She finishes adjusting the console, steps back. The smoke has cleared, but the equipment is still overheating. We have maybe 5 minutes before it fails completely. I'll guide you to the terminal, Dr. Busujima says, but I can't go with you. The tubing. She gestures at the trails of surgical threading emerging from her body. I'm still networked. If I get too close to the core signal, I'll reintegrate, become part of the aggregate again. Then stay here, Mira says. We'll do it ourselves. You'll need access codes, security overrides. The choir built redundancies into the master terminal. Without them, we'll improvise, Mira cuts her off. Like we always do. Dr. Busujima looks at her daughter. Something flickers in her half-melted face. Pride, maybe, or regret. It's hard to tell. When you activate the terminal, she says, I'll feel it. Through the network. It will hurt. I know, Mira says, more than hurt. It will. Dr. Busujima glitches again, her voice going fully aggregate for a moment before she forces it back. It will complete me. Finish the merger. I'll become what I was always meant to be. Part of the signal. Mom. This is the gift, Dr. Busujima interrupts. The same words she said on the rig. The knowledge that you were strong enough to let me go. She pulls a key card from her pocket, hands it to Mira. Then she lifts the pistol, checks the magazine. 3 rounds left. I'll hold them here, she says. Buy you time. Get to the terminal, activate the frequency, and don't look back. I'm not leaving you, Mira says. You already did. In the flotilla when you chose him over the merger. That was the leaving. This is just the confirmation. Dr. Busujima moves to the door, positions herself between us and the surgical theater. Through the walls we can hear the acolytes regrouping, organizing. They know we're here now. They're coming in force. Go, Dr. Busujima says without turning around. Mira looks at me. Her face is wet, not from seawater this time. We have to move, I say quietly. She nods, takes the key card. We grab the recorder, still playing our heartbeat on loop, and head for the door at the back of the command center. the one that leads underground. Behind us, Dr. Busujima starts to hum. Not the lullaby, not the heartbeat, something older. A song Mira probably heard as a kid, practicing kendo while her mother stood in the doorway. The last gift she can give, a melody without doctrine, a voice without aggregate. The door closes, seals, and we descend into the stadium's substructure, leaving Dr. Busujima to hold the line against an army of her own creation. The stairs are steep, poorly lit. We descend for what feels like miles, the heartbeat frequency echoing off concrete. At the bottom, a tunnel, narrow and dripping, leading toward the sound of machinery, the master terminal. 4 hours, Mira says. She's checking the watch again. That's all we have. I look at the recorder, still clipped to my belt, still playing. The battery indicator is red, maybe 15 minutes of charge left. We'll make it, I say. Mira almost smiles. You're lying. Yeah, we keep walking. Behind us, very faint, I can still hear Dr. Busujima humming. Then gunshots, then silence. The tunnel opens into a chamber that makes the surgical theater look small. The master terminal fills the entire space, a massive column of servers and speaker throats and surgical tubing, all pulsing with the aggregate signal. It's beautiful in a horrible way. Every voice the choir ever harvested, stored and amplified and ready to broadcast. There, Mira points. Input port. That's where we plug in the recorder. We cross the chamber. No guards, no acolytes. Just us and the machine and the sound of 1,000 voices waiting to drown the world. Mira pulls the keycard, swipes it. The terminal responds, access granted. A panel slides open, revealing the input port. It's standard size, the recorder will fit. Once I plug this in, I say, the frequency will propagate instantly. Every speaker throat on the continent, the implosion will be total. And irreversible, Mira adds. The choir's entire network, gone. I hesitate. Not because I doubt, because this is the moment. The impossible choice, delete the past or overwrite it. Silence or song, isolation or connection. Your mom, I say. When the frequency hits, I know, Mira cuts me off. She'll die, for real this time. No half measures, no preservation, just... Her voice cracks. Gone. We stand there, the recorder playing our heartbeat, the terminal waiting. She chose this, I say again, still trying to convince myself. She chose us, Mira corrects. She chose to believe that what we built was worth more than what she destroyed. That's the gift. That's what we have to honor. She takes my hand, squeezes once, then together we lift the recorder and plug it into the terminal. The response is immediate. The heartbeat frequency floods into the system, overwhelming every other signal. The speaker throats start to crack, hundreds of them, thousands, all across the chamber. The implosion cascade spreads through the network like fire, reaching every choir outpost on the continent in seconds. And somewhere above us, Dr. Busujima feels it. Through her surgical tubing, through her networked consciousness, through the merger she invited and the dismantling she enabled. The terminal screen flashes, aggregate signal failure, prime mouth offline, broadcast terminated. Then quieter, network collapse complete. Mira collapses, not from injury, from grief. I catch her, lower us both to the floor. Around us, the speaker throats are imploding in sequence, creating a sound like the world unmaking itself. It's loud enough to feel in my chest, in my bones, in the space where my sister's voice used to live. We sit there, holding each other, as the choir's entire ideology collapses into physics that couldn't contain what we built. A heartbeat so personal it made aggregate impossible. A love so specific it distorted the virus until the virus forgot how to spread. When the implosion stops, the silence is overwhelming. Real silence, human silence, the kind you can only hear when you're not afraid of being heard. Mira speaks into it, her voice raw. She's gone. Yeah, I say. She is. For real this time. Yeah. We stay on the floor, surrounded by broken speaker throats and the ruins of a cult that believed only the aggregate survives. Around us, the stadium groans. Structural damage from the implosion cascade. We should leave. Should climb back up, find our way out before the whole place collapses. But for now, we just sit. Two people who chose connection, who learned that needing someone isn't weakness, who proved that love, when recorded correctly, can make the world forget how to silence itself. Above us, the stadium's roof cracks open, letting in the first light of dawn. And in that light, I can almost see my sister's face, finally released from the ammo box, finally free to be something other than guilt. Mira looks at me. Ready? Not even close, I admit. Good, she says. Me neither. We stand, and together, holding hands like people who survived the apocalypse by refusing to survive it alone, we walk toward the stairs, toward whatever comes next, toward a world where every speaker throat has collapsed and the only voices left are the ones we choose to use. Behind us, the master terminal gives one final glitch, a burst of static that sounds almost like humming before going permanently dark. Chapter 24. Voice across the water. The stadium is collapsing behind us, but we're not running anymore. Can't. Mira's leg is hurt, twisted ankle from the fight in the command center, and I'm supporting most of her weight as we climb the access tunnel. Each step echoes wrong, like the concrete is absorbing sound instead of reflecting it. Everything about this place feels hollow now, emptied. Stop, Mira gasps. Just stop. We lean against the tunnel wall. Her breathing is ragged, wet, the damaged lung from the car lot massacre finally catching up. I check the time on her stolen watch. 2 hours since we activated the terminal. The broadcast deadline has passed. The continent should be waking up to silence instead of aggregate. How far to the surface? She asks. Another 100 stairs, maybe more. Great. She closes her eyes. Love that for us. I almost laugh. Would laugh if my ribs didn't hurt from where the acolyte tried to inject me, if my hands weren't still shaking from feeling Dr. Busujima's stolen voice go silent under my grip, if the whole world didn't feel like it's balanced on the edge of something I don't have words for. Your mom, I start. Don't, Mira cuts me off. Not yet, I can't process it yet. Fair enough. I'm not sure I can process it either. The woman who built the choir's processing centers, who invited the merger, who stood in that command center and hummed her daughter's childhood song while buying us time to destroy everything she created. Gift and sacrifice braided so tightly, I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. We climb. Mira's grip on my shoulder tightens with each step. By the time we reach the main level, her face is gray, slicked with sweat. The surgical theater is deserted, bodies still on tables, but the acolytes are gone. Fled, probably, when the speaker throats started imploding. Or dead. Hard to tell the difference anymore. The main gates are open. We limp through them into pre-dawn light that feels too bright, too clean. The parking lot is strewn with collapsed acolytes, most of them clutching their throats. Some are still moving, twitching, making sounds that aren't quite speech. They're trying to talk, Mira says. Their vocal cords are damaged, but they're trying. One of the acolytes reaches toward us, opens its mouth. What comes out is our heartbeat. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The frequency is stuck in its throat, looping, overwriting whatever sermon it used to carry. Mira kneels beside it, touches its face. You're free now, she tells it, gentle, like she's talking to a child. The aggregate is gone. You can be whoever you were before. The acolyte stares at her, keeps trying to speak, keeps producing only heartbeat. Finally, it gives up, closes its mouth, and just stops. Not dead, but not anything else either. We should keep moving, I say. Mira nods, stands with difficulty. We cross the parking lot, heading for the service road. Behind us, the stadium groans again, louder this time. Something structural giving way. We're maybe 50 yards out when the south wall collapses inward, sending up a plume of dust and broken concrete. The speaker throats, grafted to the exterior, come down with it, still crackling with residual frequency. Think anyone survived inside? Mira asks. I don't know. Dr. Busujima, I don't know, I repeat, harsher than I mean to. but I can't think about it. Can't picture that half-melted woman standing in the command center, humming, while the world she helped build came apart around her. If I think about it, I'll have to think about my own mother, wherever she is, whatever happened to her when the outbreak started. And that's a door I've kept sealed for 3 years. We reach the service road. The sun is higher now, burning off the coastal fog, and in the distance, maybe a mile east, I see something that makes me stop walking. Smoke. Not the chemical kind from burning compounds. Campfire smoke, small, controlled, human. Someone's alive out there, I say. Mira follows my gaze. Could be choir remnants. Could be survivors. We're both silent, weighing it. Then Mira adjusts her grip on my shoulder and says, "Let's find out." The walk takes 40 minutes. Mira's ankle is worse. She's barely putting weight on it, but she refuses to stop. Stubborn in the same way she was stubborn about teaching me silence, about chasing me across the flotilla, about everything. The pain just makes her quieter, more focused. The campfire is exactly where I thought. A small clearing beside a collapsed overpass, maybe a dozen people clustered around the flames. They're not acolytes, no surgical tubing, no choir robes. Just survivors, dirty, exhausted, holding makeshift weapons like they expect trouble. They see us coming. 3 of them stand, raising pipes and broken bottles, but they don't attack. Just watch as we approach. Mira limping, me barely holding her up. "You're bleeding," one of them says. Young guy, maybe 17, with a gash across his forehead that looks infected. "Yeah," I say. "You need medical?" I stop, because I don't know what we need. Food, water, rest, all of that. But more than anything, we need to know if the broadcast actually stopped, if the implosion worked, if the world is waking up to voices instead of aggregate. "Do you have a radio?" Mira asks. The young guy blinks. "A what?" "Radio. AM, FM, shortwave. Anything that receives broadcast. Why would we?" He stops, looks at the others. "Yeah, we have one. Old ham setup, but it's been dead for weeks. Yeah, ever since the choir started broadcasting that sermon thing." "It's not dead," Mira says. "Not anymore." They bring us to the radio. It's a battered military surplus unit, half melted from someone trying to short it out, but the power still works. The young guy, his name is Chen, he tells us, flips it on and starts scanning frequencies. Static. Just static. For a full minute, nothing but white noise, and I feel something cold settle in my chest, because maybe we failed. Maybe the implosion didn't propagate. Maybe then a voice cuts through. Not sermon, not aggregate, just a person speaking clearly. Reports coming in from all sectors. Speaker arrays are down. Repeat, all choir broadcast equipment has collapsed. The aggregate signal is offline. Personal memory retention appears stable. Chen fumbles the tuner, loses the signal, finds it again. Survivors are advised to stay in sheltered locations until ground forces can be confirmed neutralized. The continental network failure appears complete. No reintegration has been observed. Repeat, the merger is not viable. "It worked," Mira whispers. Her hand finds mine, squeezes. "Rowan, it worked. I can't speak, can't process it. We collapsed the network, every speaker throat on the continent. The choir's entire ideology, dismantled by a frequency we recorded in a command center while being hunted. By words I spoke to forgive myself. By a heartbeat that proved love could distort physics." The radio voice continues. "Preliminary reports suggest the implosion was triggered by an unknown counter-frequency. Origin currently under investigation. All survivors are encouraged to hum or sing to prevent residual echo contamination. Musical expression appears to disrupt viral replication." Chen looks at us. Really looks. At our injuries, our exhaustion, the way we're holding each other like we might collapse if we let go. "You did this," he says. Not a question. Mira doesn't answer, just closes her eyes and leans into me. Her breathing is still wrong, still wet, but she's smiling, actually smiling. "You collapsed the choir," Chen continues. "The whole network. That was you." "Not just us," I say, finding my voice. "There was someone else, someone who—" I can't finish. Can't explain, Dr. Busujima. Can't put into words what it means to build something knowing your children will destroy it. Chen doesn't push, just nods like he understands. Maybe he does. Maybe everyone who survived this long has lost someone who made the same impossible choice. We have food, he says. Not much, but you're welcome to it. And there's a medic, well, someone who used to be a nurse. She can look at your injuries. Mira opens her eyes. We need to keep moving. You need to rest, Chen counters. Look at yourselves, you're half dead. We need, Mira starts, then stops. Because what do we need? The broadcast is offline. The merger failed. The impossible thing we've been chasing for weeks is done. And we're just two people standing in a clearing, bleeding with nowhere left to go. Rest, I say quietly. We need rest. Mira looks at me. Something shifts in her expression. Relief, maybe? Or permission. She nods. Okay. Rest. Chen brings us to the medic. Her name is Sophia, and she's got maybe half her nursing training plus 3 years of apocalypse triage. She cleans Mira's ankle, wraps it in salvaged bandages, gives her antibiotics from a depleted stockpile. Then she looks at me. That bandage around your head, she says. When's the last time you changed it? I touch the fabric. It's crusted with blood, black around the edges. 3 days? 4? Jesus. Sophia unwraps it carefully. The wound underneath, where I dug out the tracker chip, is infected. Badly. Green edges, hot to touch. This is going to hurt. She's not wrong. The cleaning process involves alcohol, tweezers, and more cursing than I've done in months. But when she's finished, the wound is clean, properly dressed. My head stops throbbing. You're lucky, Sophia says. Another day, and this would have been septic. I want to laugh at lucky. Want to point out that we just collapsed a continental broadcast network while being hunted by cultists. That we watched a woman sacrifice herself so we could activate a frequency that shouldn't have worked. That we're only here because we chose connection over safety, repeatedly, until physics gave up and let us win. But I just say, thanks. Sophia moves on to the next patient, someone with a broken arm, badly set. Mira and I find a quiet spot near the fire. People keep looking at us, but nobody approaches. It's like they can sense the weight we're carrying, the exhaustion that goes deeper than physical. We should check the radio again, Mira says. Make sure the implosion held. In a minute. Rowan. Just 1 minute. I lean back against the overpass support beam. Isaac, let me have 1 minute where we're not fighting or running or collapsing broadcast networks. Mira is quiet. Then she shifts closer, rests her head on my shoulder. Her hair smells like seawater and smoke. Okay, 1 minute. We sit like that, watching the fire. Around us, the other survivors talk in low voices, planning next moves, discussing supply routes, arguing about whether to head inland or stay coastal. Normal apocalypse concerns. The kind you have when you're not being hunned by a cult that wants to graft your throat into a speaker array. The minute stretches, becomes 5, 10, nobody bothers us. Eventually Mira speaks. Do you think she felt it when the terminal activated? I don't have to ask who she means. Yeah, I think she felt it. Do you think it hurt? Probably. Good, Mira says. Then quieter. No, not good. I don't know what I mean. You mean you're angry and grateful at the same time, and you don't know which one to feel first. She's quiet for a long moment. Yeah, that. I think about my own mother. About the last time I saw her, loading supplies into our car while the infection spread. She told me to take my sister and run. Said she'd catch up. I ran. She didn't catch up. I never looked back. I think the gift is that we get to be angry, I say. That's what it means when someone loves you enough to make themselves the target. You get to be furious at them for leaving, and you get to be grateful they made it possible. Mira lifts her head, looks at me with red-rimmed eyes. When did you get so wise? About 5 minutes ago. It'll probably wear off. She almost laughs, almost. Then she leans in and kisses me, slow, careful, like we have time now, like we're not running from anything. When we pull apart, she's crying, actually crying, tears running down her face. I miss her, she says. I know I shouldn't. She was part of the choir. She helped build this. But I miss her. I know. I hate that I miss her. I know that too. We sit there, Mira crying quietly against my shoulder, me holding her like I should have held my sister when she asked me not to leave. Like I'm learning to hold people instead of running from them. It's not comfortable. It doesn't fix anything. But it's honest. And after weeks of living inside a frequency that distorts physics, honesty feels like enough. The radio crackles again. Chen turns up the volume. Further updates on the network collapse. Ground surveys confirm 0 active speaker throats remaining. The implosion appears to have been total. Repeat, total network failure. All choir infrastructure is offline. A cheer goes up around the campfire. People hugging, crying, celebrating. Someone starts singing, off-key, half-forgotten lyrics to a song from before the fall. Others join in. Within seconds, the whole clearing is humming, laughing, making noise just because they can. Mira sits up, wipes her face. We should probably tell them. Tell them what? That we did it. That we were the ones who... She stops, shakes her head. Never mind. They don't need to know. They deserve to know. Maybe. Mira stands, testing her ankle. It holds her weight. But I don't think I can explain it. How do you tell people you collapsed a network by recording your heartbeat? That you saved the world by learning to be heard? You don't, I say. You just let them celebrate. She nods, limps over to the fire. Someone offers her a bottle, homemade alcohol, probably terrible, and she takes a sip, makes a face, passes it on. Within minutes, she's absorbed into the group. Just another survivor. Nobody special. I watch her. Watch the way she moves through the crowd, still limping but steady. The way she smiles when Chen tells a joke. The way she's learning to exist in a world where her voice isn't a weapon, just a voice. The radio keeps broadcasting, memory retention tests showing positive results. No recorded cases of aggregate override. The merge attempt has definitively failed. Survivors should continue musical expression as preventative measure. I tune it out. Stand. Walk to the edge of the clearing where the land drops away toward open water. The sun is high now, burning off the last of the fog. I can see for miles, empty coastline, collapsed infrastructure, smoke rising from a dozen different points. The world we saved, the world we're going to have to rebuild. Behind me, the survivors are still singing. Off-key, half-forgotten, beautiful. I think about my sister. About the ammo box I finally surrendered in the terminal, offering her voice as the seed that made implosion possible. About the words I spoke, "Don't leave me, please, I forgive you," knowing they'd be copied into millions of throats. Knowing I'd never be able to take them back. She's out there now, her voice, mixed with the aggregate scattered across the continent. Every collapsed speaker throat carries a piece of her forgiveness. Of my forgiveness. Of the moment I chose to be heard instead of silent. It should feel wrong, invasive, like I've stolen her privacy by making her last words public. But it doesn't. It feels like closure, like the opposite of abandonment, like I finally brought her with me instead of leaving her behind. Rowan, Mira's voice. She's limped over, holding 2 cups of something hot. Chen made coffee. Well, coffee adjacent. It's mostly burned acorns, but it's warm. I take the cup. Sip. She's right. It's terrible, but it's warm. What are you thinking about? She asks. My sister, how her voice is out there now in every collapsed throat. Are you okay with that? I don't know yet. I look at Mira. But I think I will be, eventually. We drink the terrible coffee, watch the ocean. The sun reflects off the water in ways that hurt to look at directly, beautiful and painful at the same time. What now? Mira says finally. Now? Yeah, the broadcast is down, the choir is finished. We're not running anymore. So, what do? I think about it. About the recorder still clipped to my belt, battery dead. About the 68 amplifiers we installed in the stadium. About the master terminal underground, dark and quiet. All the tools we used to save the world, now useless. We walk inland, I say, find other survivors, teach them the heartbeat. Teach them the frequency, the thing that makes implosion work. If there are any choir remnants left, any speaker throats that didn't collapse, survivors need to know how to fight back. Mira nods slowly. Spread the song person to person, not via tech. Right, that's going to take forever. Yeah, probably. She's quiet for a moment. Then, you know what? That sounds perfect. I look at her. She's smiling. Actually smiling. Not the grim survival smile I've gotten used to, but something genuine. Hopeful. We're going to rebuild, she says. Not the old world. Something different. Something where voices matter because they're individual, not because they're loud. That's optimistic. I'm trying optimism. Figured I'd test it out. She drinks more terrible coffee. Might not stick, but worth a shot. Return to the campfire. Chen is explaining supply routes to someone, using a stick to draw maps in the dirt. Sophia is reorganizing the medical kit. The young guy with the infected wound is sleeping, looking marginally less dead than before. Normal. Almost normal. The kind of normal that comes after the world ends and people remember how to be people again. Mira taps my arm. Morse code. Our heartbeat. 2 beats. Pause. 2 beats. I tap back. Same rhythm. Ready? She asks. Not even close, I admit. Good, she says. Let's go anyway. We gather what little we have, the dead recorder, some salvaged food, a bottle of water, say goodbye to Chen and Sophia and the others. They don't ask where we're going, just nod. Wish us luck. The kind of goodbye survivors give each other when they know paths might not cross again. We walk inland, Mira limping, me supporting her. Behind us the ocean, the collapsed stadium, the place where we learned to stop running. Ahead of us, miles of empty road, collapsed infrastructure, survivors who don't know yet that the world is different, that the aggregate is gone, that voices matter again. This is going to be hard, Mira says. Yeah, people might not believe us. Probably not. And we might not make it. Could be remnant choir, could be regular apocalypse hazards, could be... Mira, she stops talking, looks at me. I know, I say. I know it's hard. I know we might not make it. But we're going to try anyway, because that's what we do now. We're the people who try. She's quiet, then she nods, takes my hand, and we keep walking. The road stretches ahead, empty and waiting. Somewhere in the distance, someone is humming. A tune I don't recognize. Individual, unscripted, perfectly imperfect. The sound of a voice that knows it's allowed to be heard. We walk toward it, together. 2 people who learned that attachment isn't weakness. That love can distort physics if you record it correctly. That the opposite of isolation isn't just connection, it's the choice to be connected repeatedly, even when it's terrifying. Behind us, the coast fades into distance. Ahead of us, the continent waits, and in the space between, our heartbeat. 2 beats. Pause. 2 beats. Still playing. Still distorting. Still refusing to let the world forget what it sounds like when people choose to survive together instead of alone. Chapter 25, Drifting with the Dead. The debris raft tilts under me. I shift my weight to compensate, feeling the salvaged plywood creak against the rope lashings Mira tied this morning, or maybe yesterday. Time gets slippery when you're watching the horizon for land that doesn't come. She's asleep now, curled against the supply pack with her hand near the knife, even in rest. The lullaby she sang to find me still echoes in my head, overlapping with the static hum of the portable radio we pulled from the rig's wreckage. The volume's low, just a whisper against the slap of waves. But I keep it on because the alternative is listening to my own thoughts loop like... I stop that line of thinking before it finishes. The radio crackles, a voice cuts through, male, hoarse. Confirmed in Sector 7. Arrays went silent at 0400. Survivors report spontaneous humming, same pattern, creating safe zones approximately. Static swallows the rest. I lean forward, turn the dial a fraction. The voice returns, different now, younger. My daughter sang it first. She heard it on the broken transmitter and just started. Now the whole block hums it when the echoes get close. They collapse, just fold in on themselves like... Another voice overlaps, panicked. Don't approach the cathedral. Repeat, cathedral zone is... Static again. Mira stirs but doesn't wake. Her breathing stays even. That rhythm I know better than my own pulse now. I watch her for a moment, the way the weak sunlight catches the scar along her jaw, gift from the greenhouse fire, and feel something unfamiliar settle in my chest. Not peace exactly, more like the absence of static. The radio hisses. I adjust again, broadcasting on all frequencies. If you can hear this, hum the pattern. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. It works. I don't know why, but it works. My son is... The voice breaks. My son came back. Not all the way, but he stopped mid-lunge and just listened. So hum it, please. I switch it off. The silence that follows is worse than the static. I can hear the water now, watch the hollow knock of debris bumping our makeshift raft, the distant cry of something that might be a seabird or might be an echo bouncing off the ruins of a coastal tower. My throat feels tight. You should sleep, Mira says without opening her eyes. Thought you were out. Thought you'd actually try resting. She shifts, sits up slow like her ribs still hurt. They probably do. Mine certainly do. What'd the radio say? People are humming. The words feel strange leaving my mouth. Everywhere. The song. Our song. They're using it. She doesn't respond immediately. When she does, her voice is careful, measured. And I don't know what to do with that. A wave rocks us. I grab the rope to steady myself, feeling the burn of salt water in the cuts across my palms. The medical tape Mira wrapped them with this morning is already coming loose, the adhesive failing in the damp. Everything fails eventually out here. We spread it, she says, person to person. That's what we decided. I know what we decided. I'm staring at the radio now, its cracked display reflecting nothing, but listening to them talk about it like it's already bigger than us, like we're just witnesses. We are witnesses. She's looking at me now, I can feel it without turning. That was always the point, wasn't it? Make it too big to control, too shared to erase. I think about Dr. Busujima, about the way she looked at my sister's head like it was data, not memory. About the choir's conviction that aggregate voice could erase the individual, about my own stupid belief that deletion would fix anything. Yeah, I say, that was the point. But saying it and believing it are different animals. Mira crawls over, the raft dipping under her weight. She settles beside me, close enough that our shoulders touch. Doesn't say anything, just breathes. The radio sits between us like a third passenger. After a while I reach for it. Turn it back on. Keep the volume low. Safe zone established at the old marina. Bring children. Bring anyone who can hum. We're teaching the pattern to... My wife's voice was the last thing I heard before she turned. Now every echo in the building sings it back. I can't tell if that's mercy or 2 beats. Pause, 2 beats. Pass it on, don't let it... I cycle through stations. Each one carries fragments of the same story, scattered across frequencies like shrapnel from an explosion we triggered but can't see. Mira listens without comment, her hand finding mine between us. A new voice cuts through, clearer than the others. This is Outpost 12, broadcasting on emergency frequency. To the 2 who made it off the Ark, if you're listening, thank you. My brother died humming your song. He went quiet. That's all I wanted for him. Just quiet. The voice stops, returns to static. Mira squeezes my hand. I should feel something. Relief, maybe. Vindication. But mostly I just feel tired and sunburned and where we're still adrift on debris held together by hope and salvaged rope. We need to stay awake, I say, though I'm not sure which of us I'm telling. Hallucinations start when you get too tired. Oxygen deprivation. You start remembering things that feel real, but I know. Her voice is flat. You explained it this morning. Did I? Twice. I blink. The horizon blurs, then sharpens. When did I last drink water? The canteen's somewhere under the supply pack, but moving feels like too much effort. Easier to just sit here, hand in hand, listening to strangers hum our heartbeat back at us through dying radios. A shadow passes overhead. I track it automatically, just a bird, actual bird, not the echo kind. But the motion makes my vision swim. Mira's talking, but the words come through like she's underwater. Rowan. I focus. She's gripping my face now, fingers pressing hard against my cheeks. "Don't record this," she says. "What?" "Whatever you're seeing, whatever memory wants to surface right now." Her eyes are too bright, pupils blown wide. "Don't give it voice. It'll corrupt the song if we start layering our trauma back into it." I almost laugh. Little late for that. "Is it?" She's still holding my face. "We already paid that cost, already spoke our worst into the array. This part," she gestures at the radio, the water, the endless nothing around us. "This part is about what comes after. So don't record the dark parts. Not now." The bird circles back. I watch it until Mira releases my face. Then I lean into her shoulder because sitting upright suddenly feels negotiable. "Tell me something new," I say. "New? Something you never told anyone. Not your mother, not the choir, not," I pause, "not me." She's quiet long enough that I think she won't answer. Then, "I used to hum, before they took my voice. Not songs, just patterns. Math equations, probably. My mom said I did it when I was thinking through a problem." "You remember the patterns?" "Some." She shifts. "The one for calculating trajectory, that was 3 beats, pause, 5 beats. The one for measuring distances was..." She hums it. Soft. The sound vibrates against my temple where I'm pressed to her shoulder. It's not our heartbeat song, it's something older, private, hers alone. I close my eyes. "Don't stop," I say. She doesn't. The radio keeps cycling through stations. Voices bleed together, humming and speaking and crying and laughing, all of them carrying fragments of the frequency we released. Somewhere in the static, someone's teaching their child the pattern. Somewhere else, a woman records her husband's name before he turns. Make sure the echo says "I love you" instead of screaming. Somewhere very far away, close enough to matter and too far to reach, the world is learning to hum itself back from silence. Mira's math patterns fade into our heartbeat rhythm. I don't point it out. Maybe she doesn't notice. Maybe she does, and that's the point. How the personal becomes communal. How sharing doesn't erase but transforms. I think about the ammo box. About what I'll put inside it now that the head is gone, burned and broadcast and finally quiet. Not quiet. Shared. There's a difference I'm only now starting to understand. The raft tilts again. This time I don't bother correcting it, just let the motion rock us, Mira's hum steady against my ear, the radio static washing over both like white noise from a world we're learning how to speak. "Land," Mira says. I don't open my eyes. "You're hallucinating." "Rowan, open your eyes." I do. The horizon has teeth now, jagged black shapes rising from the water, rocks first, then structures behind them. The remains of what might have been a fishing village, or the skeleton of one, salt-weathered and bent, but undeniably solid. "How far?" My voice sounds wrong, too dry. "Mile. Maybe 2. She's already moving, checking the rope lashings, redistributing weight. "Can you paddle?" I can barely sit upright, but I nod anyway because what else is there to do? We fashion paddles from the debris, broken boards that used to be someone's home or boat or life. The water resists every stroke, my arms burn. Mira sets a rhythm that I follow, 2 strokes then rest, 2 strokes then rest. The same pattern as the heartbeat, as her math problems, as everything we've been building toward. The radio keeps broadcasting behind us, Sector 19 reporting clear. The humming works. Repeat the humming. A child's laughter cuts through the static. I almost drop the paddle. Mira looks back at me. The expression on her face is something I don't have language for yet. Might never have language for. But I see it in the way her shoulders drop, the way her hand goes still mid-stroke. "That's new," she says. "That's new," I echo. We paddle harder. The radio keeps cycling. Somewhere in the white noise, a mother sings to her daughter. Somewhere else, a group of survivors test their voices, finding harmonies in the shared frequency. Somewhere very close now, close enough to hear if we stopped paddling, children are laughing without fear for the first time in years. We don't stop paddling. The shore resolves it into detail, wooden docks rotted to splinters, buildings with their roofs caved in, the skeleton of what might have been a lighthouse. But there are people too, silhouettes against the gray sky, and as we get closer, I can hear them. They're humming. Chapter 26, Shore of Small Voices. The dock splinters under my boots. I grab what's left of a post to steady myself, feeling the wood crumble like old bread in my grip. Mira's already past me, moving inland with that careful silence she never lost even after getting her voice back. The people, 6 or 7 of them, hard to count with the way they cluster, stop humming when they see us. One steps forward. Woman, maybe 40, with gray streaking her hair in salt patterns. She's holding a fish gutting knife, not threatening exactly, but present. "You from the Ark?" she asks. I'm still trying to remember how to stand upright after days on water. Mira answers for both of us. Was. The woman processes this. Behind her, the others resume their low humming, not the full heartbeat pattern, but close enough that it prickles the hair on my arms. A child, boy, maybe 8, peeks around her leg, staring at us with that unsettling directness kids have. "The song," the woman says, the one everyone's humming, "that came from the Ark?" "Not from," I manage. "Through." She nods like that makes sense. Maybe it does. I've stopped trying to track causality in a world where love can collapse zombie throats. "We heard it on Kev's transmitter." She gestures toward the buildings. "Broken thing, barely gets signal, but 3 nights ago it came through clear as anything. Just the pattern. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. My daughter." She stops. Starts again. "My daughter sang it first. Now they all do." The boy is still staring. He hums under his breath, matching the others. "It works," the woman continues. "I don't know why, but it works. 2 echoes wandered through yesterday, and when the kids started humming, they just stopped, collapsed, like someone cut their strings." Mira's hand finds the small of my back. Steadying or being steadied, I can't tell anymore. "How many children?" she asks. "Here, 12. The woman sheathes her knife. "More in the camps inland. We're not the only ones. There's a whole network now. People teaching the pattern, passing it along. You really made this?" "We recorded it," I say, "but it's not ours. Not anymore." The woman looks at me for a long moment, then cracks something that might generously be called a smile. "Good. Would have been a real problem if someone tried to own it." She turns, jerking her head for us to follow. The others part to let us through, still humming, their eyes tracking our movement with a mix of curiosity and something that makes my skin itch. Not hostility. More like reverence, which is somehow worse. The village, calling it that feels generous, is maybe 20 buildings in various states of collapse. Most have been patched with salvage, creating a patchwork aesthetic that screams barely holding on. But there are gardens, actual gardens with green things growing and clotheslines strung between posts and the unmistakable smell of something cooking. The boy who was hiding appears at my elbow. He's humming louder now, the full pattern, and watching my face to see how I react. "Liam," the woman calls. "Give them space." He doesn't move, just keeps humming, tilting his head. "He does this," the woman says without turning. "Ever since the song came through, he hums at everyone, testing it maybe, making sure it's real." I crouch down, bringing myself level with him. The kid doesn't flinch. Up close, I can see the scar on his temple, still pink and puckered. Fresh, maybe a month old. Whatever, put it there came too close. "You hear the song on the transmitter?" I ask. He nods. "What did you do?" "Sang it back." His voice is younger than his eyes. "Mama said I was supposed to hide when the dead ones came, but I heard the pattern and I just sang. And they fell down." He says it simply, like describing weather. "Just fell down and went quiet. So I kept singing. Everyone kept singing. Now the dead ones don't come here anymore." Mira's crouched beside me now. She's not looking at the kid, though. She's looking at me, and there's something in her expression that makes my throat tight. "Smart," she says to Liam, teaching everyone, making sure it spreads. "Maddie said it's like a vaccine." He's matter of fact. Only instead of shots, it's singing. A vaccine. That's one way to think about it. I stand, joints protesting, and Mira follows. The woman, I still don't have her name, leads us toward a building that looks slightly more stable than the others. Inside, it's dim and smells like wood smoke and old canvas. There's a table, actual chairs, and a map spread across the surface with marks in different colors. "This is what we know," she says, pointing. "Red marks are choir territories. Blue are safe zones. Green are places where people are teaching the song but haven't confirmed it works yet." The map is covered in blue dots. They cluster along the coast, spreading inland like a slow infection of hope. "The choir's collapsing," she continues. "Not everywhere. They're still active in the cathedral zone, but their arrays keep failing. People hear the song, hum it back, and the throats just implode." I trace a finger along the coastline, counting blue marks. 20, 30, more. Each one represents people who heard something we made and used it to survive. "There's a problem, though," the woman says. "Of course there is. Remnant squads. Choir members who don't have arrays anymore but still believe in the ideology. They've been hitting the camps, trying to steal." She glances at the doorway where several children's silhouettes are visible. "They want the pure voices. Kids who learn the song clean, without trauma attached. They think if they can force those voices into a new array, they can rewrite the pattern, make it theirs again." Mira's hand goes to her knife. "When?" 3 nights ago, they hit a camp 50 miles north, took 6 children. We got word yesterday that they're working their way down the coast. The woman's jaw tightens. "They'll be here soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. We've been preparing, but you're fishermen," I finish. "Not fighters." "We're survivors," she corrects. "But yeah, not fighters." Outside, the children are singing. Not humming anymore, full-throated singing, joyful and off-key and absolutely fucking fearless. The sound carries through the thin walls, and I watch the woman's face shift from resignation to something harder. "We won't let them take the kids," she says, "even if it means you won't have to." Mira's voice is flat. "We'll help." I look at her. She looks back, and there's nothing in her expression that suggests room for debate. "This is happening. We're staying. Of course we're staying." The woman exhales. "I don't even know your names." "Rowan," I say. "She's Mira." "Danny." She extends a hand. I shake it. Her grip is calloused and strong. "The kids have been asking about you. The ones who made the song. They have questions." "What kind of questions?" "The impossible kind." She almost smiles. "How it works, why it works, whether it'll keep working, and," she pauses, "whether you can teach them to make new ones." I don't know how to answer that. The song we made came from desperation and love and violence, this recorded into a dead thing and broadcast into a cult's nightmare. I don't know if that's teachable or just luck. "We can try," Mira says. Danny nods. "Good enough. For now, get some rest. You both look like you're held together with hope and stubbornness." She's not wrong. We're shown to a back room, barely more than a closet with 2 bedrolls and a bucket of questionable water. I collapse onto one bedroll without ceremony. Mira sits on the other, methodically checking her knife, her bakken, the makeshift tools we salvaged from the rig. "We should scout the perimeter," she says, "figure out their likely approach angles. We should sleep." "Rowan, 2 hours." I'm already closing my eyes. "Then we scout, promise." She doesn't answer immediately. Then I feel her hand on my shoulder, brief and warm. 2 hours, she agrees. I'm asleep before she finishes the sentence. The screaming wakes me. Not echo screaming, human, child. I'm on my feet before conscious thought catches up. Mira already at the door, knife drawn. Outside the light's wrong, too dim for midday, too bright for evening. Late afternoon then. We slept longer than 2 hours. The screaming comes from the center of the village. We run. The remnant squad is 6 strong, all wearing partial choir gear, the throat amplifiers removed but the leather rigging still intact, like they can't quite let go. They've got 3 kids surrounded, using them as human shields while the adults form a defensive circle. Danny's there, fish-gutting knife in hand, shouting something I can't make out over the chaos. One of the choir remnants, woman, face scarred from array removal, sees us approaching and grins. The architects, she calls. Perfect timing. Mira doesn't stop running. Neither do I. The remnant shifts, pulling one of the kids tighter. Girl, maybe 6. Liam's little sister, from the way he's screaming her name. You made the song, the woman continues. You can unmake it, rewrite it, help us fix what you broke. We didn't break anything, I say. You broke everything. She's almost pleading now. The collective, the aggregate voice. You reduced us to individuals again, isolated, alone. Help us rebuild, and we let the children go. Mira's circling left. I mirror her movement to the right. The other remnants track us but don't break formation. They're professionals, or used to be. This isn't their first raid. The song can't be unmade, Mira says. It's shared now, belongs to everyone. Then we take everyone's version, every voice singing it, collect them all and weave them back into silence. I finish. That's all your aggregate ever was. Individual voices crushed so flat they stopped being voices at all. The woman's face contorts. You don't understand. I understand you want to steal children's voices because you can't stand the sound of your own. Wrong thing to say. I know it immediately. Her grip tightens on the girl, who whimpers. Mira moves first. She's not fast. No one's fast anymore after what we've been through, but she's precise. The Bakken catches the woman's wrist, not hard enough to break, but enough to loosen her grip. The girl drops, scrambles away. Liam's there immediately, pulling his sister behind the defensive circle. The other remnants break formation. It's chaos after that. Bodies moving, someone screaming, the clash of improvised weapons against choir leather. I grab a length of pipe from the ground and swing at the nearest remnant. He blocks it, counters with a throat strike that would have crushed my windpipe if I hadn't jerked back. Danny's shouting orders. The fishermen are fighting with gutting knives and boat hooks and the kind of desperate fury that comes from defending what matters. It's ugly and close and nothing like the battles at the Ark. This is survival stripped down to its meanest components. A remnant grabs my arm. I drop the pipe, drive my elbow into his face, feel something crunch. He staggers. I don't wait. Grab his shoulder rigging and pull him down. Knee to sternum, then I'm past him and moving toward Mira. She's surrounded. 3 on 1. Her Bakken's gone, probably knocked away. She's using her knife now, short controlled movements that keep them back but won't last. I pick up a rock, throw it at the nearest remnant's head. It connects, solid crack, and he turns, giving Mira the opening she needs. Her knife finds his throat rigging, cuts through the leather. He drops. The remaining 2 break and run. The rest of the squad's already fled or been subdued. The scarred woman's on the ground, Danny's knife at her throat. She's still talking, babbling about aggregate and collective and silence, but no one's listening. Tie them, Danny orders. We'll decide what to do with them after. The children are crying. Not all of them, Liam's dry-eyed and still holding his sister, but enough that the sound fills the space between buildings like fog. Mira finds me in the chaos. Blood on her hands, but none of it hers. You good? Yeah. I'm not sure if that's true, but it's close enough. They'll come back, she says, with more. I know. Danny approaches, wiping her knife on her pants. Thank you. If you hadn't... Don't. Mira cuts her off. This isn't over. No. Danny's looking at the captured remnants now. It's not. The children have stopped crying. They're humming instead. Soft at first, then louder. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The pattern spreading through the group like a heartbeat finding its rhythm. The captured remnants flinch at the sound. Liam breaks from his sister and walks toward me. Still humming. He looks up, expectant. What? I ask. Will you teach us? His voice is small, but certain. How to fight them? I look at Mira. She's already nodding. Yeah, I say. We'll teach you. The remnant squad is defeated. The children immediately resume humming the heartbeat, their pure voices ringing out over the sea as Rowan and Mira decide to travel inland. Chapter 27. The Last Tape Loop. The valley was a mistake. I knew it the moment we started descending into it, watching the fog pool between cliffs like something living, but Mira insisted it was the fastest route inland, and I was too tired to argue. 3 days since the fishing village. 3 days of teaching children how to fight with sticks and watching Danny's community learn to defend itself. 3 days of pretending we weren't just delaying the inevitable. Now the inevitable has us by the throat. Every step triggers something. The fog carries echoes, bounces them between rock faces until they overlap into a cacophony that makes my teeth ache. Someone laughing, a child crying, a woman singing something off-key. They're not fresh. The voices have that tinny quality of recordings played through broken speakers, but they're persistent, loop after loop after loop. Mira stops walking. Hear that? I've been hearing everything. Which that? The singing. That's my mother's voice. I listen closer. The woman's voice cycles through the same 3 lines over and over. Can't make out the words, but the melody's familiar in the way trauma is familiar. You recognize it before you know why. Maybe, I say. Or maybe it's her. Mira's hands are shaking. She's staring at a point in the fog like she can see through it. She used to sing that song when I was little. Before the choir. Before everything. The recording loops. The singing starts again from the beginning. We keep moving, I say. This place is designed to trap you. Every step you take, the echoes follow, attach, make you stop and listen. That's how it gets you. Gets you how? Paralysis. I'm already walking, forcing her to follow or be left behind. You stop, you listen, you remember. Then you stand there until dehydration or exposure takes you, surrounded by everyone you couldn't save. The fog thickens as we descend. My boots find uneven ground, old stone steps worn smooth by weather and use. This was something once, a mining operation maybe, or a quarry, but time and the echoes have reclaimed it. I can see shapes in the fog now. Bodies. Not fresh. Just the mummified remains of people who stopped walking and never started again. One of them is holding a radio, still playing. Mira's breathing has changed. The short, controlled rhythm she uses when fighting. I glance back. She's got her knife out, gripping it like the fog itself might attack. Talk to me, I say. About what? Anything. Just keep your voice active. Helps override the recordings. She doesn't respond immediately. The fog carries more sounds. A man reciting numbers, a dog barking, the squeal of brakes that stops mid-note. We walk through them like wading through water. I spoke to Danny before we left, Mira finally says. Asked her to bury something for us. Bury what? Nothing yet. But if we... She stops. Starts again. If we don't make it out of here, I wanted someone to bury our names. Just our names. Written on paper, in a jar, like the laughter tape. I trip over a rock, catch myself. That's morbid. It's practical. Her voice is steady now, the knife still out but her grip looser. We're carrying our voices across the continent, recording new stories. But our names, the actual words, those should stay with people who knew us. The fog shifts. For a moment I see clear ground ahead, then it closes again like a curtain. You told her your name? I ask. Mira Busujima. She says it clearly, each syllable deliberate. First time I've said the full thing out loud since the choir took my voice. Felt strange, like trying on old clothes that don't fit anymore. A body to our left starts making noise. Not moving, its throat's long collapsed, but the echo stored inside activates as we pass. A woman's voice, pleading, "Don't leave me here. Please don't leave me here." I recognize the cadence, if not the words. How many times did my sister say something similar? How many variations of "don't go" can a person invent when they know death's coming? Mira touches my arm. Rowan, I'm fine. You're not. She stopped walking entirely now. Your breathing's off. You're hearing something that's pulling you back. The pleading voice loops. Someone else joins it from deeper in the fog. A man apologizing, the words running together until they're just sound. Another body activates. Then another. The valley's waking up around us, one stored memory at a time. We should run, I say. can't run in fog this thick. We'll fall, break something, then we're stuck here until... Then what do we suggest? She considers this. The fog presses closer. I can hear her mother's singing again. Or maybe it's just my brain filling in patterns where none exist. We do what we've been doing, Mira says. We record over it. She pulls the hand crank recorder from her pack, the one we've been using to capture new stories untainted by trauma. It's cheap, salvaged from the rig, but it works. She winds it up. The mechanical clicking cuts through the fog like a knife through fabric. What are you recording, I ask. This. She hits the record button. Me talking to you. Now. Not dying, not afraid, just walking through fog and choosing what gets remembered. The absurdity almost makes me laugh. Almost. But she's already talking into the recorder, describing the valley, the fog, the bodies that stopped moving. She's not dramatic about it, just factual. Clinical, even. The sound of her voice pushes back against the stored echoes, not louder but more present. Your turn, she says, holding out the recorder. What do I say? Whatever you want the future to hear. I take the recorder. The wind-up spring is already losing tension. I'll need to crank it again in a minute. The fog swirls. My sister's voice isn't here. I burned that echo into the broadcast, scattered it across continents, but the absence is almost worse than the presence. This is Rowan, I say into the recorder. I'm walking through a valley that wants me to stop, to remember, to join the people who stood here until they became part of the landscape. I'm not going to do that. Not because I'm brave, I'm not, but because standing still is just another kind of dying, and I've done enough of that already. I hand the recorder back to Mira. She winds it up again. The clicking sound becomes a metronome we follow, step by step, deeper into the valley. The echoes fight back, they always do, but we keep recording over them, trading turns on the hand crank, describing the path, the gradient, the way the fog tastes like rust and old rain, mundane details, the opposite of trauma. After what feels like hours but is probably less, the ground starts rising. The fog thins. I can see actual sky now, gray and indifferent but real. Mira stops at what might be the valley's edge. She's looking back, down into the fog that's already closing over our footprints. My mother stayed there, she says, in the fog, when Dr. Busujima became the prime mouth and the arrays imploded, her voice scattered. Some of it's in that valley now. Just fragments, the song she sang when I was 4 and couldn't sleep. We don't have to leave it there, I say. Yes, we do. She's still looking down. That's the point. Not every voice needs to be collected. Not every memory needs to be preserved. Some things can just end, stay buried, let the fog have them. I think about my sister's head, about the weight of carrying her shame for years, about the moment I finally spoke her last words into the array and felt the weight lift, not because she was gone, but because she was everywhere. Shared, no longer mine to hoard. I'm going to bury the box, I say, the ammo box. Tonight when we make camp. Mira looks at me. You sure? No, but I'm doing it anyway. We climb out of the valley together. The ground levels off into scrublands, sparse and wind-scraped but solid. Behind us, the echoes fade to nothing, just one more sound the distance swallows. We make camp in the ruins of what might have been a ranger station. 4 walls mostly intact, roof half caved, but enough to block wind. Mira starts a fire with salvaged paper and dry brush. I sit with the ammo box in my lap, turning it over in my hands. The metal's rusted along the seams, the latch barely closes. I've carried this thing across continents, through territory and infected zones and the burning remains of the Silent Ark. Inside there's nothing, just rust stains and the ghost of weight. Mira feeds the fire. Doesn't watch me, but I can feel her attention like pressure on my skin. What are you going to put inside? She asks. I reach into my pack and pull out the first recording we made, the child's laughter from Danny's village. The weatherproof jar is small, fits easily in my palm. The tape inside is wound tight, preserving maybe 90 seconds of pure, untainted joy. This, I say. I place it inside the ammo box. It barely takes up space. The jar rattles when I tilt the box, too small to fill the emptiness. Should feel heavier, I say. Maybe it does. Mira's watching the fire now. Just differently. I close the latch. The clicking sound seems too final, too much like closure when I don't feel closed. But that's the point, isn't it? You don't wait to feel ready, you just do the thing and learn to carry it afterward. Outside, something moves in the scrubland. I tense automatically, hand going to the knife, at my belt. But it's just wind pushing dried grass into patterns that look briefly alive. Tomorrow we head for the interior, Mira says. There are camps inland, larger groups. Some of them have working radio stations. We can teach the pattern, record new stories, spread it wider than the coast. And then we keep moving, keep recording, keep proving that connection doesn't have to mean collective, that needing someone isn't the same as losing yourself. She's looking at me now. That's the antithesis of the choir. That's what makes it stick. The fire pops. Sparks drift up through the broken roof, becoming indistinguishable from stars. I hold the ammo box. It's warm from sitting in my lap. Tomorrow I'll bury it. Plant it like a seed the way the outline said. Cover it with dirt and mark the spot with stones so maybe, years from now, someone will dig it up and find the laughter tape inside. They won't know my sister's name, won't know what I carried or why. They'll just hear a child laughing, and maybe that'll be enough. Maybe enough is all any of us get. Mira leans against my shoulder. I wrap an arm around her, the ammo box still balanced on my knees. We sit like that until the fire burns low and the scrubland goes quiet, and the only sound is our breathing, synchronized without trying. Tomorrow, I say. Tomorrow, she agrees. The ammo box stays closed. Inside, the laughter tape waits in its jar, ready to be planted, ready to become something other than memory, ready to be found. Chapter 28, Choir's Final Whisper. The thing about following someone is eventually they know you're there. We've been tracking the remnant for 2 days now, the group that fled Danny's village, what was left of them. 4, maybe 5. Hard to count in the scrubland where everything looks the same and shadows lie. Mira spotted their campfire smoke yesterday morning, thin gray line against the sky like a finger pointing. They're not trying to hide anymore. That worries me more than if they were. They stopped moving, Mira says. She's crouched behind a rock formation, watching the horizon with that hunter's stillness she learned somewhere I never asked about. Set up camp maybe half a mile ahead. Been there since dawn. Could be waiting for reinforcements. Could be. She doesn't sound convinced. Or it's a trap. Everything's a trap. I shift my weight, feel my knees protest. We've been crouching here for an hour, watching for movement, and my body's loudly reminding me we're not built for this anymore. Question is whether we spring it or walk away. She looks at me. The question in her eyes isn't really a question. Yeah, I say. We're going. We approach from the east with the sun at our backs. Basic tactics. Make them look into the glare if it comes to fighting. The remnant camp is set up in a depression, natural amphitheater of rock that probably felt defensible until they realized it's also a kill box. 3 figures visible. The 4th, there. Mira points. The 4th figure isn't standing. She's collapsed against the far rock wall, half melted in a way that makes my stomach turn. The portable throat array she's wearing has fused to her skin, metal and flesh welded together by heat or time or something worse. Her face, what's left of it, is still recognizable, Dr. Busujima, or what the choir made her into before the arrays failed. She's alive, Mira says. Her voice is completely flat. How can you... Look at her chest. She's breathing. I look. She's right. Shallow, arrhythmic, but breathing. The other 3 remnants are arranged around her like some kind of shrine. They're not armed, just kneeling, waiting, their hands clasped in front of them like supplicants. This is wrong, I say. Very wrong. Mira's already moving down into the depression. I follow because the alternative is letting her go alone, and we're past that. The 3 remnants don't react as we approach. One of them, boy, can't be older than 19, looks up with eyes that have already accepted death. You came, he says. We followed you, I correct. Different thing. No, he shakes his head. The prime mouth said you'd come, said you had to, said you were the only ones who could complete her. Mira's circling toward her mother. I stay focused on the remnants, tracking their hands, their posture, anything that suggests violence, but they're empty, defeated. The fight bled out of them somewhere between the village and here. Complete her how? Mira asks. The boy gestures at Dr. Busujima. The merge failed. The arrays imploded. But she survived, the last piece of the collective, trying to hold itself together. She needs the heartbeat, your heartbeat, the one you broadcast. She needs it to finish what she started. Finish what? I'm watching the doctor now. Her eyes are open, tracking Mira's movement. There's recognition there, buried under pain. The choir's dead. The ideology's dead. What's left to finish? Everything. The boy's voice breaks. The silence. The aggregate. The proof that individual voices are just noise. She can still do it. The portable array, if you feed it the right frequency, if you let her merge with the heartbeat instead of fighting it. She wants to combine our song with her silence, Mira says. She stopped moving, standing just out of reach of her mother. Create a hybrid, something that erases personal memory but preserves collective function. She wants to weaponize what we made, I correct. Turn connection into another form of control. Dr. Busujima's mouth moves. No sound comes out. The array has damaged her vocal cords beyond speech, but her hand lifts, shaking, pointing at Mira. Mira crouches down, brings herself eye level with what used to be her mother. I'm not helping you finish this, she says. I'm not giving you absolution. I'm not telling you the merge was noble or necessary or anything except what it was. You choosing ideology over your daughter, choosing erasure over acceptance, choosing to become a mouth instead of a person. The doctor's hand drops. But, Mira continues, and her voice cracks on the word, I'm also not leaving you here to burn yourself out alone. Because that's what you did to me. Left me silent. Left me to figure out survival without you, and I'm not you. She reaches out, touches her mother's face, careful around the melted flesh, finding the parts that are still human. The portable array activates. It's not loud, nothing like the dreadnought speakers or the cathedral broadcasts, but it's there. A low hum that vibrates wrong, discordant, like hearing a heartbeat played backwards. The sound crawls across my skin. The three remnants start humming with it, trying to harmonize, but their voices break on the frequency. Mira. I know. She doesn't move her hand. She's pulling on the array, using what's left of her strength to activate it one more time, trying to merge. If you stay there, I know. She's crying now, silent tears that streak her face. But I have to hold on until it burns out. If I let go, she'll restart the cycle. Keep trying. Keep hurting herself, trying to complete something that was never going to work. The hum gets louder. The array's glowing now, heat radiating off the metal. Mira's hand must be burning, but she doesn't pull away. Just keeps contact, keeps the circuit closed, her eyes locked on her mother's. I don't know what to do. Every instinct says pull her away, break the contact, save her from whatever this is. But that's the old thinking. The isolation instinct that says abandon before you get hurt. So instead I move forward, place my hand over Mira's, adding my warmth to hers. The array stutters. The hum shifts frequency, climbing higher. The doctor's eyes widen. She's trying to pull away now, but Mira won't let her. Neither will I. We hold her there, human contact against metal by warmth against the cold ideology that tried to erase her. This is the last time, Mira says. The last time anyone tries to weaponize connection. The last time someone mistakes silence for peace. You wanted completion? This is it. Not erasure, not merge. Just us, your daughter, holding you while you stop. The array cracks. Small fracture in the metal, but enough. The heat pours out. I can feel it burning my palm, smell flesh charring, but I don't let go. Mira's hand is rigid under mine, locked in place by will or pain or something between. Dr. Busujima's mouth shapes words. No sound, but I can read her lips. They form sorry over and over, mechanical repetition, like she's stuck in a loop. I know, Mira says. I know you are. The array shatters completely. The sound stops. The three remnants collapse like their strings were cut. The doctor's chest rises once more, then goes still. Mira doesn't move. Neither do I. We stay there, hands locked together over the space where her mother's face was, feeling the heat dissipate into the scrubland air. After a while, could be seconds, could be hours, Mira pulls away. Her hand is burned, blistered palm to fingertips. Mine's not much better. She looks at them clinically, like they belong to someone else. We should bandage those, I say. Yeah. We don't move. The three remnants are breathing but unconscious. The portable array is smoke and wreckage. The body that was Dr. Busujima is just a body now, ideology burned out, leaving only the human remains. She died trying to erase me, Mira says. Spent years working on a way to delete individual memory. But in the end, she recognized my face, said my name with her last breath, even if I couldn't hear it. That's not erasure. That's just human, I finish. Yeah. She's still staring at her burned hand. Just human. All that work, all that belief, all those people she hurt trying to prove individual voices were static. And what did she die doing? Recognizing her daughter. The sun's dropping behind the rock formations now, throwing long shadows. The depression's going to be cold when full dark hits. We should move, should deal with the remnants, bandage our hands, make camp somewhere that isn't a grave. But for now we just sit, side by side, watching the smoke from the destroyed array dissipate into nothing. Did it work? Mira asks. The ideology. Even for a second, did the merge accomplish what she wanted? I think about it. About the moment the array cracked and all that heat poured out. About how it felt like something breaking loose, not coming together. No, I say. She was trying to force connection and silence into the same space. They can't coexist. One erases, one preserves. She wanted both and got neither. Good. Mira stands, offers me her unburned hand. Then we didn't fail. I take her hand, let her pull me up. My palm throbs where the burn is, but I can feel her pulse through her fingers, steady and alive and singular. Behind us, the body cools. The remnants breathe. The scrubland returns to its usual emptiness. Wind, pushing dried grass into patterns that mean nothing. We walk away from the depression together, not looking back. The mother figure Mira thought she hated now free from both of them. Chapter 29, Building a Quiet Fire. The camp gathers around the fire like it's the last warm thing left in the world. Might be, for all I know. We've been traveling for 6 days since the remnant encounter, following a river inland that used to have a name but now just marks the route between survivor settlements. This one's bigger than Danny's village, maybe 40 people, mostly adults with a handful of kids who watch everything with eyes that remember too much. I'm supposed to be teaching them the heartbeat. That's what they asked for when we arrived yesterday, what they traded food and bandages and a place to sleep in exchange for. But teaching feels like the wrong word. You can't teach a heartbeat, you can only share it. Like this, I say, and clap twice. Pause. Clap twice again. 10 people mirror the rhythm. Some of them get it immediately, natural sense of timing. Others are off by half a beat, creating a stutter effect that makes my teeth ache. A woman in the back, Sarah, I think her name is, keeps rushing the pause, turning the pattern into something anxious and wrong. Slower, I say. The pause is important. That's where the frequency builds. But why does it work? Sarah asks. She's maybe 30, with scar tissue covering half her neck like someone tried to graft a choir array and failed. We're just making noise. How does noise stop the echoes? I don't have a good answer. The technical explanation involves viral memory and love frequencies and physics I barely understand, but that's not what she's asking. She's asking why we get to survive when so many didn't. The echoes recognize it, Mira says. She's sitting on a log near the fire, bandaged hands resting in her lap. Recognition creates disruption. Disruption collapses the recording loop. That's the mechanics. But the reason it works, she pauses, the reason is because the heartbeat was made from connection. Two people surviving together. The virus preserves death. The heartbeat preserves life. They can't coexist. Sarah considers this. Claps the rhythm again, slower this time. The pause hangs properly. Behind her, the others follow, creating a wave of sound that rolls through the camp. The children start joining in unprompted. They're sitting in a cluster near the fire, faces orange in the flickering light, and their version of the heartbeat is somehow purer than the adults. No hesitation, no questioning, just the pattern, repeated with the kind of faith that only comes before the world teaches you to doubt. One of them, boy, maybe 7, adds a variation. Extra clap after the pause. The girl next to him picks it up, then another kid, until their section has created a harmony I didn't plan. The adults falter, unsure if this is wrong. Keep going, I say, let them explore it. The pattern can evolve. But won't that change the frequency? Sarah asks. Make it stop working? Maybe. Mira's watching the children now. Or maybe it makes it work better. We don't own it, can't control how it spreads or changes. That's the point. The moment we try to lock it down, make it perfect, we become the choir again. The children's harmony loops back to the original pattern. The adults relax. They keep clapping, keep building the rhythm, and somewhere in the middle of it, I feel something shift. The fire gets brighter. The darkness presses in less heavy. It's probably just my brain filling in meaning where there isn't any, but it feels real enough. How long do we practice? Someone asks. Until it's automatic, I say. Until you can hum it in your sleep. Until you hear an echo and your hands start clapping before you think about it. We practice for another hour. By the end, my hands are throbbing. The burns from the array haven't fully healed, and my voice is hoarse from correcting rhythm. But the camp's got it now. Even Sarah's pause is right. They move as a collective without losing their individual voices, which is the whole fucking point, even if I can't articulate it properly. After practice, Mira and I retreat to the edge of camp. Someone gave us a tent, actual canvas tent with poles and everything, but we don't use it. Feels too enclosed after weeks under open sky. So we just sit on our bedrolls, backs against a fallen log, watching the stars emerge between clouds. You should let me record you, Mira says. She's holding the hand crank recorder, winding it up. The mechanical clicking is soothing in its repetition. Teaching. Your voice explaining the pattern. Future settlements will need it. No. Rowan. I said no. I'm not angry, just firm. The moment we start distributing instructions, making it official, we turn it into doctrine. I teach in person or not at all. She winds the recorder again. What if we don't make it to the next settlement? What if something happens and the knowledge dies with us? Then it dies. I'm watching the fire now, the way it flickers between logs. Better dead than weaponized. Better lost than controlled. That's fatalistic. That's realistic. I turn to look at her. Your mother tried to preserve everything, tried to collect and control and perfect. Look where that got her. Sometimes things need to be allowed to end. Sometimes forgetting is the kindest option. Mira stops winding. The recorder's fully cranked, spring tight. She sets it aside without recording. Fine, she says. No instructions, no doctrine, just person to person. But we record the stories, the people who learned it, the ways it helped, the times it failed. That's not control, that's just memory. I think about the laughter tape buried in the scrubland, about how that choice, preserving joy instead of trauma, felt right in a way I can't defend logically. Yeah, I say, stories are fine. She picks up the recorder again, presses record. This is Mira Busujima, 6 days after the last remnant encounter. We're at a river camp teaching the heartbeat to 40 new people. The children added a variation today. Extra clap after the pause. It worked. Rowan says to let patterns evolve. I think he's right. I think. She stops, rewinds, deletes it. Wrong approach, she says. Too formal, sounds like a report. She cranks it again, presses record. There's a kid here who reminds me of my younger self. Serious, watchful. She hasn't clapped yet, just observes. But tonight, during practice, she hummed. Quiet, under her breath, like she was testing if it felt safe. That's the recording I want to keep. Not instructions, just the moment someone chose to participate. She stops recording, wins the crank. The clicking fills the space between us. You want to record something? She asks, offering me the device. I take it, hold it for a moment, feeling the weight, the spring's tension, the potential. I press record. This is Rowan. The ammo box is buried, the laughter tape's inside it. Tonight, Sarah learned the heartbeat. She's the woman with the neck scars. She asked why it works, and I didn't have a good answer. Maybe that's okay. Maybe not everything needs explanation. Maybe survival is enough. I stop. Almost delete it. Don't. Instead, I hand the recorder back to Mira. She winds it again without recording. Just that mechanical sound, rhythmic and honest. We should label the tapes, she says. Mark what's on them, so if someone finds them later. No labels. Rowan. No labels, no dates, no context, just the recordings in jars. Let whoever finds them figure it out. Let them interpret, add their own meaning. I'm watching the fire again. The moment we start curating, we start controlling. That's the mistake your mother made, thinking preservation required perfection. Mira's quiet for a long time. Then, you're afraid we'll become them. The choir. That's what this is about. Aren't you? Every day. She sets the recorder down between us, but we're not them. We're not collecting voices to silence them. We're not forcing aggregate. We're just witnessing, recording what's already there. For now. For now, she agrees. But we can set rules, personal rules. No doctoring recordings, no editing context, no selective preservation. We keep everything or we keep nothing. I think about this, about the valley we crossed where echoes piled on top of each other until movement was paralysis. About how my sister's voice is scattered across continents now, impossible to collect back into singular meaning. We keep everything, I say, but we scatter it. Different jars in different places, no central archive, no library where someone can gather all the pieces and reassemble them into something we didn't intend. Mythic seeds, Mira says. That's what you called them before. Yeah, seeds. Plant them. See what grows. She picks up the recorder, wins it one more time. The clicking goes on longer than necessary, like she's thinking. Then we need more jars, she says finally, and we need to start recording more than just victories. We need the failures too. The times the heartbeat didn't work, the people who tried it wrong and didn't survive. That's the only way to keep it honest. The fire pops, sparks drift up into darkness. One of the children laughs somewhere in camp, joyful and unrestrained. The sound doesn't echo, just exists for its moment, then fades. Tomorrow we record Sarah's story, I say. Her full story. How she got the neck scars, what she tried before the heartbeat, why she's still here. All of it. And then we leave. And then we keep moving. Keep finding settlements, keep planting seeds. I look at her bandaged hands until we can't anymore. And then someone else picks it up, carries it forward, makes it theirs. I'm tired suddenly, bone deep and heavy. That's all we can do. Make it transferable, make it shared, make it impossible for any one person to own or destroy. Mira leans against my shoulder. I wrap an arm around her, careful of her burns. The fire burns lower. The camp goes quiet, except for the occasional murmur of conversation, the rhythm of breathing, the underlying hum of 40 people learning to survive together without losing themselves. We're gonna die out here eventually, she says. It's not sad, just factual. Probably. Good. She shifts closer. I'd rather die planting seeds than living in a garden someone else designed. I don't have a response to that, so I just hold her, watching the fire turn to coals, listening to the camp settle into sleep around us. Somewhere a child hums the heartbeat in their dreams. The sound carries further than it should. bouncing off river stones and tree trunks until it's not clear where the source is anymore. That seems right somehow. Seems like exactly what we built it for. Chapter 30. When we hum, the world hums. The recording equipment is older than most survivors. Reel to reel, the kind they used in radio stations before everything digital, before everything collapsed. Founded in a basement 3 settlements back, it's water damaged and crusted with rust, but the mechanism still works when you hand crank it. Been carrying it for 2 months now. Heavy, but worth it. The storyteller is young, maybe 20, with nervous hands that never stop moving. He found us yesterday, hiking between settlements with nothing but a pack and a mandate to collect stories before they disappear. Said he's been doing this for a year. Said there are others like him, scattered across the remaining territories, all trying to preserve what's left before time or infection claims it. I want to record your introduction, he says. His voice shakes. Meeting us, meeting the people who made the song, is apparently overwhelming. For the archive, so people know where it came from. There is no archive, I say. That's the whole point. I know. But there could be. Someday, when it's safe again. When we can... It'll never be that safe, Mira cuts in. She's sitting on a rock, sharpening her bokken with a whetstone. The rhythmic scrape is hypnotic. The moment you centralize knowledge, you give people a target, something to control or destroy. Better scattered, better fragmented. The storyteller's face falls. He's too young to hide disappointment well. But, I say, I'll record something. Not an introduction, just context for whoever finds it, whenever that is. He brightens immediately, sets up the equipment with shaking hands. The reel-to-reel is manual, requires someone to physically turn the take-up reel while recording. He positions himself there, ready to crank. Whenever you're ready, he says. I look at Mira. She nods, keeps sharpening. I clear my throat. The microphone is ancient, heavy metal that smells like rust and old electricity. I lift it. This is not the story of how we survived, I say. This is the story of how we let ourselves be heard. I pause. The storyteller's cranking the reel, steady rhythm. I can hear the tape moving, magnetic surface accepting the vibrations of my voice, preserving them, or corrupting them. Hard to tell which anymore. My name is Rowan. I'm 41. I've been walking for 20 years. The world ended when I was 21, and I spent those first years believing survival meant isolation, believing connection was liability, believing the only way to live was to never need anyone. The words feel strange, too formal. I'm not good at this, at summarizing, at making meaning from chaos. But the storyteller's watching me with that earnest focus young people have before experience breaks them, so I keep going. I carried my sister's head for years, kept her last words trapped in viral memory because I couldn't forgive myself for leaving her behind. That weight, that private shame, nearly destroyed me. Would have destroyed me if I hadn't met someone who forced me to share it. I glance at Mira. She's stopped sharpening, just listening. The song we made, the heartbeat that everyone's humming, came from that sharing, from the moment I realized love could overwrite death. That connection didn't erase the individual life, it amplified them. The choir tried to prove the opposite, tried to force aggregate collective silence, the erasure of personal memory in favor of shared voice. They failed. We stopped them, but I stopped. The reel keeps turning, tape accepting silence. But that's not the important part. The important part is what came after. The choice we made to scatter the song instead of controlling it, to let it evolve instead of perfecting it, to trust people, strangers, survivors, children who don't remember the world before, to carry it forward without us. I'm looking at the storyteller now, at his young face, his determined eyes, his hands that won't stop cranking the reel even though his arm must be exhausted. You're doing what I spent years refusing to do, I tell him. You're collecting, preserving, creating context, and maybe that's good, maybe that's necessary. But promise me something. He stops cranking. The tape stops moving. What? Promise me you'll scatter what you collect. Don't build an archive. Don't centralize the stories. Bury them. Hide them. Leave them in places where people might find them or might not. Let the future choose which voices matter instead of choosing for them. He's quiet. Then slowly, carefully, he nods. I promise. I don't know if I believe him. Don't know if anyone can resist the urge to curate, to control, to perfect. But the promise is made. That's something. Keep recording, I say. He starts cranking again. The tape moves. I lift the microphone. The ammo box I carried my sister in, is buried now. Inside, there's a recording of children laughing. First echo we made that carried no trauma, just joy. Pure, untainted, new. That's what I want people to find. Not my guilt. Not our war. Just proof that something good can grow from the worst fucking circumstances imaginable. Mira stands, walks over, takes the microphone from me. This is Mira Busujima, she says. Her voice is steady. My mother tried to erase individual memory, tried to prove silence was strength. She died believing it even after the arrays imploded. But in her last moment she said my name, recognized me. That's not erasure. That's human. That's what survives after ideology burns itself out. She hands the microphone back, sits beside me. We're traveling inland, I continue, teaching the heartbeat, recording new stories, planting seeds. We'll probably die out here eventually, infection or exposure or just age. But the song will outlive us, already has, already belongs to more people than we'll ever meet. The storyteller stops cranking. Is that the end? I think about it. About everything we've walked through. About the choir and the ark and the valley of echoes. About Danny's village and Sarah's neck scars and Liam's fierce humming. About Mira's burned hands and my buried guilt and the children who sing without asking why. No, I say. That's not the end. That's just where our part stops being relevant. He smiles, carefully rewinds the reel, removes it, seals it in a weatherproof container. Where should I leave this? Anywhere. Mira says. Nowhere. Somewhere someone might find it in 10 years or 100. Your choice. He nods, packs the reel with his other recordings. There are dozens, I realize, small containers all sealed and marked with nothing but coordinates, a scattered archive, a museum without walls. Thank you, he says. For what? For not dying before I found you. He's embarrassed immediately. I mean, for staying alive long enough to... We know what you mean, I say. He leaves an hour later, heading toward the next settlement with his pack of stories. We watch him go until he's just a shape against the horizon, then nothing. Think he'll keep his promise? Mira asks. No idea. Me neither. We pack our own gear. The camp here is stable, doesn't need us anymore. They've got the heartbeat down, teaching it to newcomers, creating variations. Some of the kids are composing songs around the bass pattern, adding their own meaning. It's beautiful and terrifying, watching something we made take on life we didn't plan. Before we leave, I walk to the edge of camp where we buried a jar last night. New recording inside. Sarah's story, full and honest, ending with her alive and teaching others. The dirt over it is still fresh. I mark it with 3 stones, triangle formation. So maybe, years from now, someone will know to dig here. Or maybe they won't. Maybe the stones will scatter and the jar will stay buried forever. Maybe that's fine. Maybe some stories are meant to stay underground, feeding the soil instead of feeding the present. Mira's waiting at the tree line. Pack on. Balkan secured. Burns healing. Ready? She asks. No. Good. Me neither. We walk inland together, following the river away from the settlements we've already touched. Behind us the camp hums. Ahead there are voices, distant, faint, but growing louder. They're singing something. Not our heartbeat exactly. A variation, evolution. Hear that? Mira says. Yeah. They're not asking permission, not waiting for instructions. Just making it theirs, I smile. Can't help it. That's the point. I know. She reaches for my hand. Just weird, isn't it? Spending years building something only to watch it become something else entirely. Not weird, just new. The voices get louder as we walk. They're not coming from ahead anymore. They're everywhere, overlapping from different directions, different variations, different interpretations of the base pattern we released. The world humming itself back to life in 1,000 different keys. Years from now, when someone asks what we did, I won't say we made a song. I'll say we made space for singing. I'll say we proved connection doesn't require control. I'll say we scattered seeds and trusted the future to decide what grows. But right now, walking with Mira toward voices that carry no bullets, I don't need to say anything. The humming speaks for itself. The world echoes back, and somewhere very far behind us, buried in scrubland dirt, an empty ammo box holds a child's laughter, the last tape loop I'll ever carry. I open that box mentally one more time, place the recording inside, close the latch. The sound of it closing, that final click, is drowned out by distant voices approaching. They're singing, they're humming, they're making the pattern their own. And I smile, knowing they carry no bullets. Only songs.